It's good morning, Beauregard, to our two-match umpires, Neil Bainton and Hassan Adnan. And good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the Glamorgan team led into the field by Captain Kieran Carlson. And good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the two not-out batters from Sussex, Tom Clark and Tom Allsop.
Very good morning from the BBC commentary team here in Sophia Gardens, where we're on day 2 of this championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex. And the visitors, Sussex, will resume on 65 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's rather under par total of 242 all out. I'm Nick Webb, and alongside me is Andrew Rayburn of BBC Radio Sussex. And it was the visitors who edged day 1, Andrew.
Yes, good morning, Nick. Good morning, everyone. Indeed, they did. Yep, they were very buoyant camp yesterday evening when Tom Clark and Tom Allsop survived those last few overs to go in at 65 for 1, behind by 177. But I do get the feeling that it won't be easy to start again. 22 overs yesterday. They negotiated relatively well, although there are a couple of alarms, and of course they have to deal with the leg spin of Mitchell Swepson at some point today. He bowled 7 overs yesterday, none for 12, but there was a drop catch off him, and they just had to kind of see him out. There wasn't any sort of attacking intent really. We're going to see Tim van der Guchten to bowl the first over of the day, coming in from the Cathedral Road end. He bowls to Tom Allsop, who is slightly squared up by it, but he gets in behind it, and it goes out into the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan got through at a decent clip in terms of their overs yesterday.
Yes, with Swepson playing the next few matches, we shouldn't have too much overtime with Glamorgan in the field.
Van der Guchten is back to his mark. Took the wicket of Tom Haynes yesterday, LBW for 6, 1 for 18 his figures. This time Allsop is firmly in behind that one as well.
And we have photographic evidence that our colleague Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex has survived the Glastonbury experience. We'll see what sort of state he's in tomorrow morning.
Yes, he'll have tales to tell, I dare say. Is it clean photographic evidence?
Yes, it's just him with a load of stuff, all his luggage.
So Van der Guchten, right arm over to the right arm round, to the left-handed Allsop, who again defends towards mid-on, where it's collected by James Harris.
I did look for him in the Elton John crowd last night, couldn't spot him for some reason.
I was hoping he might get dragged up onto stage or something in the middle of Rocket Man. Any cricket-related Elton John titles, send them our way.
He was pictured as a cricketer on one of his albums, wasn't he?
Was he? Oh,
I believe so.
There's a good...
I think so. If anyone's got any evidence of that, please let me know.
We've started early with the... texters, haven't we? As Allsop faces up against Van der Guchten and lets that one go through outside the off stump. Very watchful start.
Nick Webb 2017 on Twitter or at BBC Sussex Sport. I'm pretty sure he was at least wearing a cricket jumper on one of his album covers.
Do you know what made me laugh? There was I'm sure a lot of people listening will have seen this. There was a BBC documentary about the Ashes, and Stuart Broad was interviewed, but he was in civvies as Van der Guchten comes in now around the wicket and bowls. He's bowled him, shouldered arms. Tom Allsop tried to let it go through. The ball nipped back and the off stump is out of the ground, and that is a vital breakthrough for Glamorgan in the very first over of the day. Tim van der Guchten strikes again and Tom Allsop has to go for 27. There are good leaves and bad leaves, and that was a bad one.
Yes, his bat is nowhere near proceedings, and it did come back in a little bit, but it would have been tight anyway, I suspect, and the top of the off stump was hit. And Glamorgan have been so reliant on Tim van der Hoogten time and again in the championship this season, and time and again he has delivered and has both Glamorgan's wickets so far in this innings. As we see another video replay, that's just with the angle really to some extent, isn't it? It can probably come in a bit, but coming round the wicket, there's obviously the inward angle. Oh yes, it has darted back, to be fair. Looking at the front-on view on the video replay. Remember, our commentaries are available on those video streams via the county websites. 65-4-2. Well, we heard a lot about things having to happen in the opening stages of the innings, and Tim van der Hoogten doing his best to make it happen.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's a vital breakthrough for Glamorgan in what is the 5th ball of the morning, and that would have been the message in the dressing room. Let's get 1 or 2 out early, and that is a huge moment in this match potentially, because it, as I say, it won't be easy to start, I don't feel, on this pitch with the of course the Kookaburra ball. Spoke to Nathan McElroy, the Sussex paceman, yesterday. He took 4 wickets. He is obviously an Australian, knows Kookaburra ball and the Duke's ball well, and he said, yeah, there's a huge amount of difference in terms of obviously the hardness and what you can do with it.
Yeah, it's interesting talking to Billy Root from the batting point of view. He said he didn't notice as much difference as Nathan McElroy did.
James Coles comes to the crease for Sussex. That's 65-2, so no runs added this morning at that 1 wicket of Allsop. 2 for 18, Van der Hoogten, the last ball of the first over of the morning. And he's going to be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Coles. Comes in and bowls, and Coles leaves that one, but that one moves away from him slightly. No danger there. But an excellent first over for Tim van der Hoogten. Mostly made the batsman play, but ironically, of course, the one time that, or one of the times that there was a leave alone, that produced the wicket.
Yeah, I've found that Elton John image that I was just floating before the wicket was taken. It was his Greatest Hits Volume 2, which was issued in 1976, and there is an image of Elton taking guard. Sort of taking guard. Middle and leg, maybe. He's batting quite a bit outside leg stump. I think he's giving himself some room to hit over extra cover. I think so. This was obviously, he's ahead of his time with the T20 stuff, I think, there. Yeah, and he's got red shoes on. Oof, red cap for, you know, foreshadowing the coloured clothing revolution. 65-2 are Sussex as McElroy is in to bowl, and Clark plays on the leg side, and there is no run. And for the first time, Morgan have to bowl at a right-left combination after the 3 left-handers of the Sussex top 3. Yeah, I think Elton is a cricket fan, I believe, and obviously big sports fan generally. Former chairman of Watford. Yeah. Here is McElroy in to bowl, turned on the leg side by Clark again, and there is no run to mid-on. The media lounge at Vicarage Road is in the Elton John stand. There are big pictures of him in there. It's a heck of a walk up the stairs to get to the press seats at Vicarage Road, I know that much. I was trying to think, did Saracens play some rugby games at Vicarage Road? I know they played it. Covered a rugby game at one of the Saracens. There's a big appeal for LBW, and he's gone. McElroy strikes. Tom Clark is gone for 32, and this is a dramatic start to the morning. Sussex have lost both overnight batters without addition to their score, and 65-3. Glamorgan have their first bonus point of the match. Another decision that was taken after good consideration from the umpire. The only question I think might have been on height. Certainly, let's have a look
that we're looking at the replay. It's jagged back in again, and I think that is stone dead for Tom Clark. And it's come back. The only question might still be height, but it's certainly hitting, and certainly, you know, centred, if you like. And yeah, so what a start for Glamorgan. 2 wickets in the first 2 overs, the first 9 deliveries of the day, and that is exactly what they wanted, Nick.
Absolutely, it's got Glamorgan back into the game after the drop chance from the bat of Clark to northeast slip off the bowling of Swepson last night. I thought that one could be crucial if Glamorgan had claimed 2 last night. Then they might have had hopes of bowling Sussex out cheaply, but they've done better than that. They've claimed 2 without addition this morning, so a really ideal start to the day for the Welsh side.
It's a very good point actually that you made, that you said 70 for 3, didn't you? I think that might be at the end of the day, might be, and that's pretty much where we're at. So it is game on again, and Sussex are going to have to find a partnership from somewhere, in the same way that Billy Root anchored a few partnerships. Glamorgan would have liked possibly one big one to have got them to a higher total, but Sussex are going to need to find a stand from somewhere. It's not going to be easy. We've got 2 brand new batsmen. James Coles has only faced 1 delivery so far, and now of course we've got new batsmen at the crease at the other end, a brand new one, so just 1 ball between them, and that is exactly what you want as a fielding side. Ollie Carter comes to the crease, and it's going to be a tough ask to make starts on this surface, as I said at the beginning of the day. And the set batsmen needed to start again. They haven't done.
McElroy will come left arm around the wicket, then to the right-handed pair of Carter and Coles. Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper in this form of cricket. Burgess having taken the gloves in the T20 on Friday. Here comes McElroy to bowl to Carter, who's forward watchfully and pushes out on the offside.
So it's doing a bit. That's partly going to be the cloud cover, possibly, is it? Do we think?
It'll give a little bit of help to the seamers. It's not been spectacular addition.
Because the ball is 24 overs old, so yeah. It's not likely to be that, unless they're just using it better, or the pitch is helping them.
McElroy bowls and beats the edge of Carter's bat as he prods forward. Carter, who knocked up a formidable 185 here last year, so he's got good memories to draw on of his last visit to this ground.
Yeah, it's his highest first-class score, 185. He averages 35.5 in this form of cricket. James Coles at the other end averages 34.
In comes McElroy again and bowls, and Carter is forward, playing that one more comfortably to cover. So we've started the day with a pair of wicket maidens, and Sussex 65 for 3 in reply to Glamorgan's 2 for 2 all out.
Should be said, of course, that like a few of the Sussex side, that those figures for Carter and Coles are on a relatively small sample size. Carter's 23rd first-class match, Coles' 14th. So they're relatively fresh-faced. But yeah, huge breakthrough times 2 for Glamorgan. Ollie Carter, born in Eastbourne, 21 years old. James Coles, still 19. As Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls, and Coles defends out into the offside. So yeah, combined age of 40, the batsman out in the middle.
Yes, good job Michael Hogan's not still with Glamorgan, otherwise he could match and that and more. He's 42 now.
And of course, we had Darren Stevens, who was 45, 46. As Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls, and Coles is behind that one, defending up the pitch. I mean, Stevens' longevity remarkable. I mean, and
Incredible,
still taking wickets and.
Yeah, it's a shame that his first-class career finally had to be brought to an end.
But only Kent released him, didn't they?
Yeah.
He didn't do it himself.
No, he didn't.
He was ready to go on. As Van der Huchten comes in and bowls and left alone by Coles, shaped slightly away from him, taken by the wicket keeper. So Sussex still yet to add a run, aren't they? I think. Yeah.
Yeah, still the overnight total with
2 wickets added. They always say add 2 wickets to the score,
Yes.
and that's exactly what Glamorgan have done. They still might yet, of course, regret not, certainly from the bonus point of view, regret not making 250 plus and getting up to 270, 280. Big attempted cut from Coles, and he missed that by a mile.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sketchy shot, wasn't it, at this stage of proceedings? I suppose you could say it was a bit wide in there to be hit.
Injudicious, maybe you might call it. Coles was Sussex's youngest ever first-class debutant at the age of 16 years and 157 days old when he played against Surrey in the Bob Willis Trophy during that COVID period.
Oh, right.
As Van der Huchten comes in and bowls, Coles covers up. Yeah,
Because Lenham was also a 16-year-old debut.
Archie Lenham, yeah.
Was that just in one-day cricket, maybe?
Yes, I think he might be the sort of the overall / list A. But on debut against Surrey, Coles got out Rory Burns, Ben Foakes and Jamie Smith and finished with 3 for 35, as well as making 21 from number 6. So that's not bad for a 16-year-old on debut. Coles faces up now and drives down the ground, but picked up at mid-off. A good bit of sharp fielding from McElroy, who has a wicket as well to his name this morning.
And with Ibrahim in the team as well, 3 guys who made their debut age 16 in the squad, the Sussex squad at the moment. Lenham hasn't played much, has he, this season?
No, and obviously there's been sort of additions. As we just seeing actually on the stream, you may be able to see right now, the panning up to the skies. Now, I can tell you actually on the cameras, they always say this, don't they? It looks worse. I don't know where they've been pointing it, but there is some blue sky away above towards the grandstand side of the ground, but directly above it is very cloudy.
McElroy bowls and Carter defends down into the gully northeast, wanders round to do the fielding, and there is no run. Don't think there is any forecast of rain today from either Met Office or BBC forecast. Possibility of a little bit of light rain around tomorrow, but we should get a fair amount of play, I believe.
Yeah, certainly that cloud that's above it doesn't look threatening, so hopefully, fingers crossed, full day.
McElroy bowls to Carter, who's forward defensively, playing out on the offside to point. Glamorgan still relatively orthodox, to be honest, with 2 slips, and that's about it in the way of attacking.
There is a third man, which
Edward will approve of.
He will absolutely approve.
There's a big gap on the offside still, because there are 4 on the leg as McElroy bowls and Carter up on his toes, plays it up to wide mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah,
it is a bit old school, isn't it? It's third man and fine leg, which does suggest that they haven't quite got a plan for one side or the other.
Hasn't quite reacted to 2 men being out straight away, and you've got 2 new men at the crease. McElroy bowls, and that one is sliced away, well stopped by northeast at slip. I think it was bat, maybe pad, but there was no appeal. As it was, we're looking from basically over a fine leg. our vantage point. 65 for 3, so no runs in the first 17 minutes of the day's play. McElroy bowls and Carter defends it back to the bowler, and there is no run. I wonder if there'll be an ironic cheer from the Sussex handful here when they trot through. I was
going to say, what, both of them?
As McElroy retreats into the distance. Now he's on his way up past Hassan Adnan, and Carter getting a little bit squared up as he defends, looking quite cautious at the start of his innings is Ollie Carter, and it remains on 65 for 3, and we have now had 4 maiden overs bowled this morning.
It's probing lines and lengths, isn't it? That's what's proved the difference. I think you mentioned yesterday that Sussex had out-bowled Glamorgan. Well, Glamorgan are now fighting back with much better lines, much better lengths, and they're testing the batters this morning, and they've removed 2 of them without any further damage to the score. It's been a phenomenal start from Glamorgan. Also in the outfield as well, as Van der Hugten comes in and bowls, and Coles is forward defending up towards mid-off, where it's collected by McElroy. James Harris gives some clapping at short extra cover. And then wanders back to a more orthodox extra cover. As Van der Hugten, 2 for 18 in the match so far, comes in and bowls, and on the back foot Coles pushes that up towards, again, McElroy at mid-off. He's a busy man.
Yeah, 33 wickets now in the championship. It really has been a tremendous performance. He's reacted well to the added responsibilities, really, and the after the departure of Michael Hogan to come in and open the bowling and lead the attack, together with Michael Neser in the first half dozen games, and now really shouldering even more responsibility.
Van der Hugten now up to the wicket. He bowls, and it's just beaten the edge of Coles, who I don't know whether he was withdrawing the bat or not, but there was a sort of an indeterminate he withdrew afterwards. It was an indeterminate prod, and then he pulled the bat back inside the line again, and went, "What, me? No, Garth, not me."
Didn't play a shot. Left it. He didn't beat me, honest.
I've got the old curtain rail out, and yeah. So for Tim van der Hugten's next wicket will be his 250th of his first-class career in his 75th match. As he comes in now, he's up to the wicket and bowls, and this time left alone by Coles. So Coles and Carter have faced 20 deliveries between them, and no runs scored. No runs added to the overnight Sussex total, if you're just joining us. And Glamorgan have taken 2 wickets. So Sussex 65 for 1 overnight, 65 for 3 as it stands after 20 minutes of play.
Yeah, Tim van der Hugten, 32 years old, a late blossoming career to some extent. Didn't quite make the breakthrough he wanted back in Australia.
As he comes in now and bowls, and this time Coles is playing out to the offside, where it's picked up by James Harris.
Came over to Glamorgan aged 25, and really has been a key member of the squad, and now very much the premier pace bowler in the current lineup, and has batted well this season as well, even though his T20 bowling has not been quite what he would have wanted.
This is the end of his 10th over in the innings so far, as he comes in and bowls. It's gone through to the wicket keeper. So at the end of that over, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 18 for Tim van der Hugten, and of the 60 deliveries that he's bowled, 53 of them have been dot balls.
Wow, Quite the stat that, as these two teams pondering, of course, their selections for next weekend's games. There are 5 survivors on each side from the T20 match on Friday night, and with both teams out of contention for the quarter-finals, then maybe they'll take the chance to give a few days extra rest to the championship regulars in particular. McElroy in to bowl. Coles is forward, pushing on the offside, no run.
Yeah, it's, as I said yesterday, it's one of those things, isn't it, that sometimes you can get good momentum, I suppose, as a cricketer when you're playing all the time. Sports people prefer to play rather than train, don't they, if we're honest? Yeah. If you prefer to train than play, you're mad. But eventually, I think sometimes the batting in particular can catch up with you if you're trying to do all 3.
As Carter pushes another one defensively on the offside, and there is no run. I mean, looking at the Glamorgan lineup, you've got the likes of North East, Carlson, Cook, who've played virtually everything, I think, this season. May even have played every game, those 3. Van der Hoogten had missed a handful of T20 games through injury, but there have been a lot of injuries around in the Glamorgan lineup. McElroy into bowl and beats the edge of Carter's bat, pushing forward. Well, it looks a minefield out there.
It does, and I mean, it looks completely different to yesterday, even when, I mean, the Sussex wickets that they took yesterday, you can talk about, lines, lengths, batter error, whatever, but they came at a sort of regular intervals, if you like, and there were periods where batters looked well set. At the moment, it looks impossible to be well set. It looks a different sport today, frankly, and I don't quite know why.
Ul Hassan is added to the slip cordon. He goes to first slip. North East pushing out, and Carter again pushes forward suspiciously, gets a decent defensive bat on it into the offside. But at the moment, Carter has not really played a shot in anger.
No, it's almost like, I mean, I suppose any time you start your innings, any time you start a day, you go, right, put the shots away, wait for the bad ball. There hasn't been one.
McElroy bowls and Carter defends on the leg side, and there is no run. Well, we heard Nathan McAndrew mention sort of 30-ish overs for when the 25-30 for when the ball went dead, if you like, this Kookaburra ball. So maybe Sussex just trying to survive the storm with the hope that they can find some calmer seas ahead. McElroy in to bowl to Carter, who gets the first run of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and 2 of them at 11:25. And off the final ball of the 6th over of the day, so 30th ball of the day has produced the first runs.
2 for 2 after 6 overs. I recall actually that Headingley Test match when Ben Stokes went berserk on that final day. I believe him and Joe Root, I think, went through 4 or 5 overs without scoring in the first period of the day. It was about this time when they scored their first runs. Just a slightly down on pace one from McElroy. But I shall take you through a few deliveries of this over before making way for Edward Bevan, because I've got to deliver an update to BBC Radio Sussex listeners. It won't be the sort of good news that I was passing on yesterday, as Van der Hoogten comes in and it's clipped away down the leg side. That could run away to the boundary. I think it's going to be stopped. Yes, it is a good sprawling stop actually on the rope. Good work down there by Billy Root at deep backward square leg, having come round from fine leg, and they picked up a couple of runs, so that means that Coles is off the mark now as well.
So that'll make both of them feel that little bit better.
You always like getting off the mark, it's so important, no matter what the score is.
Just the 2 slips though, still for Glamorgan. They're not quite as attacking as they might have been.
And no third man either now.
Oof.
or gully. So as Van der Heugen comes in and bowls, and that's shorter and been not quite connected with by Coles off the bottom of the bat and picked up at short mid-wicket. So there are two catchers relatively close in that mid-wicket region. Mid-off, mid-on, cover, point, 2 slips, long leg, and that's about it. Van der Heugen, 2 for 20 in the match so far as he comes in and bowls, and that one is played down towards the third man boundary in that vacant gully region. It won't go all the way, it'll be picked up, and they're going to come back for another one, so that's going to be 3 to the total. I think that's important for Sussex as well, isn't it, after the start they've made, to run well.
Yeah.
Turn 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s where possible. So good work there. Moves Coles on to 5, and Sussex to 72 for 3. Van der Heugen, 5 off the over, relatively expensive compared to the rest of the morning's play so far. He comes in and bowls, and he beats a rather nervous looking prod from Carter.
Andy Greenwood's been in touch on Twitter, thank you Andy. Saracens played at Vicarage Road in the 90s and noughties. The walk through the allotment is an iconic ground approach, he says.
Well,
I covered some rugby there.
I went from Watford Junction, it's a mile away, so I mean more than a mile, but it's a long walk. Right, I'm just going to give this tell you about this delivery from Van der Heugen, then I shall be making way to deliver the news to BBC Radio Sussex listeners. That one has Carter up on his toes and playing the ball down into the ground, into the offside. No run, 72 for 3. I shall be back in half an hour's time.
Thank you very much, Andrew. He'll be replaced by Edward Bevan. And Vicarage Road was the place where pre-match I saw a camel riding in a dinghy over the snow-covered surface. Don't ask me why. As Van der Heugen bowls, and that's hit Carter on the pads and trickles down towards fine leg. I think Coles was interested in a single. The batter Carter was not. 72 for 3. Well, they had a camel as a mascot, and for some reason they had some sort of hover-powered dinghy that skated round before the match.
Where was this?
Vicarage Road, Watford. It was a sort of spin-off from Elton John discussions.
Oh, right.
And but they were still clearing the snow from the pitch at that point.
Is that when the Saracens were playing there?
Yeah, Saracens and Ospreys.
Yeah, I remember doing games there years ago. But remember they broke off, or they wouldn't go into the league, something, and they were playing English clubs, Cardiff and Swan, something like that.
Yeah, late 90s.
Yeah. Well, what a morning this has been so far. 7 overs. What is it? Seven runs. Astonishing. And
30th ball of the day before the first run came.
Amazing. McElroy, who's bowled extremely well then, is coming in now to bowl to Carter. Bowls, and Carter clips his off his toes, but straight to short mid-wicket, where it is fielded there by Swepson, who created an impression, I thought, Nick. I thought he bowled well last night and caused trouble.
Yeah, on in the 10th over, 7 overs, he bowled 0 for 12 and should have had his first Glamorgan wicket when Clark was dropped at slip.
Still, Clark didn't add to that this morning, either did Allsop. Left arm over round the wicket comes McElroy and bowls and forces Coles on the back foot. Pushes away into the covers, and there's no run. I think the combination of the pitch and some very good accurate bowling has accounted for these, because a complete misjudgment from Allsop when he shouldered arms and got bowled, and then movement off the pitch, certainly, because Clark was playing down the wrong line, and it looked from here anyhow that he was palpably out LBW. He's given a few as the Indian umpire in this match. Here's the next ball, which is left and goes through to the wicketkeeper. You'd have thought by taking 2 wickets that this would be a more attacking field.
Yeah.
But still, 170 runs behind, and it's 3 from an arc from cover to mid-off, saving 1. Oh, there for the catch. Just the 2 slips, a man on the drive who's rather square at mid-on, and then the orthodox mid-on.
Needs another close fielder somewhere, doesn't it, really?
Don't really know why he's got a deep mid-wicket out here, as McElroy comes in to the right-handed Coulson, bowls to him. And this is played back down the pitch. We haven't seen, and quite rightly, a shot in anger this morning, because these two have to rebuild this innings. So you've got a fine leg, but as I say, I don't know quite. Is he going to bounce in and think that he's going to hook out there? We shall see.
There must be some sort of cunning plan.
Yes.
Next in, Dan Ibrahim, the 18-year-old who's took a century off Glamorgan last season.
Hey.
All-rounders, I suppose, Hudson Prentice and McAndrew.
Get into it.
Specialist batters after 6.
No, the next couple of wickets, I think Morgan are on business. McElroy bowls. Calls this right forward, nullifying any chance of any movement. Plays it away on the offside.
Though those two are going quite well. Hudson Prentice averaging 35 this season, McAndrew 31. Then Carson, Shipley and Carvelis.
Carson can bat. Of course.
Yeah, he's got a decent average as well, 42.
McElroy bowls. Movement off the pitch, which is covered up by the batsman. End of the over, made again, and Sussex having lost 2 wickets this morning. The opening couple of overs, 72 for 3, and Carter is not out 2, and Coles is not out 5. Van der Gooten, I haven't looked, is he still the leader wicket taker in Division 2?
Oof, I haven't got the whole division in front of me, but he has 33 victims for the season.
Must be up there.
Yeah, might be an idea to get Swepson on instead of McElroy fairly soon, I would suspect, just to
Two new batsmen, I quite agree.
confuse the batsman a bit.
Moving away from the bat, but not quite yet, I don't think, Nick, because these two are bowling extremely well.
Van der Hoogten 2 for 23 in his 11 overs. Is into bowl, and Carter is forward playing on the offside, and there is no run. We just saw 3 overs of James Harris yesterday. Haven't seen Ul Hassan, Salter and Carlson in the attack as yet, but I imagine Glamorgan will be hoping for a fair contribution in terms of overs from Swepson. As Van der Hoogten runs away from us and bowls, and Carter back in his crease. Defends slightly jumpily out on the offside. Doesn't look too happy yet, Ollie Carter.
Deficit is 170, and Glamorgan, I think if he could get a lead of anything between 50 or more, I think this pitch is going to turn for Swepson, certainly, and it could develop into a very, very tight game, but much depends now on these two to try and resurrect this innings.
As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, appeal for LBW, look to be sliding down leg, I think.
Ambitious.
Sussex, of course, were involved in a thrilling draw with Worcestershire last time out. Glamorgan in a tense draw as they batted through the final day at Durham, and never really looked safe until the last hour or so of that. And then, of course, there was the epic draw at Hove, where Glamorgan batted through 6 sessions. But as Chris Cook said, we need to get on the front foot in matches, not just be saving them. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Carter is forward defending. He's faced now 22 deliveries for his 1 scoring shot, Ollie Carter.
And I think, Nick, if you play back on this pitch, you do so at your peril. And I've noticed that these two especially get right forward, because it is jagging about here. it's not a morning, it's a fresh morning, so different to yesterday. Conditions aren't really helping above.
Van der Hoogten to Carter again, who turns the bat on it, and in his second scoring shot moves up to 3, flicking it down to fine leg, 73 for 3. But it is a welcome change to see a pitch in which the batters really have to work for everything, after the number of times we said in the opening block, placid pitch, nothing in it for the bowlers.
Yeah, I agree. You've got to have something.
There's a little bit of life around, whether it's because of the surface or the different ball being used. Van der Hoogten into bowl, driven on the leg side by Coles to mid-wicket. There is no run, 1 off the over. 73 for 3, Glamorgan. Sussex, if you have just joined us this morning, losing Tom Allsop, bowled by Tim van der Hoogten, leaving the ball, which hit the top of off stump. He made 27. And Tom Clark, leg before to Jamie McElroy for 32. Those 2 wickets fell in the first couple of overs of the day's play without further addition. 75 for 3 now are Sussex, in reply to 242 all out. England women have lost 2 further wickets in the test against Australia. They're 151 for 7 and still need 117 more runs to win. Danny White, 38 not out, the last hope.
McElroy starts another over, and that moved away from the batsman and dribbled down to northeast at second slip. Interesting piece from the former Essex and England all-rounder Derek Pringle this morning, where he suggested, is there no reason why Sophia Eccleston, who is probably, he said, the best left-arm spinner in the country, is there any reason why she shouldn't be considered in this Bazball era of playing for England? Well, I suppose when she's batting, she could get battered about and things, but her fielding is good and her bowling is exemplary. So, what are your thoughts, Nick? Yes.
I'm not sure if it
would
be good for her, really. It create too much hoopla around it.
Imagine, yes. In comes the next delivery, and it's a good ball because it had Carter pushing right forward. Best spell I've seen the McElroy ball for a while. Mr. Swepson is turning his arms over furiously at short mid-wicket. Whether to tell Mr. Carlson, the captain, any chance? Oh, he's just doing some exercises. As McElroy from the far end comes in, and it's just guided gently out to Salter, who's feeling at backward point.
Apparently she has played in the top level of the Cheshire League, which obviously is a level below men's professional cricket.
And have Mr. Cummings and Cole charging in at her that league. James McElroy comes round the wicket and bowls left outside the off stump by Carter. A couple of runs off McElroy this morning, not much more. Haven't had a boundary, have we? Can't recall one.
There was a 2 and a 3. No, you're right there.
40 minutes play. I think how many balls? He's got 2 left of this over. McElroy from the river end passes the umpire, bowls, and again it's defensive response from the batsman. 73 for 3, and we've had 8 runs in 42 minutes this morning, which I think is testament to the accuracy of the Glamorgan attack. Plus, these 2 batsmen were in together and they hadn't scored between them. McElroy bowls to Carter. Carter clips this off his toes, and I was just asking, why do you have a deep mid-wicket? Well, it's clipped out there for a single. That is the end of the over. 74 4 for 3, and is Van der Gooten going to have another one? Yes, he is. He pulls his cap off, gives it to umpire Neil Bainton, and he will charge in from this end.
So yes, Van der Hoogten into his 13th over already.
James Harris now is winding furiously, which tells us possibly, is he going to bowl from the far end? I would have Swepson on immediately.
Swepson bowled from the River Taff end yesterday and looked quite at home, didn't he?
He did. Got to keep pressure on.
12.5 overs since the last boundary, says Andrew. Thank you. There's Van der Hoogten to start a new over. Bowls, and that one is defended by Carter. Back down the pitch. No run. I think Kieran Carlson needs to be a little bit more attacking here, unless he's counting on getting his wickets by strangling the batsmen and frustrating them.
Yeah, they've been very selective this morning. They haven't hit a boundary. They just nailed away, and quite rightly defending.
Van der Hoogten into Carter, who's up on his toes, plays quite a bit off the back foot, doesn't he? Which may be problematic.
Yes, a short man, isn't he?
Yes, he might do with getting forward a little bit with.
No, come on,
Mr.
Nick.
Adnan, our Pakistani opener, our Pakistani umpire, giving quite a few LBWs in this match.
What would you rather watch, this engrossing encounter, 4-day cricket, or the bash of one-day cricket?
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl outside off.
I know your answer. We all in its place.
Absolutely. Sometimes you feel like a steak, sometimes you feel like a burger.
I don't eat burgers.
All right. 74 for 3.
I was trying to estimate last night. I was a couple of 100,000 out, actually, of the crowd down at...
it's about 250,000, isn't it? 250,000?
Well, 100,000 the paper said. That's more than that there.
Well, it might have been for the one concert. I thought it was up to 250,000, the ticket sales. Obviously not all in the same place, as that's through outside off stump, and Carter shoulders arm. Sweetnarsk Adrian tomorrow morning, he'll being a keen journalist, he'll have counted them up.
He's probably in the bath.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had a bath for 4 days.
I'm not an expert on very good expert on Elton John and his songs, but people called them monkeys, Guns and somebody. Guns
N' Roses, Edward.
There were huge criticism of them. You'd understand, you two better than I, but were they not very good?
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Carter pushes on the leg side. There's no run. Not really my cup of tea anyway, Edward.
I thought you were well up there and went to these concerts.
And not Guns N' Roses, no, they're more on the sort of hard rock metal side, aren't
they?
Right. And they, I think I read played a few less well-known numbers, which is obviously not not a safe way to go in front of a mass crowd. You need to bang out the hits, really. Van der Hoogten into bowl, and a swipe and a miss from Carter outside off stump. I'm not quite sure what that shot was. It didn't have a lot of foot movement in it, and it didn't make contact. 74 for 3 at the end of an accurate Van der Hoogten over. 2 for 24 still next to his name on the board. I was watching a little bit on Saturday. I've seen very little. I'm going to catch up with it on iPlayer through the week. It is Swepson at the River End. I'm going to catch up on iPlayer through the week, but Lana Del Rey, American singer who was on Saturday Night Headliner, turned up got on stage half an hour late, and they pulled the plug on her at midnight, and she hadn't played a couple of her best known songs.
Did they?
So she led a sort of a cappella sing along of one of them, and then wandered off looking rather grumpy.
Yeah. Well, I was very disappointed that one of my favourite back in the 70s was Kiki D, and she didn't turn up. She made a wonderful record years ago with
Elton John.
And she had some unknown lady with him last night. They were singing it. Anyway, here is the leg spinner from Australia, Mitchell Swepson, and he is going to bowling at Coles. And he comes for his first ball of the morning. Just a couple of steps over the wicket. Driven confidently back down the pitch. Fielded by the bowler.
There's a sort of couple of rather tentative steps at the start of his run-up, aren't there? As if he's not quite sure if he's ready for it.
Not like his fellow Australian who bowled in
Absolutely. Oh. Shall I come in? Oh, yeah.
And he comes again, and this is pushed back. Coles, no Carter have... well, I'm sure they haven't faced Weston. Let's have a look at him. Haven't seen any turn as yet from those first two balls. Slip on a short leg, close in. Weston comes in, bowls again, and that's driven up towards mid-off.
First impressions, he seems quite a lot more accurate than most leg spinners in terms of... hasn't really delivered...
one ball that was hit for four by...
much in the way of...
Clark last night,
loose
square.
Stuff.
That's the only loose ball he bowled. Here he comes again and bowls, and Coles is on the back foot. Gets a run as it's played between mid-wicket and mid-on.
And he and Hatsoglu, who's been playing T20 cricket for Glamorgan, you couldn't really get more contrasting approaches to the wicket. Hatsoglu tossing the ball furiously and charging
looks if he's going to charge into you and attack you. Physically, that is. Slipping a short leg and a man on the 25 here. As in comes Swepson and again and bowls, brings Carter forward. Let's have a look at this man, says Ollie Carter to himself. What's he doing? Well, that was the googly. In he comes again. He's over the wicket to the right-handers and bowls, and tentative looking shot. He didn't know quite how to read him then, and he just pushed it at a leading edge up to mid-on. Just a single off the over. 75 for 3. 20 runs only added this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. Carter is on 4. Coles is on 6, and the run rate has gone down appreciably. Something we'll have it in the moment. 2.21.
Returning to bowl for Glamorgan is James Harris.
So there we are. The responsibility on Harris to
got a ball tight, doesn't he?
keep up the pressure. If there's any life left in the ball, to use it appropriately. We are into 34 overs, and when James was on commentary with us on Friday night, he wasn't expecting much life to be left in the ball at this stage. The Kookaburra balls that are being used for 2 rounds of county championship.
Just trying to look at his field. He's got no gully, just the 2 slips and then that arc. Very defensive field. Why aren't they using a third man? I know I'm dead against it, but why? Because they've used one all season. We shall see.
Harris bounding in to bowl and edged and caught at slip. James Harris strikes with his first ball. Coles has gone for 6, 75 for 4. Sussex on the back foot.
Not a great shot, I'm afraid. It was outside the off stump and he went for it. Good catch. So another wicket falls, and it's very much like it was Sussex's morning. It's Glamorgan's morning.
And it's Bevan on the score sheet.
Pardon?
Bevan on the score sheet, the catcher at first slip.
Tom Bevan off the bowling of James Harris for 6.
Bevan has been struggling with this shoulder injury, which is, I think, why he's been stationed at slip. He tried to come back to play some T20 in that recent block of fixtures, but then was forced to take another period on another week or so to recover, and they're not going to be using him in the outfield much anytime soon, from what I understand.
Well, if he's a specialist cover fielder and a very good catcher in the outfield, he must have very good hands, because that was a good catch.
As well taken by Bevan as another teenager, 18-year-old Ibrahim, replacing 19-year-old Coles at the wicket. And well, if Sussex do get it right in terms of which youngsters to develop, there's going to be some young players still with an awful lot of first team experiences. Ibrahim comes dancing out towards the middle, playing a practice shot or two as he does so, trying to get loose. 75 for 4. It is an issue, I suppose, for batters, because you're expected to get in and start sprinting if need be straight away, but it's not like something you can keep warmed up and keep loose for, if you like, because you might be sitting there for hours in a championship match waiting to bat.
I've seen an article over the weekend in one of the papers of the batsman who watched every ball in the past, and batsman who slept. Clive Lloyd, the great West Indian captain and left-hander, he'd be fast asleep at times, and then he'd be nudged and he'd go. Start playing shots everywhere.
Yes, I saw a few of those against Glamorgan in Swansea when I was a kid. Here comes Harris then to bowl from the Cathedral Road end to the new man Ibrahim. 3 slips. Harris into bowl. Ibrahim defends back on his stumps up to Carlson at mid-on.
This is mirroring yesterday's performance by Glamorgan's batsmen. They were 60 for 4, 101 for 5. And now Sussex, what were they overnight? 65 for 1. About 10 runs this morning in 55 minutes for the loss of 3 wickets.
Harris
4 wickets.
3.
3.
Harris to Ibrahim, who leaves that one go through outside off stump through to Carter.
I remember that 100 last year, Nick. A very patient batsman is Ibrahim, and they must obviously think a lot of him. And why not to get 100, as he did at a very young age last year? Is a credit, and I think that he will patiently stay there and try and build an innings. Don't see any flamboyant shots from him.
Harris to Ibrahim, who's forward playing no shots outside off stump. It was the last day of last season, that century by Ibrahim, as Sussex batted out the final day, reaching 554 for 8, having been best part of 300 behind on first innings, with big innings from Orr and Haynes up top putting on more than 300 for the first wicket. Harris to Ibrahim, and that's through low outside off stump through the keeper, no run.
And you see, when you're in this position now, you might get a ball outside the off stump. They'll have a crack at that, or a half volley, but at the back of your mind as well, if I play a poor shot, if I get a nick or something, I'd let my team down. So do I get my head down? It's 4 days, it's 3.5 days to go. I think that's the approach certainly these two will have to take.
Harris bowls down leg side, but Ibrahim fails to profit as he makes no contact. Wicket maiden for James Harris, 1 for 13. He's got that, his 14th first class wicket of the season. And where is the way forward for Sussex at the moment? They're strokeless in Sophia.
Oh, very nice. The poetic by Nick Webb. Strokeless in Sophia. 75 for 4. Carter is on 4. Ibrahim has just come in. And these two young players now will have to face the experienced leg spinner of Swepson. And he will be bowling from the River Taff end. And bowling at Ollie Carter. Here comes the first ball then. just a step or two, tosses this one up. Carter pushes, and there's no run. Swepson approaches the wicket now and bowls, tosses this one up and push forward in hope and anticipation, then obviously not reading him.
Good time for him to be bowling with the paceman having put the pressure on, isn't it?
Absolutely. And two young players. Swepson bowls. Oh my word, he tossed that outside the off stump, and Carter went for it, and Cook took it, and everybody gave a yell. It couldn't have been far away. He's causing problems already, Swepson. And he comes again and bowls to Carter. Carter drives, not authentically, more of a push up to mid-on. I think that perhaps if he brings a man on the offside in here, Nick, is going to put something in the batsman's mind. Swepson comes in, Carter waits, concentrating, and he bowls him, but that is short, and he's going to get a single up to deep extra cover. And this now, I'm going to bring Ibrahim down to facing Swepson. There's the one loose ball. As I mentioned yesterday, they generally expect a loose ball and over from, except if you were the late Shane Warne, of course, from a leg spinner.
Just wondering why they preferred a short leg to a silly point.
He must be bowling the googly a lot. I watched Platzaglu bowl, and he bowled nearly all googlies as far as I could see in the one-day stuff. Yes, he is going to have a second slip. Yes, he is.
North East joining Bevan.
Oh, that might happen. Swepson bowls to Ibrahim, pushes forward again, not reading, because that was the authentic leg break and pushed away. Just a single off it, and Sussex just going along very slowly. 76 for 4, 11 runs in the first hour. And in the moment, Nick will take a break. Andrew will be back alongside us.
Yep, I'll just deliver this over and
it's absorbing cricket.
Fire my laptop into life for the day.
Absorbing this and enjoying every moment of it.
Not sure that our Sussex listeners and viewers will be enjoying it quite so much. It's rare in recent weeks that Glamorgan's bowlers have been in the ascendancy in the championship game, as Harris will bowl to Carter on 5 not out, and that is driven by Carter, slightly wide from Harris but not timed, and he hit it back to the bowler. 76 for 4.
It's as if they're so tentative that they're quite afraid, probably isn't the right adjective, of playing a forcing shot, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, getting a little bit in the batters' heads. 2 slips for Harris as he bounds in, bowls, and that's off bat and pad on the leg side. They'll scamper through for a quick single. Swepson dashes round from mid-wicket, but they are safely home. 77 for 4.
Well, he was pushing that to mid-off, and it ended up just past where short leg would have been.
Brings Ibrahim on to strike. Yet to get off the mark.
Glamorgan proudly say to themselves, well, yes, Ibrahim can stay there as long as we're concerned, because he's not scoring. In fact, he hasn't got off the mark as yet. 6 men now on the offside.
Extra slip brought in for the newer batter, and Harris bowls. Bill for LBW, not given. They thought about a single. Well, Carter thought about a single. Ibrahim was more concerned about whether the umpire's finger was going to go up.
That kept low again, Nick, so...
It did. Was it going leg side, I thought, was the initial impression.
Unless he got something on it, because he went back.
Inside edge, possibly.
I don't think it's a good thing, as I mentioned earlier, to go back on this pitch.
Harris then runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end in hazy sunshine. It's into bowl to Ibrahim, who leaves that one through outside off stump.
The lead for Glamorgan, 165, which is a long way away when you are, what is it, 77 for 4.
Yeah, Sussex was stalled this morning. Some excellent bowling from Van der Hoogten in particular, but a wicket apiece for him, for McElroy and for Harris, who's in now to bowl. And Ibrahim gets a streaky inside edge for 4 to get off the mark as he sends it down fine to fine leg.
That could have gone anyway, could it?
But lucky not to play on that as he looked to drive on the offside and got the ball 180 degrees from where he was aiming at.
Yeah.
81 for 4. Ibrahim off the mark with a boundary. And this is a far cry from yesterday when Glamorgan stuttered 18 for 2, 43 for 3, 60 for 4, etc. Sussex now under the same sort of pressure themselves. Harris to bowl to Ibrahim, shoulders arms through outside off stump. That is the end of the over and of my commentary for the time being. I'll be back in half an hour, and Edward Bevan will be joined by Andrew Rayburn.
Yes, and even if Glamorgan don't take another wicket in the final hour before lunch, they'll be delighted with their performance this morning. 3 wickets, and what is most important as well is that 65 to 81, 16 runs, that's all that's been added. Swepson prepares to start another over. Now Carter is on 6. I didn't take note of when he came in, but he has been troubled by this man Swepson as he comes in and bowls, and this brings the batsman forward. Carter has faced 45 balls, Andrew. Good morning to you, good afternoon, for his 6.
Yes, good afternoon, Edward, and yes, 6 runs, very watchful.
Swepson bowls. He sweeps effectively this time, and we'll get 4 runs. That'll take a bit of pressure off Ollie Carter and Sussex. He got on top of that, middled it, and the ball going up to the pavilion, and a very welcome boundary there for Ollie Carter.
Yes, just as I described him as watchful, he decided to be less watchful, and that was probably to his benefit. You did say earlier, they're looking a little bit sort of nervous or anxious of playing, attacking shots, and I suppose when a full, you don't want to be the one that gets out playing an expansive shot when you've lost 3 partners or 3 teammates.
Yes, Swepson again then, having been struck for a boundary, bowls to Carter. Carter is back on his stumps, gently watches it onto his bat and plays it out to silly mid-off, or short cover.
So that streaky 4 from Ibrahim in the previous over was the first boundary, I think, in 17 overs.
Was it really? Here's Swepson again. Bowls to Carter. Carter drives straight to short mid-wicket. There's a short leg, a man on the 45, and then a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. So, interesting field placing here, because he obviously does bowl the Google to have 5 men there on that onside. As Swepson comes in, bowls quicker delivery, and that's swept to the man on the 45, who is James Harris, and there's no run. Looking slightly more confident now in this over, Ollie Carter.
It is about trying to see out the danger, which is largely coming from the paceman, but Swepson obviously a very talented bowler himself.
He bowls, driven, not convincingly, just goes slowly up to mid-on. That's the end of the over, and Sussex, who resumed on 65 for 1 this morning, and now 85 for 4.
Yeah, so Tom Clark, as you mentioned earlier, actually hit Mitchell Swepson for 4 midway through the 20th over, and that was the last boundary.
That was the last one.
Until that streaky one, which came towards the end of the 37th.
Harris 1 for 18 of his 5. He had a wicket maiden this morning.
Yep, Harris brought into the attack, took a wicket with the first ball, which was too close really for Coles to cut. The edge to slip. What can Harris do against Ibrahim, who is 4 not out? He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim is forward and just deadens that down by his feet on the forward defensive. James Harris always gets in close to the stumps and keeps a tight line when he's on form.
A few people in today, and what better way to spend a Monday morning?
Absolutely, it's better than being at work.
Yes. All the people who work from home now, perhaps they could bring their work down here.
Absolutely.
How much work they do, I don't know.
As Harris comes in now, he's up to the wicket and bowls, and that one again is aimed towards the offside and squirts out into the leg side. Ibrahim yet to find his rhythm. Got those 4 runs from an inside edge.
And these 4 bowlers have done pretty well, because Glamorgan have got Salter, of course, and Hussain. Salter to bowl his off spin, Hussain to bowl his medium pace, but they haven't taken a championship wicket this season.
Harris in and bowls, and Ibrahim is behind that one. Plays it back up the pitch. 85 for 4 Sussex. Ibrahim 4 not out, Carter 10 not out. Still 157 behind, and on this, with this momentum and this current situation, Glamorgan will be confident of trying to take a first innings lead, which seemed unlikely yesterday evening. Harris to Dan Ibrahim. He's on his way now, and he bowls, and Ibrahim plays that into the mid-on region. No run. Again, watchful, very watchful. Ibrahim has faced 14 deliveries. Here's 4. Carter 50 deliveries for 10.
But we're well into the game, so that doesn't matter. As long as he occupies the crease. 4-day match, plenty of time.
Absolutely. Harris comes in now and bowls, and Ibrahim is forward. Yep, just got to wear the bowlers down, wear the ball down. Try and encourage the captain to spread the field with the odd boundary, and then that in theory should make it easier to get your 1s and 2s, but Sussex have to work hard for that. You do have to earn your runs in Championship cricket. You have to earn the right to then play more expansively when you're in. As Harris comes in now and bowls to Ibrahim, who does drive out into the offside. He's going to pick up a single. Carlson comes round to pick up at mid-off, and Ibrahim will go to 5, and Carter on 10 at the end of the over, the 39th over of the innings, the 17th of the day, and Sussex are 86 for 4.
This has worked out well for Glamorgan, because they basically, as I say, got just the 4 front line bowlers here, and if Swepson and Harris can bowl tight lines, nip the odd wicket, that can give plenty of time for McElroy and Van der Gooten to relax and keep themselves for possibly a burst before lunch, or keep them until after. Swepson will come in to bowl, and he's had 10 overs, 0 for 18, which is ideal, really. Okay, he hasn't taken the wicket, but he's been very economical. He's bowling to Ibrahim now, and bowls to him, and the batsman comes forward. 2 slips and a short leg. Should not the slips be wearing helmets? Isn't there a distance you must wear helmets close to the wicket? I'm not absolutely sure. Next ball is driven back to the bowler. No run.
Bowled very tightly, hasn't he? As you mentioned, just those couple of boundaries from him. If you take those out of the equation, he's bowled 10 overs for
10 runs.
For 10 runs, yeah.
Here comes Swepson from that far end again, tosses it up. Oh, and Ibrahim went back to that. If you don't know exactly what the ball is doing, you have to be very careful and confident of your own ability to play back to a leg spinner. Rushing through is over. Swepson In bowls, tosses this up, and again it's just prodded forward. Rushing through this over. Good for us tonight. 2 balls left, no runs of this over. In he comes again, the leg spinner, and bowls. Oh, he's gone for the cut there. Bevan goes flying at first slip, probably waiting the ball to come to him of a slash, and Cook drops it, and the ball is missed. No run after all that. Here's the last ball of the over from Mitchell Swepson, and it's pushed away. Carter thinks of a run. He's sent back by his partner. Maiden over, 86 for 4. So 21 runs in an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, Ibrahim very watchful in that over, and the 2 batters are conversing. A little punch of the gloves. Be interesting to know what is being said out there.
Keep on going as you are.
Yeah,
I would have thought.
it's hard work, though, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong; they're professionals being paid for this, but it is hard work for the. Oh, Harris was going to come in, and now Carter wasn't quite ready. Harris now comes in up to the wicket and he bowls, and that one again is a little inside edge this time from Carter. He's going to get a single from it though.
Is Ollie Carter, I don't remember getting 100 last year, is he an aggressive player by nature, a shot player, or is he a digger in and then accumulates?
He'd like to be a shot player. I think I think this is, not quite horses for courses, but it is. You've got to put your shots away. I'm not even sure Bazball would necessarily be appropriate at this point in time. I think as we see Harris come in off a long run and bowls, and played out defensively into the onside from Ibrahim this time, who is 5 not out. Yeah, I think both of these players would like to get on with it, but they are, Carter can certainly accumulate. Don't worry about that, and he's 11 from 51, Ibrahim 5 from 23. They'll know they've got a job to do for their team.
Exactly.
And their job is to try and erode and eat into the Glamorgan total, as this one is gone up a little bit on Harris from a length, and Ibrahim having to. Let's have a look here. He came sort of down the. I mentioned Bazball. He did take a stride forward to the bowler, and
wasn't exactly Bazball.
No, but he sort of went to take a stride or two forward, and then whether Harris knew it was coming, I don't know, and dropped his length, but it got up on him as a result. Nothing doing. As Harris now comes up to the wicket and bowls. That one's shorter as well, and Ibrahim pulled out of the way just in time. Thought about pulling it for a moment, but it was too high. But nice little bit of bounce and carry from James Harris. We haven't seen, as Glamorgan have been nagging on a length and right lines and everything else, we haven't seen too much overt aggression, and that one just keeping the batters on their toes, which you do have to do it on occasion. You have to make sure they know that they can't just plant their front foot forward to everything. They've got to think about being on the back foot as Ibrahim faces up to Harris now, and he almost thought he was going to chop on for a moment there. He went back,
Where's this?
played it into the offside.
I've seen Andrew has a streaky 4, that again, and another delivery. It makes you wonder if his bat is coming up from third man, or he's not coming back, where it should be, about first or second slip, and coming through the ball. Is he perhaps something in his technique? I'm sure the batting coach will might spot something here.
Harris comes into bowl to Ibrahim, who is forward, playing that up to mid-on. It does seem to be those back foot shots, doesn't it? And I just wonder whether, I mentioned earlier, he hasn't quite found his rhythm. It's certainly not necessarily sure it's variable bounce on this pitch, but I do think the pitch is, the balls aren't coming through at the same rate
it's
each
definitely,
time.
I think we saw it yesterday, and we were questioning it, whether it is too paced or keeping low or whatever. And it seems to me there is, and I don't think it'll get much better. And both sides will have to dig hard for runs.
And it's going to be a case. Therefore, I mean, you sort of predicted it yesterday as well, Ed, that yes, 242 is below par, but you talked about 280 being reasonable, and it may be that 242 looks quite good at the end of the Sussex innings.
Yeah. Swepson is continuing his accurate spell here, and he's bowling to Carter, who is not out 11. And here's the first ball of the over, and brings him forward. And Andrew Salter, who hasn't had much to do all morning, trots in from cover.
He was very busy at the start of the Sussex innings yesterday. It was it was a ball magnet. It was every shot was finding him. Sussex the openers tried a couple of cuts away off pace bowlers, and it just found him perfectly.
Here's the next ball, and he plays that up towards mid-on. They're not comfortable, are they, against Swepson, because they haven't seen him play before. Obviously, it's difficult when you see an Australian test leg spinner coming at you. Here he is again from that far end and bowls. And he's decided, no, right, I've had enough of this. And
that
goes down the pitch and hits him for 6 over mid-off, and that surprised us all.
Well, I did it in the previous over, didn't I? I said, he's just being very watchful, Ollie Carter, and then he swept Swepson for 4. And now we've talked about the fact they're not very comfortable, and they're still looking for the ball actually in the behind the short stand on the half end.
That shot, it was a good shot. It was played over mid-off. Will not concern Swepson too much, I don't think.
No.
And I'm pretty certain he's not going to tell mid-off go back on the boundary. But
no, unlike Sussex yesterday, when they seemed to follow when Van der Hugten was finding the boundary a couple of times, they seemed to move fielders around following the ball, which I'm never a huge fan of.
No, and it rarely works, doesn't it? Where's that ball gone?
Oh, they found it, I think. Yes, they've got it. Quite what the condition it'll be in now, I've got no idea. Well timed, skip down the pitch.
Very brave, I thought.
Yeah,
very
especially
brave.
given, as you say, they've been tied down by Swepson, and of course Billy Root fell the first time he tried to leave his crease yesterday.
Carter then moves on to 17, and here Swepson comes in, bowls to him again. This time he cuts and goes straight to Salter.
That was a canny spinner's response, wasn't it? Flatter,
quicker.
faster. Hit that for 6, go on. Dare you.
There he is again, Swepson, having been struck for 6 by Carter. And Carter this time goes back and plays it wide of cover's left hand, and they take a single. 7 off the over.
What's interesting there is he cut it away, and there's a boundary rider out on that boundary just for that shot. But they ran it very hard. I think they were possibly hoping they might get a 2 on a fumble or something. But that was one of those typical county match, jog through for a single. Well, they didn't. They scampered. So I wonder if they thought in this position that any run is going to be taken.
There's lots of changes in the field for Ibrahim, which is interesting, as he waits now for Swepson to come to him down the leg side. Cook took the bails off in a flash, but no problem for Ibrahim. All sorts of changes. 2 slips, short leg and bat pad come in. Whether they think that Ibrahim is not playing Swepson so confidently now as Carter is, but it's a thinking game, isn't it, cricket?
Absolutely.
Thinking all the time. 94 for 4, 18 to Carter, who is striking. Ibrahim is not out 5.
And of course they have so much more access to video analysis of how players play certain types of deliveries, where their dismissals come from, much more than say 20, 30 years ago, when you would just sort of study scorecards or have a feeling that someone's not so good on
you've got to wait for the day then until you bowl at him to find out where his strengths and weaknesses are.
And by then he might have hit 50. James Harris is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and that one is short of a length, and Carter plays that off the back foot into the leg side again. The only one there, but they scampered very quickly just in case.
Yeah, good running because it could be a missed field or whatever.
But it was definitely not quite a walk-through single, but it was a jog-through, but they absolutely scampered that. So I think they've made a decision, perhaps that was part of the conversation they had earlier, that if we're going to run one, we're going to run one hard and then see what happens.
Quite rightly.
Harris, off a long run, comes in and bowls, and there he's struck on the pad, big appeal, and he's given.
Gone, yes.
So that's the end of Dan Ibrahim for 5. It was an uncertain innings.
He was on the front foot, but I think
And James Harris, picks up his second wicket, and Sussex 95 for 5 are in all sorts of trouble at Sophia Gardens.
Yes, and just having a look at this, James Harris bowling wicket to wicket here.
Plum. That's
you can walk
missing leg and hitting middle halfway up.
Dan Ibrahim was LBW to James Harris for 5.
Do you know what? I think I might have been able to give that from here, and I'm halfway up in the sky and 100 yards away.
Yeah, he never looked at ease, did he, Ibrahim? And he walks rather disconcertingly back towards this long track to the pavilion. And Glamorgan yesterday lost their 5th wicket at 101, and this is 95. So they badly need a partnership with Sussex here.
They need a Billy Root to anchor the thing. They need a Billy Root to stick and to anchor it. And
the problem also, Andrew, is that they're not scoring. What was it, 65? So 30 runs, and coming up to nearly an hour and a half.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously that's credit to the Glamorgan bowlers with their accuracy and everything else.
Coming back to for Sussex is
Finn Hudson-Prentice walks out to the crease.
Where does Harrison Ward bat then? Because he opens, isn't he?
He's playing?
He's not playing?
No.
Nobody's changed my scorecard and advised me. Andrew came in, nobody's... right.
Yeah, they're unchanged from the last championship game, but Harrison Ward's name snuck onto the scorecard that we have had printed for us. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the next man in for Sussex at number 7, and you have to say, when they woke up this morning, they would not have been expecting this. 65 for 1 they were overnight, so they've added 30 runs for the loss of 4 wickets in 22 and a half overs.
And I don't think I've seen James Harris bowl so well as this, certainly all season, or perhaps he did take 5 at Lords at the end of last season, but he's bowling beautifully. And he's bowling that probe-in length at an awkward pace. He's not quick by any means, but he rarely does bowl a lot of loose balls, nothing much this morning.
Harris 2 for 21 in this innings so far, comes in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice correct in defence, plays it up towards Carlson at mid-off, no run. 12:25 local time in Cardiff. Hello to you wherever you are in the world listening to this, from Cardiff to Chichester or anywhere around the globe.
Oh, that beautiful ground at Arundel where we went a few years ago.
Absolutely, that's a wonderful venue as Harris comes in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice chops that down towards the vacant third man region. They're going to get 2 as both slips come and chase the ball down. Hudson-Prentice off the mark. Sussex 97 for 5, still trailing by 145 runs, and when you look at it like that, that's a
lot of runs, isn't it?
It's a lot to get, isn't it? Glamorgan with their first bowling bonus point, but they'll be looking at a lot more if they can continue to chip away. James Harris 2 for 23 comes in now, and he's up to the wicket and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice defends.
Tall man can get... Ibrahim is a small man, and the advantage for Hudson-Prentice is, of course, you can get a good stride in and try and nullify any chance of spin or seam.
Do you think this is just a change of mindset or a change of approach from Glamorgan this morning, that they've bowled tighter lines and better lengths than they did yesterday? Where do you think the difference has been? Well, I'll come on to that after Harris has bowled the last ball of this over, and it's played defensively by Hudson Prentice. So yeah, where's the difference been from last night to this morning?
Probably the coaching staff have had a word and said, look, if you can put this ball in the right place, as we saw, of course, we must say that the Sussex seam attack bowled very well yesterday. Try and emulate them, and you will be rewarded, because there's no doubt this pitch is helping the seamers. We've seen movement yesterday, we've seen movement today, and I think that's how it will go on. Plus the added bonus, of course, Andrew, that you've got Swepson there, an unknown to these basically young batsmen, and he has kept things going one end and just not giving many runs away at all. And the seamers are profiting this end. And if it goes on like this, you see, you'll have the two opening bowlers, McElroy and Van de Gooten, fresh after lunch. Swepson to continue then. Comes in and bowls to Carter. Carter is forward. Still the two slips to Carter. No short leg. Mid-off hasn't really gone back a yard or so, as if to say, well, if you want to try it again, go on. You're very welcome.
I think he may put that shot away. You never know, but there's got to be a release shot somewhere, though, hasn't there, against the spinner?
Swepson bowls, and this is guided rather than stroked, just pushed out to the captain to extra cover. Kieran Carlson, is it Kieran there? Yes, it is, I think. We must be very, very happy with the proceedings. Swepson bowls short and cut away up towards deep extra.
Yeah, that's the two. They're the two release shots, aren't they? I think, unless you want to go over the top of mid-off, that you can cut it square on the offside or play it up through between that gap in between mid-on and mid-wicket. Which, and again, there's another change in the field for this time for Hudson Prentice.
Yes. Now then, I keep on saying these never. Well, none of these have played against Epsom before. But he has got a tall reach now to see what he can do. In comes the bowler. Hudson Prentice goes right forward. Long reach, pushes up to cover.
I shall have to leave you because I've got to do an update for our
Do
Radio
go
Sussex listeners.
Tell your listeners.
And Nick Webb will be back shortly to relieve me, if you pardon the expression.
Yes, and you'll be back after your bulletin. Mid wicket is pushed just a little finer. Swepson coming in from that river end, bowls to Hudson Prentice now, and he goes back and just pushes it away. And the Glamorgan coaching duo of Matthew Maynard and David Harrison doing their pre-lunch stroll. Well, they do lots of strolls. They're just circling the boundary, happy with proceedings, no doubt. Swepson bowls Hudson Prentice, and it's tucked round the corner down towards the fine leg boundary. They'll take the 2 runs, and that's all they'll be happy to take. End of the over. Nick is back. Applause for the 100, which has taken a very long time, from 65 to 100 this morning, and that even I can work that out. 35 runs, but they have lost 4 extra wickets.
In 22 overs bowled this morning for those 35 runs. England women have just lost to Australia by 89 runs as the Aussie spinner Ashley Gardner spun them into the ground at Trent Bridge. 100 for 5 here. Sussex. England bowled out for 178. Danny Wyatt made 54. But Gardner got 7 or 8 wickets. Just waiting for my scorecard to update. As Harris is in to bowl to Carter, and bowls a short ball that Carter plays well. A controlled pull shot out towards mid-wicket, and they will come back for 2 as the throw comes in from Salter on the boundary. Yes, Sussex looking to run positively, even if they're finding it difficult to get the big shots out. 102 for 5. Carter moves on to very laboured 22 as Harris bowls up in the block hole, driven back to the bowler. and there's no run.
I think everybody was surprised when Carter stepped out and struck Swepson over mid-off, over long off for 6. It's not a long, big hit, but the intent was surprising.
Yes. Really only seen a couple of genuine blows to the boundary this morning. 102 for 5. Harris to Carter, who defends out into the offside, no run. So the Aussie spinner Ashley Gardner finished with 8 for 66 in 20 overs.
Did she really?
Quite a match for the spinners, with Sophie Eccleston getting a couple of 5-wicket hauls.
That's what you want, isn't it?
And she bowled 76 overs across the match, did Eccleston.
That's exactly what you want. You have 400 apiece, then the pitch has to take turn.
Harris is in the cloudy skies now. Bowls a short ball that Carter deals with well again. He's swatted that one even harder, out to mid-wicket for 4. So James Harris has tried testing Carter with a few shorter deliveries, and he's responded well. 106 for 5.
Short men play the square cut and the hook very well for some reason. They can get down there under it.
So after Sussex dominated day 1 with the ball, or the first half at least, Glamorgan doing likewise. Harris 2 slips and a leg slip now as he bowls, and Carter turns that one to Andy Gorvin, who's at mid-on, the substitute fielder. Maybe one of the bowlers has snuck off for a change of boots.
Last thing Glamorgan want was one of their main bowlers to go down, because 3 of the batsmen are crocked. 3 of the top order, namely Lloyd, Byron and Ingram.
As Harris bowls down leg side, glanced away by Carter, will pick up the single, turns, looks at the second, but the throw is good from McElroy and keeps them down to 107 for 5. So there's some sort of theory going on there that Harris can be induced to hit a catch on the leg side somewhere, but didn't work in that over. Carter has 26, Hudson Prentice 4. It's 107 for 5, Sussex.
And keeping the over rate going, it's Epson, who takes a couple of minutes, especially when he bowls a maiden. And a lot of cricket left, 73 overs and 2 days in this match, and I suspect there will be a result. I said that up in Durham. Well, I wasn't in Durham, but I said it watching. But lo and behold, Cook and Co. held the fort. Still the 2 slips then, and Carter on 26. Increased confidence one feels in his batting now. Captain and bowler have a word. What are they going to do? Nothing at the moment. I think it's a pretty good field. Nobody out on the boundary on the leg side. Here he is then to bowl his leg breaks and googlies. Steps comes up, bowls. It's nudged back by Carter. How many overs have we had in this innings? 45. Glamorgan faced 71 in theirs. As Swepson comes over the wicket, chipped away, they go for a quick single and they get there in the end, which Glamorgan won't mind. Brings a new batsman, Hudson Prentice, down to face.
I can't get over the approach of Swepson. His first 2 steps are really diffident, aren't they? Shall I have a bowl? Oh, all right then.
Yes, you might as well walk there.
Well, the first couple are almost at a walk, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now he's directing mid-wicket to go round behind square for the top edge.
1, 2, 3, 4, and bowls, and they get a single, quick single. Yes, they had to charge down there. It was safe in the end, but a little stumble. There would have been curtains, but they've got to get runs from somewhere. The score goes to 109 for 5. Smepson bowls. Oh, that's wide outside the off leg stump. And it's diverted there because Tom Bevan ran away. I think it might have hit him and deflected it. Otherwise, it could have gone down for 4 very fine. 0 for 31. As Swepson comes in, bowls again. Dabbed away. Grasps of from close fielders. 110 for 5. 15 runs added to these two. Swepson from the river end where he's bowled unchanged in this spell this morning, and that is pushed up to on. Let's have a look at the time. 22 minutes to lunch, Nick. A little bit of Van der Gooten burst, do you think?
Yeah, I would have thought so, as Glamorgan's main strike bowler, that they'll want to have a little burst from him before lunch and maybe again afterwards. Bad news for Welsh rugby is that Ken Owens is out of the Welsh rugby squad, preparing for the World Cup with a back injury. Sam Parry of the Ospreys has been called up. Wales hoping that Owens might be back at some point.
Oh dear.
But
anyway,
bad news in that Ken Owens is out, as is Josh McLeod, the flanker, and Will Davis-King, the prop forward. So even more changes in Welsh rugby squad. Andrew Rayburn will be replacing Edward Bevan as Edward goes off to assess the luncheon prospects. And Glamorgan, as Edward hinted, have Van der Hoogten back in the attack from this River Taff end.
Do you know where I think it's all gone wrong for Sussex? I'll tell you about it after this delivery.
Van der Hoogten in to Carter, and he's defending on the leg side.
They were doing all right yesterday, all the time that they didn't have their flag flying. But it's there now.
Yeah.
There was an empty flagpole yesterday, but the flag has resumed, and it's it should be at half-mast based on the morning's performance, but it's there.
They've run it up the flagpole, but no one's saluting.
No, it's alongside the Glamorgan and Welsh flags above the dressing room. And I tell you what, that Sussex dressing room will be a bit glum-faced.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Carter plays on the leg side, although he's looking to play towards mid-off. McAndrew and Carson to come have both got decent averages this season.
Well, they're going to need to bat well, and Shipley's been scored some runs on debut as well against against Worcestershire. So there's some batting to come, but there's also a lot of runs to be made.
Van der Hoogten into Carter on the back foot, defends to mid-off.
Yeah, as Ed was saying earlier, it's Sussex losing wickets and not keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Ollie Carter's doing his best. I suppose you can only put really in conditions like this, and with you can only really put the bad ball away, and there's been very few of those to capitalise on. Yesterday we saw balls down the leg side, didn't we, on the hips, which Clark and Allsop were able to work away.
Van der Hoogten bowls, turned away on the offside by Carter. No run.
But it's been a completely different story this morning. And I asked Ed the same question, but I'll ask you too. What do you think has been the main difference between the Glamorgan's bowling yesterday evening and this morning?
Bowled a bit straighter, haven't they, really?
It's just a change of lines and lengths and
wicket to wicket stuff.
Yeah, as Ed says, that there's probably been a discussion yesterday evening and this morning to say, look, we've seen what can happen when you get the ball in the right area.
In comes Van der Hoogten to bowl, turned on the offside by Carter. Ball dribbling towards Carlson at wide mid-off. And there's no run. The pitch ball doesn't appear to be coming onto the bat very well, and therefore it's not leaving the bat very well.
Yeah, you'd say the outfield, you get full value for your shots, you can get fours, but the timing is the issue at the moment.
Next delivery from Van der Hoogten is blocked by Carter. Up to mid-on, there is no run. Van der Hoogten now 14 overs, 2 for 24. Swepson, 14 overs, 0 for 31. Economical for a leg spinner in particular, but not yet rewarded with his first Glamorgan wicket.
That may well come if Sussex decide they have to attack him later. Well, as you can probably hear in the background, Zain Ul Hassan is going to replace Swepson. Swepson 14 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 31. And Ul Hassan, who, do you say without a championship wicket?
Yeah, Ul Hassan without 0 for 122, been brought in largely as a stand-in opening bat. But second team, he's mostly been batting 5, 6 and quite often opening the bowling. So he's not lightning pace by any means, but pretty steady as seam bowlers go from what we've seen so far.
And not the tallest of men either, don't think, but
no, his medium pace looked to bowl wicket to wicket.
Well, that's going to be what troubles batters on this pitch, isn't it? That's the thing. Australia's women won the Test match at Trent Bridge. Sussex losing wickets as well this morning. And those flags are really fluttering. Again, the wind getting up now. Ul Hassan is ready to come in and bowl. And he bowls to Hudson Prentice, who guides that down towards the third man boundary. It won't go for 4, I don't think. No, it's just hauled in. And they're going to pick up 3 off Ul Hassan's first delivery. Cook standing up to him, and Hudson Prentice gets up the other end with 3 runs, 3 very welcome runs for Sussex. I think there's been only 2 or 3 boundaries, if that, this morning. Might only be 2.
There's
the inside edge off
3.
Ibrahim.
Wasn't there?
On a 6, I suppose. Yeah.
Wasn't there swept 4 somewhere? Or maybe
there was. Yeah, there was. Collie Carter swept Swepson.
Say that after a couple of beers.
See, Ul Hassan comes in and bowls, and that's played out into the point region by Carter for no run. Yes, so that might be 2 4s and a 6 this morning.
Yeah, I can't think of any others.
Sussex haven't added 50 runs yet. They've added 48 to their overnight total for the loss of 4 wickets. As Ul Hassan comes in and bowls, Carter covers up, no run. Yes, it's definitely been Glamorgan's morning. Whatever happens now, even if Carter and Hudson Prentice were to go on a charge, it will be Glamorgan's morning. You'd probably say that Sussex won the morning and the evening yesterday with a sort of a shared afternoon session. So it was important for Glamorgan to fight their way back this morning, and they have done, with Ul Hassan now coming in to bowl as on the pads, and Carter turns it round, but there's no chance for a single, with Northeast running round to collect the ball from mid-wicket.
Tamal Mills has apparently signed up for the inaugural edition of the Zim Afro T20 League, which is being played between the 20th and 29th of July, it's reported.
Yes, well, of course, he's a T20 only player now, so he could be a franchise player for whomever he likes, and can earn a fair bob, I imagine, out of that. But as Ul Hassan comes in and bowls to Carter, Carter does get a single through square leg this time, and sort of between square leg and mid-wicket, and gets a single, so he moves on to 29, and Sussex are 114 for 5.
Yes, Tamal Mills will be a Bulawayo Brave for the back half of July.
There's all sorts of things, isn't there? Caribbean Premier League and Pakistani Super League, as Ul Hassan comes in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice. defends.
Other players involved include Tom Banton of the Joburg Buffaloes and Owen Morgan, who I guess can do what he likes these days. So 114 for 5, a partnership of 19 for this 6th wicket as Carter and Hudson Prentice look to stabilise the ship before lunch.
It's looking like Ollie Carter's going to have to play that Billy Root role, isn't he? He's going to have to be the one that holds it together and builds partnerships, but Hudson Prentice needs to play the Van der Hoogten role as an all-rounder who can hit a few boundaries.
Van der Hoogten is into Carter, and he's defending that one back down the wicket. Just 2 slips. Mid-wicket, Al Hassan is in fairly tight. Apart from that, mid-on, mid-off, cover points, all saving singles, square leg back on the ropes, fine leg back.
Yeah, it's a field to bowl wicket to wicket too, isn't it? It's the second slip, if you like, is there as a token gesture almost, because it's going to be stump to stump.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Carter plays that on the leg side to Al Hassan, and there's no run. So, how many overs have we had today? 20. This is the 27th of the day. So
yes.
Glamorgan will be around about the 30 mark, which will be about right, with time taken off for the 4 wickets that have fallen. The umpires use their discretions here because it's quite a long way out to the middle. Van der Hoogten bowls slapped through the offside by Carter. Bit of width from Van der Hoogten, and Carter seized onto it and slapped it through the covers for 4.
Yeah, and of course yesterday morning there were wickets, but there was also, we lost a few minutes to for Carlson to have some treatment, so Sussex lost probably an over or so yesterday. I think we might have bowled 29 in the morning, maybe. I can't remember now.
Yeah, it was a little bit short because of the injury, as you say. But bowling rates in this game with Carson and Coles and Swepson, plenty of spin we've seen. Van der Hoogten to Carter on 33, plays defensively to mid-on, 118 for 5. Carter looked a bit jittery early on, but he seems to have settled well to his task now.
33 from 83.
Yeah, he's very slow to start and looked a little bit nervous on the back foot, but you get the feeling that he's getting the pace, the feel of the wicket. And Van der Hoogten's going to have to produce something special to dislodge him. Here he comes, and on leg stump, turned away on the leg side for a single by Carter. Al Hassan fields near the umpire. 119 for 5. Carter 34. Hudson Prentice is 8. Batting to come, McAndrew, Carson, Shipley and Carvelas.
Yeah, Carter does like a scrap. He likes to dig in, and he will then play his shots once he can do, but he's someone who will relish this, I reckon.
Van der Hoogten, has he shortened his run slightly? Is in to bowl, and Hudson Prentice plays it back to him. Van der Hoogten lobs it back at one of the other fielders because it is the end of the over. 49 have been bowled in the innings, 69 remain in the day, and Sussex just trying to limit the damage in this first session, which has been Glamorgan's, and unless the 6 is coming off and over, it will be Glamorgan's session.
Even then, I think you'd give the morning to them. It's Ollie Carter made a half-century as well against Worcestershire last time out, so he'll be looking to match that and go further if he can do. He's facing up now on 34 against Al Hassan. Comes in and bowls, and Carter plays that into the leg side, no run. 119 for 5. Sussex lost 4 wickets for 54 runs this morning.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, it was a really quiet start to the morning with 30 balls before a run was scored and an hour before a boundary was scored.
Yes, as Al Hassan comes in and bowls again to Carter, who's back and plays defensively. Good tight lines again from the Glamorgan bowlers. So in Al Hassan, yet to claim a championship wicket. He would love one. Just get nip one out before lunch, especially if it's Ollie Carter. That would put Glamorgan well on top in this match. Al Hassan up to wicket now and bowls, and Carter's back and defends.
Interesting to have a silly mid-on the drive, which has now been sent a bit squarer as I speak. 2 shortish mid-wickets.
Ollie Carter averaging, on a live average, including this knock, averaging 47, just under 48 for the season. Carter drives, collected by skipper Carlson, and no run there. The other end, Finn Hudson-Prentice, averaging 37 for the season. Made 3 half-centuries this season. Al Hassan comes in and bowls to Carter, who covers up, and there's no run. Carter 350s and 100, so there's batting in this. Shipley made 69 runs in his debut across 2 innings. 41 and 28 not out. As Al Hassan comes in and bowls to Carter, who goes back, and there's no run, so a tidy little over from Al Hassan on that occasion, a maiden. And he will no doubt bowl the last before lunch. We'll get a couple in.
Yes, it's oh, hello. It's going to be a bit of Andrew Salter for the first time in the innings.
Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Andrew Salter.
So Salter's off spin given a chance to, which will make sure there will be an extra over before lunch. Which way is he going to come?
How many overs do we have in that Van der Hoogten spell?
It wasn't that many, was
No.
it? It was a fairly short spell. But best not to kill the golden goose. Van der Hoogten taking his wickets tally for the season to 33. 119 for 5. Salter, who's been used primarily as an opening bat in 3 out of the 4 games in which he's played this season, floats one up and is driven to mid-on by Hudson-Prentice.
Yeah, just a couple of overs for Van der Hoogten for the loss of 5 runs. So
very short spell indeed. Salter bowls, and that's worked away just wide of slip off an angled bat by Hudson-Prentice. They'll take just the single as the ball runs down towards third man. 120 for 5 Sussex, so almost halfway to the Glamorgan total of 242 all out, with half their wickets down. Glamorgan will need to keep the pressure on in the afternoon because Hudson-Prentice is growing into his task, partnering the obdurate Carter, who's only broken out of his defensive mode on a couple of occasions.
yeah, it's almost like you'd fancy in a weird way lunch would Sussex wouldn't want lunch to come because they don't have to reset again after it, and that could be difficult.
Salter bowls, back on his stumps goes Carter to defend.
Slightly odd position he ended up in. He was sort of squared up by a ball that came nowhere near him. He sort of ended up with his back leg facing square leg.
Salter bowls, driven back past him, but will be cut off by Hassan at mid-on. Pass to Van der Hoogten at mid-off to do a bit of polishing work. So the skipper, the skipper is on the field. Cuton Carlson was worried about him after his hand injury at Hove. Salter bowls, forward comes Carter. No run, just a single off the Salter over. Maybe a good time to get him into the action, to give him a confidence building over when the batters aren't going to be coming after him. And this will be the last we see before lunch.
Tell you what, if we had Swepson or Jack Carson bowling, we'd probably get another couple in.
Yeah, Hassan.
He'll make sure this is the final.
Make sure
over,
this is the final one.
They'll all be happy to get off, I think, and tuck into their lunch. Hassan is got the ball in hand now. Cook, the wicket-keeper, is up to the stumps. Hassan comes bustling in now and bowls, and Finn Hudson-Prentice is fully behind that. There's some good anguished noises from the close-in fielders. You always love that when there's a wicket-keeper's up. They lead the chorus normally, don't they? Put the pressure on the batter and make him think, hang on a minute, was there any demons there? Got to shut out the noise, haven't you, when you're at the crease? You've got to just let things happen around you. As Hassan comes in now and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is back to push that up towards mid-on. There's no run. And we actually see Hudson-Prentice wander away in the direction of the square leg umpire and then wander back. Mike Atherton used to go a long way between deliveries. He used to go out to virtually to square leg and come back. That was his way of clearing the head. Lots of batters do it, of course, but in comes Hassan and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice squirts out towards backward point for no run. Other batters, of course, like to engage with all the banter that goes on around the. I think someone like Johnny Bairstow likes to get involved and return anything, just to make it look like you're confident, even if you're not. As Hassan comes in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice defends again up to mid-on. There is a definite holding pattern about this over, which suggests that everybody is happy to, as if it will bowl another 2 balls and pretend it never existed. I think this over and get everybody up. We could have gone to lunch 2 minutes ago. Certainly I would be amazed if Hudson-Prentice comes down the pitch to whack him over his head in the next 2 balls. As Hassan comes in and bowls, and again defensively solid. Missed time to mid-off. Ollie Carter might as well be in the canteen already, I think, because he won't be required to run, I don't suppose. It's like the final ball of the World Cup final when Mark Wood came out to bat, or the final ball of England's innings, and he said he only came out to run. He said, well, I've got my pads and my box on. There's no point. Hassan comes in and bowls. Final ball of the morning session, defended by Hudson-Prentice, and Glamorgan will go into lunch delighted with their morning's work. They have chipped away at Sussex just as Sussex did so to them yesterday, and there was a very similar situation. Sussex are 120 for 5, having begun the day on 65 for 1. So yes, runs have been hard to come by. It's 55 runs and 4 wickets in that morning session. Attritional, you would say, but it's exactly what Glamorgan needed.
It has been an interesting morning's watch, certainly. Glamorgan have had Sussex contained for most of it. Ollie Carter has been judicious, playing just the occasional attacking shot and defending well. And Sussex are just under halfway to Glamorgan's 242. They are 120 for 5, and commentary will resume at 1:40 here on BBC Sport Online.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place in the LV Insurance County Championship. We'll start once again at the Ageas Bowl, where Hampshire is still batting against Middlesex. At lunch, Hampshire 383 for 7. At Taunton, Nottinghamshire were dismissed by Somerset for 186. Batting for a second time at lunch, Somerset are now 43 for 2, so Somerset lead by 20 runs with 8 second innings wickets remaining. At Northampton, Kent at 264 for 1. They're leading Northamptonshire by 27 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire still batting against Gloucestershire. Yorkshire at 531 for 8. At Chelmsford, Warwickshire at 28 for 2 at lunch. That's after dismissing Essex for 457. At New Road, Derbyshire at lunch are 164 for 3, trailing Worcestershire by 73 runs. At Grace Road, Leicestershire are 41 without loss in their first innings. That's after Durham declared on 517 for 6. And in the other game at the Kia Oval, Surrey are 215 for 7, trailing Lancashire by 59 runs. We're delighted to welcome onto the outfield staff and pupils from T. Cowan at Whitchurch High School. They're going to be giving us a display of their quick cricketing skills during the lunch interval. And a reminder that you're very welcome to also go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval, and later on the tea interval as well. But once again, if you are venturing onto the outfield, we ask you not to take any food or drink into the middle with you. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. You can also obtain the yearbook if you visit the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock this evening. And as always, the club shop is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And in addition to the usual selection of snacks and sandwiches, you can now choose from a selection of pasties and jacket potatoes with a variety of tasty toppings. Food and drink can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Howell stand, and snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It will be open, in fact, until the end of the tea interval. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and amongst the many displays in the museum is one celebrating the long-standing friendship between Don Bradman, the Australian batting maestro, and Doug Davis, a club cricketer from here in South Wales, who for over 40 years was a pen pal with the great Don. There's also a special display celebrating the 75th anniversary of Glamorgan winning the county championship title for the first ever time back in 1948. There's also another display celebrating the achievements of Welsh schoolgirl Sophia Gardens, who played last year for the Western Storm, the Oval Invincibles, and in the winter played for the England under-19 team in the World Cup in South Africa. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan Cricket, we are dedicated to raising the game, and you can report any issue or concern in confidence by alerting your nearest steward. Thank you very much, Diolch yn fawr iawn, for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this second session of the second day between Glamorgan and Sussex, with the match interestingly poised. Sussex battling away, having had a torrid morning at 120 for 5. Just 55 runs came for the addition for the loss of 4 wickets in the morning session, during which we had 30 overs bowled, and not very often in county cricket, Andrew, that you get a scoring rate of less than 2 and over for a session.
No, and certainly yesterday morning the Durham batsmen, I think, had scored 150 or something in their morning session, something ridiculous like that. So that's the contrasts that you can get in this game, and that's why we love it so much. You can get attritional sessions like we had this morning, or you can get some crash bang wallop to the boundary as well. All depends on the bowling, the conditions, the positivity of the batters. There's so many variables, and that's what we've had today. I mean, certainly if Glamorgan hadn't taken a couple of wickets fewer, then we would have been perhaps slightly subdued by it. But as it was a fascinating morning session with Glamorgan bowling so well, bowling so tightly. I mean, obviously, I've only been here for 2 days. How would you rate that Glamorgan bowling in terms of the season so far in 4-day cricket?
Yeah, certainly it's been as accurate as they have managed, really, in the course of the season. Van der Hoogten's been consistent, but McElroy and Harris finding some good lines as well. And I've been sceptical about the signing of Swepson, not on his quality, but thought an extra seamer would be a better choice. But he's provided some interesting questions for the Sussex batters who've managed to keep him out so far, as as Harris begins the afternoon session with a ball that Carter drives at, but hits it to mid-off, and there is no run. 120 for 5. The weather now largely overcast. The cloud is fairly high, but whether it's the pitch or the ball doesn't seem to have been coming onto the bat particularly well, and therefore aggressive shots have been needed to get it away, and we haven't seen many of them. Harris into bowl, turned off his legs by Carter for the first run of the afternoon, and it will be singular run as the throw comes in from backwards square. 121 for 5 now, exactly halfway to the Glamorgan total, with exactly half the wickets in hand.
Yeah, it sounds even Stevens when you put it like that, but of course the top order needed to do a little bit more than they have done. So and Glamorgan's middle and lower order had a bit of a dart, didn't they? So Billy Root held it together. Ollie Carter's got to have to do the same sort of job for Sussex.
No wicket for nearly 10 overs now as Harris bowls, and there's a little too much width there for Harris, but Hudson Prentice finds the fielder at cover.
Yeah, that's frustrating from a Sussex point of view. He got a lot into that, Hudson Prentice, but yeah, straight to Billy Root, and those are the sort of shots as a batter you want to pierce the field, don't you? Because you feel like you've earned it, but you've still got to find those gaps. And there's a big ring of fielders around the bat in that sort of circle.
5 saving the single. In fact, mid-wicket's crouching now in a catching position as Hudson Prentice drives that one to Carlson at mid-off, and there is no run. 121 for 5. Man out today. Allsop first to go. Bowled Van der Hoogten for 27. Clark, LBW, McElroy for 32. Coles caught Bevan, bowled Harris for 6. Ibrahim leg before to Harris for 5. That was 95 for 5, so a mini recovery since then. Last wicket fell in the 43rd over, as that's a bad delivery from Harris forces Hudson Prentice onto the back foot, and he defends it back down the pitch. Batting to come, McAndrew, Carson, Shipley and Carvelis.
Yep, still some batting to come, some lower order belligerents to come. They're going to need every run they can get in what is likely to be a relatively low scoring match.
Harris bowls and Hudson Prentice on the drive, not quite timing it again. Back to the bowler, so just the single off the first over. After lunch, 121 for 5, plays 2-4-2.
Billy Root must be feeling relatively smug about now, mustn't he? Because things looked so easy for him yesterday. And he's the only batter who's looked, impenetrable and he made everything look so easy, and of course it was perhaps a slightly injudicious shot that caused his downfall. So if he'd have put that shot away, he might have gone on to make more.
Yeah, I did ask him why he did that, and he said, I just wanted to move the fielder, one of the close fielders presumably, but that's why you stick close fielders in to get in the batsman's mind.
And very similar to his brother's shot in the Test match. But, we are going to see McElroy from the River Taff end. He's just going through his warm-up motions at the moment. So, yeah, Carter 35 not out. He's going to have to be the anchor, isn't he? I know I keep saying that, but he's going to have to be the man who knits it together.
Interesting to see Bevan is closer at a sort of third slip with a helmet on.
As McElroy comes in round the wicket and bowls, and played back up the pitch by Carter.
Haven't told you much of what's going elsewhere today. So at Leicestershire 44 for naught, replying to Durham's massive 517 for 6 declared. Ollie Robinson 167 not out. Clark 92.
So Ollie Carter facing up to McElroy. Bowles, and Carter is solid in defence. Yep.
At Worcester, Derbyshire 169 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's 237, with Madsen on 64, Deploy on 62. Glamorgan haven't seen Derbyshire yet this season, I don't think. Strange, since we're into the second half of the season, 8th fixture. Glamorgan yet to play Derbyshire at all, but they've played Durham twice. And now Sussex twice.
Here comes McElroy, bowls and cut away by Carter, but only to find the fielder at backward point.
Yorkshire's first innings of the match, still going at Headingley. They're 534 for 8. Revis is 96 not out. There have been centuries for Bean and Hill.
McElroy turns at his mark. Comes running in now, away and bowls, and just dabbed down into the offside by Carter.
At Chelmsford, Essex piled up 457 all outs. Lawrence 152. Warwickshire in reply 33 for 2. At Southampton, Hampshire 391 for 7 against Middlesex. Grinding along at 3 and over. Dawson made 141 there, Gubbins 120.
McElroy in again and bowls to Carter. Covers up, no run. Of course, Dan Lawrence is off, isn't he, next year?
Joining the City Slickers.
I mean, that's what Surrey need, is more players. That's what I think.
They do produce a lot, to be fair, of their own. But they also accumulate others along the way. But they do need a big squad, because you do get a lot of their players going off to play for England, to be fair.
Perhaps they should stop signing England players then. So in comes McElroy and covers up by Carter, and there's no run. End of that over. 54 have been bowled in the innings thus far, and Sussex are 121 for 5. Carter is 35 not out. Hudson Prentice on 9.
Kent are very much in control at Northampton in Division 1. Northants 237 all outs. Kent in reply 273 for 1, with Tawanda Moyeye on 140 not out and Daniel Bell Drummond on 123 not out. Wow, they're into the third innings of the match at Taunton. There's James Harris is in to bowl to Hudson Prentice, and he plays that one to root at cover, and there is no run. couple of spectators who really need to sit down. BDQ. Right on the corner of the side screen sheeting that is at this Cathedral Road end. There isn't a screen as such. There's a big white tarpaulin over a section of seating. Harris to Hudson Prentice on the defensive this time, plays it to mid-off rather. At Taunton, Somerset 163 all out, Notts 186 all out. Somerset 58 for 2, leading by 35 runs. Matt Henry claiming 6 wickets for Somerset.
That's one of those matches, isn't it, where third innings runs, any good innings is going to be crucial.
Harris into bowl, turned to mid-wicket by Hudson Prentice, no run.
And we may have that same situation here, of course.
Indeed. Finally, on our county scoreboard, Surrey 223 for 8 now in reply to Lancashire's 274 all out. Jackson Curran, Sam Curran with half centuries there. Wickets shared round for Lancashire. In the women's test, if you missed it earlier, Australia won by 89 runs. Harris bowls and Hudson Prentice pushes it to cover. Root is in to prevent any single. Ashley Gardner claimed 8 wickets for Australia, 8 for 66. Danny Wyatt was last out for England for 54, but they were bowled out for 174 to give Australia 4 points.
The person I feel sorry for in all of that is Tammy Beaumont. Double century, first England player to do so, and on the losing side.
As that's pushed into the offside by Hudson Prentice, they think for a half a second about a single and decide against. Sophie Eccleston 10 wickets in the match as well.
So lots of good positive performances from an England perspective, but probably not as many as Australia, and that's where the discrepancy has come about. But they are a very strong side, Australia.
And now they put the whites away for the rest of the year.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? That, but yep, I mean, rated really at Australia women's cricket team as one of the best sports teams in the world.
Harris bowls, a little bit of width. Hudson Prentice finds the fielder again at cover for the 3rd time in the over. 121 for 5. It is a maiden from James Harris, albeit not quite threatening as much as he would have wanted.
Poor old Fid Hudson Prentice, he's had width, and I say poor, he's hit it. The fielder is there for a reason, of course. But yeah, that last one he didn't quite time, but he's connected with a couple of others, and again, straight to Billy Root. So the Glamorgan will keep that man in at cover all day on Hudson Prentice if they have to. But Sussex do need to find the gaps, because they do need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Ed mentioned earlier they were getting bogged down. You're losing wickets and not scoring runs. I know that sounds like an obvious thing to say, but particularly need to keep the scoreboard ticking over as McElroy comes in and bowls to Carter, who tries to play the ball through the leg side, but finds the man at short mid-wicket. And I have to say, Glamorgan's field settings have been very good. They've got that third slip who's sort of closer in under the helmet. They've got a first slip, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, fine leg, and nobody at third man, but don't tell Ed. He may not have noticed. As McElroy comes in round the wicket to the right-handed Carter, and he's caught behind. Ollie Carter goes. Cracking ball from McElroy, his 2nd wicket of the innings. And Ollie Carter, the man who was knitting this together for Sussex, he is the key wicket, and he has to drag himself off. He does not want to go, but he was edged that one. He is gutted.
Ollie Carter was caught
out for 35.
The bowling of Jamie McElroy.
Yes, no doubt about the decision there. It was a palpable deflection as Carter pushed forward, but not quite down the right line. and his long defiance is over. He's gone, as you say, for 35. And Glamorgan, visions of a first innings lead.
Yeah,
he
big deflection that.
3 4s and a 6.
Big deflection that off the bat of Ollie Carter, and he's only just reaching the boundary rope now.
It's a long way, to be fair.
It is a long way, but only the rope. He's not gone further. So that tells you he's walked across 3 or 4 practice pitches. But we've described the wicket, we've given you the score, and told you his vital statistics, and he's barely dragging himself off. He's walking very slowly.
Coming back to for Sussex is Nathan McElroy.
Nathan McAndrew comes out to bat, the Australian who took 4 wickets with the ball. Carter now has just reached the steps of the stand, and he won't be going at 2 steps per pace as the others have done. He's inconsolable. I've not seen someone walk that slowly for a long time.
No, I mean, it isn't really as if he's let himself down in any way. He batted very sensibly, coming in fairly early on this morning when the 3rd wicket fell in the 2nd over of the day, and he's applied himself better than most people in this match, really. There have not been many big scores. Billy Root's 66 is still an outlier at the moment, and Sussex are still only halfway to Glamorgan's total with 6 down now, as the tall figure of McAndrew takes guard.
Yep, so at one end, Finn Hudson-Prentice from Haywards Heath in Sussex, and at the other end, the Aussie Nathan McAndrew from New South Wales. He'll turn 30 in a couple of weeks' time, as we see him face up to McElroy, and he plays that out into the offside. Nathan McAndrew's career in terms of the bat, first class average in 31 matches and 44 innings is 35.
That's useful. That's all-rounder status, isn't it?
And I'll give you his seasonal performance shortly, as we see McElroy now turn and come in and bowl to McAndrew, who clips that away off his hip, but again straight to a fielder. Yes, this is his 5th match of the season, and he's batting at just under that average at 30, just about 32. High score is 65.
Yeah, looking at his career development, interesting sort of stop-start affair. Made his debut over the water in New Zealand for Auckland.
As McElroy comes in and bowls to McAndrew, that's on leg stump, and again played into the leg side. They're targeting the pads of Nathan McAndrew.
Didn't play much for a couple of years after that at first class level before, or senior level, until a breakout Big Bash campaign for Sydney Thunder in 2021, it's described as, in the Who's Who.
Yeah, that's 65 from Nathan McAndrew. Made in his last game against Worcestershire, as he comes in and faces that one and dabs it down into the offside. No run. Excellent wicket maiden from Jamie McElroy. 2 for 25 are his figures, and he is Sussex are 121 for 6 as we near 2 o'clock on an overcast, as you were saying earlier, on an overcast Cardiff afternoon on a Monday. Glamorgan delighted with their day's work thus far.
Indeed, temperature's meant to be around 20-21 Celsius today, but not much sunshine to aid that at the moment. Sunny intervals were promised by the Met Office, and no sign of those at the moment. As McElroy gets an extra round of applause from the supporters near him, as Harris bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays that one to point, and there's no run. And
he didn't quite re-engage his friendship with Billy Root there.
No.
But,
Looks a little bit frustrated at the moment, Hudson Prentice, and that he's striking the ball reasonably well, but straight to fielders most of the time. He remains on 9 off 32 deliveries. Forecast for tomorrow is a bit cloudier. Harris bowls, and Hudson Prentice on the drive misses through to Cook.
Well, I must admit I wouldn't make too many plans for Wednesday at this rate, but in terms of this game, the way this is going, we are almost certain to be into a... Not that I wish to decry the Sussex lower order, but you would expect to be into a third innings by the end of the day. And if Sussex can perform with the ball as in the Glamorgan second innings that they did with the first, who knows?
Harris into bowl, and Hudson Prentice plays again to point. And again, there is no run. It is Swepson who is at point at the moment. The debutant for Glamorgan, the Australian leg spinner. The latest of Glamorgan's signings from Queensland, who include in recent years Labuschagne, Khawaja, Nisa, as Harris bowls on the legs, turned by Hudson Prentice to short mid-wicket. Joe Burns, who played a couple of, I think it was T20 games and then got crocked, so we saw very little of him. Charlie Hemphrey, the Englishman, who had a couple of seasons here after making his first-class cricket breakthrough in Queensland, having gone to Brisbane to work in the airport as a bag handler. Interesting career plan. Harris bowls, and Hudson Prentice slashes at a wide one, gets a bit fed up there, and he's just maybe signs of losing his patience, Hudson Prentice, having hit the field regularly.
That was the same sort of delivery that accounted... who was it for earlier that Harris got first up? Was that Coles, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit wider than the one maybe that got Coles. As Harris into Hudson Prentice, who mistimes a drive on the leg side, looking to play through mid-off. So a Harris maiden, 2 for 30 off 12 for him. It remains 121 for 6. And as in the morning session where we had... 29 dot balls to start with, it's almost the same in the afternoon. We've had one run for 1 wicket in 20 minutes since lunch.
And that was on my stint as well. Maybe it's me, maybe I'm the...
Also Glamorgan's Queensland connections, Callum Taylor, who was born in Newport, actually learnt most of his cricket in Queensland as well.
So McElroy 2 for 25 from 12 overs. 5 of those have been maidens. Morgan bowling extremely tightly. Comes in and bowls to McAndrew, who is defending. So of the 57 overs that we've had, 21 have been maidens. So Sussex's 121 have technically come from 36 of those overs. But it's that build-up of pressure as McElroy comes in round the wicket to the right-handed McAndrew. And it's defended. So yet another dot ball. At the end of this over, there'll be 60 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, Sussex have sort of got themselves bogged down, haven't they?
All day, really.
All day.
They've dug a trench, but they've never really fired any shots out of it. That's been the problem. McElroy comes in, bowls, and McAndrew mistimes a drive up towards mid-off, no run. Yeah, I mean, you know, they've dug to continue the metaphor, they've dug a trench and they've stuck their head above the parapet a couple of times and had their helmets blown off, but they've not really fired back at the opposition. And sometimes you need to do that. I mean, you know, not everything can come back to the England cricket team under Ben Stokes, but you do get the feeling that sometimes just, I know they've got a couple of people out because with it, but sometimes you just think, play some shots and see if they can change the field a bit. But every time, as this one is flicked down towards the square leg, every time they're finding a fielder.
Talk about the Kookaburra ball, and of course some of the bowlers' fears were that there wouldn't be much life in it between after overs 30-ish onwards. It's also proved that the batters need to work harder as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it's not coming on quickly to the bat.
As McAndrew comes in and bowls to McElroy comes in and bowls to McAndrew, gets a run and gets off the mark. Wide of mid-off and a tumbling stop from Ul Hassan, and Sussex 122 for 6. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Kookaburra ball on Australian surfaces with some Australian quicks who have learnt how to bowl fast with it, I can imagine is very useful. But on a slower English surface with English medium pacers, it's very difficult to actually get the ball.
Or even Welsh ones.
Oh, even well, English and Welsh, but you know what I mean. County seamers, and this one's defended. And I would include the Foreign Legion in that, in some of them. But there's that's the end of that over. But yes, English, Welsh, wherever they're from, the county set, if you like, and. You are going to have to play more, perhaps more forcing shots off the back foot to make a difference. There's going to be, you know, punching. You have to punch the ball, cut a lot, and you know your drives are not necessarily going to earn you the runs unless you really lay into them and really time them well. I mean, McElroy's bowling speed's there, mid-70s, and on a slow pitch, you need to be forcing the ball. You need to be forcing the issue. It's just not. This isn't quite how Sussex would have planned this innings.
Well, McElroy and Harris are not going to blast many players out with pace, but they've been pretty accurate so far today, as Harris is in to bowl just back of a length, and McAndrew slightly surprised by it, but has time to rock back and just plonk it down on the leg side defensively.
But we've not seen anybody play. I mean, Sussex's strike, and you know, this is 4-day cricket, and I know what Ed would say if he were here, but Sussex's strike rates are all below 50, and that's got a lot to do with the bowling, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you might have to just let rip occasionally.
Harris bowls and McAndrew blocks. Ian Evans apologises. I've come to the party late. It's all right, Ian, no need to apologise.
Better late than never.
Any news of our injury list? Lloyd hopefully back for the Leicestershire game. And Byram could be some weeks away still. Not sure about Ingram and his Achilles. Wouldn't expect him to be risked this weekend because there's a 6 or 7 day rest after that. Harris bowls, and that's played into the offside by McAndrew. No run.
We're going to do that.
Getting our Max mixed up. So yeah, I think David Lloyd is probably the closest of those out injured at the moment.
Of course, Sussex still without Ali Orr for several weeks with an ankle injury. Steve Finn working his way back to fitness, we're told.
As McAndrew defends again gently to Carlson at mid-off, and there's no run. The game's gone into a bit of a stalemate at the moment, hasn't it?
Yep. And don't get me wrong, 122 for 6 is not a position where, you know, as I say, Sussex batters are trying. It's almost sort of, they don't want to be a person getting out to a poor shot, but the damage has been done, and I do wonder if counter-attack might be the only way now.
As Glamorgan push mid-wicket back to the boundary, Is it going to be a short ball or a double bluff? It's a double bluff. It's one wide outside off stump, and McAndrew flails at it and makes no contact.
And makes no foot movement either. That was very... I mean, I noticed Kevin Peterson has talked about this in the past with, he said feet to the pitch of the ball is a little bit of a misnomer for top quality batters, because they prefer head over the ball and getting their balance in there, because the foot will go with it. But you do sometimes need to move your feet.
Harris to McAndrew, who drives to Carlson at mid-off.
See, there's a good example. His head was over the ball, his feet didn't move, but his head did the balancing for him.
Another maiden over chugs by. We have had 7 overs since lunch, and Sussex are 2 for 1.
Now, normally at this point on Test Match Special, they'd be talking about cakes or something. We've done all the Adrian chat that we can muster. We're sort of a bit in a bit of a no man's land with Adrian, aren't we? Because we're not quite sure what he'll come back with in terms of his stories. From Glastonbury, my colleague Adrian Harms, who has been
living it up
till
the sun goes down.
I don't like calling it Glasto. I'm too old for that. As McElroy comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who defends. I mean, to be honest with you, I could record that last sentence and just play it out every now and then to every 30 seconds. And that would cover most of the rest of the over, I would imagine. I mean, if you look at it from a Sussex perspective, what would you want to be doing right now? Defending for your lives, or do you think they need to start to up the ante a little?
Need to place the attacking shots better, really, don't they?
As McElroy comes in and bowls, and this time there is a shot in anger from Hudson Prentice, whips it out through mid-wicket, and it's been collected by Mitchell Swepson and thrown in, and they take a single. 3 for 1 for the session.
Hudson Prentice has timed a few reasonably, but just needs to maybe think a little bit more about where the fielders are and squeeze the ball between them.
You know, they say about, they call them busy players, don't they? They always talk about it with Joe Root. They say, by the time you look up at the scoreboard, he's suddenly got 40 from nowhere. Well, as McElroy comes in and bowls to McAndrew times that one into the covers, straight to the fielder. Well, Hudson Prentice has got 10, and I'm not entirely sure how he hasn't got more. There's the reverse for him. It feels like he should have at least 20 or 25, but he's only on 10.
Yeah, he's played a reasonable number of attacking shots, but has struck them straight at cover and point on a number of occasions.
McElroy turns into his rhythm, comes in now and bowls. That's on leg stump, turned away by McAndrew. They've definitely got this leg stump, middle and leg stump line for Nathan McAndrew.
And the scoring rate is dropping towards 2 runs and over.
Yep, for the entire innings, which, what was it yesterday? 65 off of 22, wasn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. So they're going 3 early on.
McElroy comes in now and bowls to McAndrew, lets that go outside off stump. Not quite a Steve Smith-esque leave, much more a traditional one. Yes,
we've been entertained by the Labuschagne leave in a handful of championship games.
I bet. He is a mini Steve Smith, isn't
he? Slashing blade. Even if it's not meant to hit the ball, it goes all over the place.
McElroy up to the wicket now, and he bowls to McAndrew, who strokes that into the offside, and guess what? Straight to a fielder. But Glamorgan, to be fair, say they're bowling good lines and they're bowling to their field, and that's what's restricting Sussex. You know, that's not. But sometimes you might have to slash it a few to, even if you then say, right, it's going to go over the slips for 4 or something. But the end of the over anyway, 1 from it. And Hudson Prentice has 10 from 40. So we can all work out his strike rate. And McAndrew has 1 from 19. From 19. 2 from 28 in 20 minutes, this partnership.
Harris into bowl, and Hudson Prentice plays forward defensively into the offside. Just I think you'd have thought that just a tiny little change in the angle of the bat might be able to find a gap between fielders.
Well, there's two slips. There's no gully. There's no third man. That is the area that, I mean, Billy Root scored a few there.
Harris in, and that is pushed into the offside again by Hudson Prentice, and again there's no run.
But some players are happier with the deflecting of the ball, or some players are happy with a drive and things like that. I understand the shots, you've got to play to your own strengths, but and the field is set for those strengths, but it's you've got to try and there is that big vacant gap, and I know that they're scared of deflecting the ball into the wicketkeeper or the slips, but
here's Harris again to Hudson Prentice. Short ball pulled around to square leg. It's just the single.
There's a man out there. What a surprise.
Salter waiting just in case Hudson Prentice decided to go for the big shot targeting the grandstand away to our right. I would say the empty grandstand, but I think there's a couple of staff members, ground staff members in it. Certainly no members of the public. 124 for 6. Harris bowls and McAndrew plays to cover, and Billy Root stoops, doesn't need to move, just bends down and picks the ball up.
It's a sign of a good field placing, isn't it, when the fielder barely needs to move to collect.
So if you want to tweet me, Nick Webb 2017. Steve West says too much on leg stump. I think they're just trying the odd one there for trying to get the batter to hook in the air as McAndrew pulls one along the ground to Salter at square leg, and there's no run. So Harris is looking to get one lofted on the leg side, do you feel?
Yeah, bowled a couple of short balls, haven't they, which both Hudson Prentice and McAndrew have profited for a single each time, but that's a good return.
He hasn't quite got the pace to bounce them out, you don't think, as Harris bowls, and that is played away on the offside by Hudson Prentice. And guess what? Billy Root fields at cover. 125 for 6 after an action-packed over of 2 singles.
We should have been joined by Ed by now, shouldn't we?
Perhaps he's snoozing.
Maybe.
Perhaps he's been...
I'll tell you what, he wouldn't be the only one, based on the last.
Driven to somnolence by the afternoon.
There's a couple of people in the seats below the scoreboard who look like they might have succumbed the very same way.
Yes, they look as though they're sunbathing, don't they? But there's not
no
much sun
sun
around. There we are. We're watching cricket with very few runs.
We've got to discuss
sunbathing with no sun.
But,
oh well, it's pleasant enough.
You're listening to County Championship Cricket on the BBC Sport website and app with Nick Webb and myself. As we see McElroy come in and bowl, and McAndrew drives to the man at short cover, and there's no run. Yes, via BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Sussex, and the position is Sussex 125 for 6, still trailing by 117 after Glamorgan were bowled out for 242, which was deemed to be below par, but it might end up being the highest total of the match based on what we've seen so far. Sussex with 3 bonus points, Glamorgan with 2 currently, and a big slash from McAndrew, which is going to earn a boundary. And there you go, that's releasing the shackles slightly. Well, nicely timed out through point, cover point, between the 2 fielders. And why not? It's a shot that can get you out, obviously, because you can end up nicking it, but most shots that end up in runs can get you out in some form. You've just got to have the bravery and the boldness to play them.
Well, it took an hour in the morning session to get the first boundary. It's only taken 38 minutes in the afternoon.
Ah, well, we're improving. Sussex are upping the ante. Yeah, obviously there's plenty of time in the game, and a lot of the traditionalists will say, yeah, no, this is good cricket, good digging in. As McElroy comes in and bowls, and it's played back up the pitch. The only problem is that, as we've seen, Golly Carter in particular, but you're going to get a ball with your name on it eventually, and that is going to be the issue. If you get bogged down, Ed mentioned it earlier, you can't get bogged down. You've got to rotate the strike, you've got to be putting the bad balls away.
It's strange, isn't it? We heard all this chat about how it was going to be dangerous in the first few overs with the Kookaburra ball, but Sussex got away all right last night, and then they've been bogged down with the older ball.
McElroy 2 for 31 in his 15th over of the innings, comes in and bowls, and that's again targeting the pads of McAndrew. I do think they feel that that's how they're going to get him, certainly with McElroy's line round the wicket, arrow it in, as we saw there with McAndrew cutting the ball away, strong on the offside, so anything round the wicket, it's wide. He's got a good angle to punch away. There is one slip in place as McElroy comes in now round the wicket and bowls and covers up nicely, does McAndrew. Good solid defence, 6 from 26 balls for him, 11 from 44 for Hudson Prentice, so he's keeping up his 25 strike rate. But yeah, it is about playing the conditions, don't get me wrong, but I tell you what, this isn't a minefield, is it? It's not a minefield, it's not hooping round corners. Glamorgan are bowling very, very well. They're bowling good county championship lines and lengths as McElroy comes in and bowls, driven up to mid-off for no run. And Sussex just haven't been able to get the ball off the square too often. 129 for 6. And they are still 113 runs behind.
Yeah, Swepson hasn't been seen for a while, has he?
No, I think
7 overs for 19 he bowled this morning. He's probably due for another spell fairly soon. Salter bowled 1 over for 1 run. Zain Ul Hassan 3 overs, 0 for 4, but it's been very much the rotation of the 3 frontline seamers plus Swepson so far.
Got Van der Hoogten to come back in, of course. He only bowled 2 overs, didn't he, that little spell before lunch, so really he's not bowled a great deal since, what time do you reckon, since midday-ish?
Harris bowls and Hudson Prentice blocks that forward.
Seemed to get up a little bit on him, didn't he? Seemed to be a bit surprised by that.
Galvin, the substitute fielder, is on at cover, wearing 11, which is the number next to Hudson Prentice's name on the scoreboard.
Lovely segue.
129 for 6. Harris bowls dead straight. Hudson Prentice plays it back dead straight. Bowler fields in his follow through.
Do we know who's off the field?
Perhaps it's a change of bowling boots for Van der Hoogten to come back on, I suspect. Oh no, he's at mid-on. He's at mid-on.
Carlson's out there. Hassan's out there.
Harris bowls, driven to wide mid-off, but Carlson scampers across and does the fielding.
It was, of course, where Billy Root was fielding.
There's someone doing exercises just over the boundary.
Oh, yes.
Since they're rocking back and forth on their back, I can't make out who it is. It may be... Is Root going to go into the lid, maybe? Perhaps that's...
Swepson's definitely out there.
Harris runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end, bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays off the back foot to Carlson at mid-off. No run. Kieran Carlson, who plays now with a couple of fingers on his left hand permanently strapped up because he's had so many problems with them. 129 for 6. It was 120 for 5 at lunch, which is nearly 45 minutes past. Harris bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Ul Hassan, and there is no run. So Sussex deficit is still 113 runs. How are they going to get them? Glamorgan with 2 bowling points. Sussex had the maximum 3. Reminder that it's 3, 6 and 9 for wickets for bowling points, and then batting points this season is every 50 from 250 upwards rather than 200 as last season. Outside off stump, a little bit of a tempter from Harris. Hudson Prentice is not tempted.
Yeah, it is Billy Root down there, and he's going to come back onto the field now.
I think that's so the sub-fielder was just to avoid a delay, I presume, while Root got padded and booted and suited.
Which means we're going to see some Mitchell Swepson at some stage, are we?
I presume so. That would seem the logical deduction.
Returning to bowl.
That's going to be Zain Ul Hassan.
Zain Ul Hassan.
So yeah, Root has fielding pads on. That won't be close in particularly for Ul Hassan here.
129 for 6. Yeah, I thought it might be Swepson, the next bowling change.
He's bowled all of his overs from that end, hasn't he? Zain Ul Hassan comes in and bowls, and McAndrew defends. I briefly forgot that was my over then. I'm slightly distracted, of course, by the time, because at past I have to go off and give BBC Radio Sussex listeners the good news.
In Wake Edward up in the process.
Yeah, we need to find Edward Bevan. Ul Hassan turns, and his mark comes in now and bowls, and that's pulled away by McAndrew out to deep backward square for a single.
No, even the fiercely hit shots are finding fielders.
Yeah, that
now.
was well struck from McAndrew, but it went out to the fielder on the rope, and mind you, yeah, it's when you're thirsty, any drop of water will do, won't it? So Hudson Prentice now faces up. He's on 11 from 50 deliveries. And he's facing, and he's managed to guide that down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Good heavens.
A boundary.
His first.
Is that his very first one, is it, at the innings?
Mm-hmm. Off his 51st delivery.
And that was, he had to reach for it a little bit because it moved away slightly from him, and he didn't, again, move his feet a great deal, but he guided it, late cut, whatever you want to call it, down to the third man boundary. And I do think this is Sussex's time to shine, as it were, as Ul Hassan comes in now and bowls, and this time Hudson Prentice defends. 5 runs off this over.
Change the bowling quick. Cook standing up, which gives you an idea of the pace or lack of the surface.
Well, he only conceded 4 runs from his first 3 overs, so he bowled nicely, Ul Hassan, before lunch. He's back into the attack now as he comes in and bowls, and strangled appeal as he hits Hudson Prentice on the pad, but it was well down the leg side. Only 1 or 2 fielders got involved in that appeal.
Yeah, went to the Worcestershire Academy, played just one List A match for Worcestershire before being released, and went round half a dozen second 11s in the last couple of years, as well as the South Asian Cricket Academy. Ul Hassan.
He's in now, he's up to the wicket and bowls, and Hudson Prentice is in behind that and defends. Swepson at square, a deep backward square leg, has been warming up, so it won't be too long before we see the Aussie back into the attack. And Sussex are 134 for 6. I'm going to have to go and do my update, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Nick Webb.
See if you can find a snoring Edward Bevan somewhere. Tell me he's got his pay docked for the day. 134 for 6 as Swepson will operate. First time in the innings from this end? Yeah. Edward was woken up. We've disturbed him from his slumbers. He will take over from Andrew Rayburn as Mitch Swepson will bowl from the Cathedral Road end. Afternoon, Edward. You thought the pace of the cricket might have driven you off to sleep?
No, I've been wide awake. Why? Was I late on duty? I thought it was 2.
50 minutes since lunch.
Oh, there we are then. I'll do an extra 10.
Don't worry.
Swepson to bowl then, and Div at this end as opposed to the other end where he has bowled his previous overs, and he is bowling out to McAndrew. A little bit short, pushes it away on the offside. I must say they've bowled extremely well, haven't they, the Glamorgan attack?
It's the most accurate I've seen them this season, really, in terms of just straight wicket-to-wicket stuff.
Swepson again bowls on the back foot. Goes McAndrew. Probably played against each other out in Australia. 2 Aussies here. Nothing unusual these days, Nick, in county cricket. One Aussie to another. Swepson's in. Bowls and nearly deceives him. He has to jab down rather quickly on that. That's McAndrew. Stubborn little partnership this. They haven't added all that many, but they are staying together. Let's see what a change in the field here. Swepson has a look round, but 40 man of the 45 on the 45 has gone a little bit squarer here. Swepson in, bowls, tosses this one up, and it's driven up to mid-off where Van der Gooten fields. He has bowled 14 overs and 4 balls now, 0 for 31. Good accurate bowling, making the batsman work hard, and you get the impression that McAndrew might just have a little dart here, mid-off and mid-on up, as the next ball is bowled and it's pushed to mid-on. I'm sure that he's itching to have a big hit. He's a big man. He's hit one boundary. It looks as if he can hit a cricket ball a fair distance. They haven't got the runs to do that at the moment, Sussex. Over the wicket he comes, tosses this one wide of the off stump, very wide indeed, and he's annoyed with himself, but nevertheless a maiden over. Score remains on 134 for 6, and this little partnership was put on 13 only.
Yeah, they came together in the 56th over, so 9 overs or thereabouts. 9.4 overs they've been together, and
perhaps I'm just wondering myself why Ul Hussain has come on that end, perhaps not Tim van der Gooten. We haven't seen him since lunch.
No, he only bowled 2 overs in the spell before lunch. Let's hope that he's not nursing some sort of niggle, because he...
I don't think so. He's on the field, isn't he?
He is, yes.
Mid-off, mid-on.
Glamorgan conscious of not flogging him too much, I guess, as Ul Hassan bowls and Hudson Prentice plays to cover, with McElroy fairly deep there, and there's no run. There's in fact 2 men in the covers. One's in a catching position and the other is squarer and just about saving the single most of the time.
Big wicket for them to get Carter out, the top scorer. Perfect left-handed delivery that was from McElroy.
In comes the right-hander Ul Hassan and bowls, and that's edged for 4 by Hudson Prentice. A big swing of the bat, and it flew safely wide of slip and down to third man ropes. 138 for 6, still 104 runs behind, and you can't have a third man on the strength of 1 boundary, Edward.
2. One went down before that as well.
Oh, that was more of a genuine shot though, wasn't it? A little bit squarer.
Morgan had the opportunity of getting a useful lead on this pitch. It's over 100, and with 9-10 Jack to come, they have the chance. Next ball is defended.
Yeah, still batting capability with Carson and Shipley there, both with respectable first-class averages.
2 wickets apiece for the seamers, Van der Gooten, McElroy and Harris. And Ul Hassan doing a filling job here. Not possibly to overbowl the others. This is driven and fielded on the drive there by someone. Northeast wicketkeeper is standing up. Will tell us is not a particularly fast Van der Gooten down at mid-on, deepish mid-on, is doing some stretching exercises. Well, Hassan comes in, bowls down the leg side, is chipped away, but it's partially stopped. They go through for a single. Hudson Prentice, useful little innings here. He's reached 20. Anything offline, he's played authoritatively and defended quite well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get the players' reactions again today on why the scoring rate has been dried up so much, and there was a lot of talk about the bowlers finding it difficult after the ball lost its hardness, whereas the batters are finding it difficult to get it away at the moment.
Well, Hussain bowls McAndrew, and he turns that away up to mid-wicket. So he must be drifting down that way, the medium pace bowler. That's the end of his over, and at the end of it, Sussex have reached 142 for 6. The deficit is 102.
Yeah, there haven't been many big partnerships in this match, have there? 59, I think, was Glamorgan's top one, and 53 for the Sussex second wicket last night in the sunshine, but now on a slightly cloudier day, a little bit of hazy sunshine breaking through.
It's a wind. It's not a chilly wind, obviously, but it's a wind. It's blowing quite fiercely. You can see the trees opposite.
Swepson to McAndrew. Short leg and slip in close attendance. Swepson right arm leg breaks, and his first ball is punched by McAndrew, but sliding stop by Ul Hassan at mid-on, and there is no run. Certainly Glamorgan have signed a couple of leg spinners with idiosyncratic actions this season. As that swept, I think, off the pad, it drifted down leg side slightly, and it's a couple of runs onto the Sussex total. Don't know if there was any bat involved. No, there wasn't. Neil Bainton taps his knee up towards the scorers next to the dressing rooms, away to our left, and they're back for 2 leggies. 142 for 6 now, exactly 100 in arrears. 4 wickets left for Sussex, so could yet be tight on first innings. Swepson bowls, and forward comes McAndrew, defends on the leg side. Looks as though he's in 2 minds about whether to bowl, doesn't he, Swepson?
Very strange, as you say.
Sort of takes a couple of sideways steps as though he's thinking about it. And only runs really the last 3 or so. As
Got him.
He's caught and bowled.
First wicket.
McAndrew drives it back to the bowler. Mitch Swepson has his first wicket for Glamorgan, and Sussex are 142 for 7. And McAndrew's patience is not rewarded, as trying to hit McAndrew straight, I think, through mid-on, provided the bowler with quite a simple return catch, which he held on to gratefully. Sussex 100 runs behind now with just the 3 wickets left.
Yes, gratefully received, and he seems, he's only been here a couple of days, quite popular. Everybody rushed up and tapped his back, congratulated him on his first wicket for Glamorgan. So that bowling change worked, and surely perhaps now we will see Tim van der Gooten, because you've got 7 wickets down, and although they're capable of scoring runs, Van der Gooten is always the pick of the Glamorgan attack, so it'll be interesting to see what change, if any, will be made. So he contributed just the 8 runs, and I suspect this is Jack Carson's tall.
The young batter for Sussex is Jack Carson.
There we are, we've had that confirmed. Mentioned yesterday, Nick, how that ball was holding, and how batsmen, even from the start of the game when Andrew Salter was checking his drives, and it's proved it, and that worked a treat for Shepson, who just held it back a little.
So 1 for 31, and yeah, I mean, I'd still argue that Glamorgan might have done better with a paceman for these middle matches of the championship season, yes. But it looks as though Swepson is going to provide us with some interest and some entertainment while he is here over the next few games.
He'll miss the last 3 games, like all Queenslanders and Australian overseas players do, but he will play in another, how many games? 1, 2, 3 games in this left after this?
In this block, yeah, the mid-season, 3 in July.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan up to 6 overseas players and for the season. And who knows, with maybe another one to come for September.
They'll have to if they want to play in the serious side of it. That's when everything bubbles up, doesn't it?
Here is Swepson to the new man Carson, who's stretching forward to defend back to the bowler. And there's no run. Slip and a short leg are still the infielders. The catching men, Swepson bowls, and Carson stretches forward and defends again back to the bowler. There is the applause for Mitch Swepson's first successful over in Glamorgan colours. 142 for 7 are Sussex, and they trail by exactly 100 still.
Yes, and if they can stick to this now, they will get a sizable lead, but 3 wickets can also add a fair amount. Last 3 wickets, and Carlson is persevering with Ul Hassan. And his figures, what are they, 0 for 15 or 5, perfectly adequate. And he's having a word with his captain and also with Tim van der Gooten, as he prepares now to bowl to Hudson Prentice with no slips or gullies or anyone close. Keeper standing up as he bowls, and he pushes it away onto the offside, and Cook standing up, perhaps the slowness of the pitch, and also just to tell Hudson Prentice, if you bat outside your crease and you miss it, then I might get you out. Hudson Prentice not out 20. In comes the next delivery. Good length ball, pushed away to the right of cover, a tumbling stop there by, I think it's Sam Northeast.
Yep.
Backward point, and then cover and a mid-off, and then the sweeper at deep extra cover. Have we got a third man? Yes, we have. Mid-on, straightish mid-on, then about 30 yards away from the orthodox mid-on, fine leg and deep mid-wicket. Sound bowls, short of a length, pushed away into the covers. Again, northeast will field.
Any ideas, Edward, on the sort of whether it's pitch or the ball or a combination of both? What's your thoughts?
I have no idea as far as the balls. As far as the balls are concerned, I got no idea. I haven't a look at. I think probably it is the pitch, and I think we agreed that away to our right. I'll just break off it. Well, Hossain bowls short, cut away down to deep extra for a single. I think it's the. There is a little bit. What's going on there at deep extra cover? Fumbling away there, and they sneak a second. Who's that? Lurking, kicks the ground as he would.
McElroy, possibly.
McElroy, where's James Harris? I think it's McElroy, as you say. Sloppy fielding, and they get an extra run. Hudson Prentice moves on to 22. And Tim van der Gooten vigorously shining the ball at mid-on. As Hossain comes in again, bowls to the right-handed Hudson Prentice, who goes on the back foot and plays it down. And this time it is collected by McElroy, and it is returned. Now the single, 145 for 7, Sussex, starting off at 65 for 1 this morning. They then lost 2 wickets without adding a run. And it's very similar to the Glamorgan, apart from one stand from Glamorgan. With wickets, partnerships 20, 30 in that area, and then wickets fall. Now then, we have Jack Carson up to face, and Slip is in position. And 2 on the drive. That always tells you, Nick, that when you get people on the drive, that the ball is lofted. Well, Hossain bowls to Carson, who gets right behind that. I think that's the reason for those 2 men there. If you do attempt to drive, then he might lift it.
Yeah, it tells you the ball isn't really coming onto the bat properly, doesn't it?
So it can't drive with authority. We saw that, of course, off Swepson, where McAndrew was trying to drive, but it popped up. Swepson it is to continue.
Yes, the gentleman in the jellyfish stand still pretending the sun's out. Well, there's a little bit of hazy
it's
sunshine.
It's so much warmer down there, that's why.
Yeah, pleasant enough watching conditions today, albeit not in vast numbers. 145 for 7 Sussex. Swepson to bowl to Hudson Prentice, and he sweeps and will get a single down to fine leg. Short leg. Billy Root immediately doing the tortoise act and ducking his head out of the way as soon as he sees the shot coming, which it's not much of a life at Boot Hill, is it?
Remember, perhaps, didn't he get a big score the other week, Jack Carson? I saw that he'd got quite a biggish score.
Carson's top score this season is 75.
I thought so, yeah.
Swepson bowls and Carson is forward defending.
Which is not bad for a number 9.
Indeed. Yeah, he bowled well. 3 wickets and for a spinner in the first innings of a championship match. 64 and 75 against Worcester last time out, says Andrew, who's Carson props forward. He's yet to get off the
question. What is he doing at 9?
Well, I suppose there's a lot of all-round capability in that Sussex middle order, isn't there, with Ibrahim, Hudson Prentice, McAndrew. That's turned off his legs by Carson. Thought he was going to go out off the mark with a single, but Salter, enthusiastic as ever in the field, tumbled to make a good stop at mid-wicket. and there is no run. Swepson up the wicket. Ooh, that's down leg side. That could have been smashed, but Carson just prodded it away.
I was thinking perhaps they're keeping Van der Gooten back, but there's still 12 overs before the second new ball.
Maybe it's just the need not to overbowl him too much. As squared up by that one is Carson. Ball slides away off an thick outer edge into the off side. Single off the over, 146 for 7 Sussex, 96 behind, 3 wickets in hand. And you're listening to BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Sport Wales.
There's a little meeting between 4 senior players there. Wicketkeeper is always... No, he's not involved. I thought he was. Van der Gooten, Carlson, Swepson.
Yeah, Chris Cook, as a former captain, has obviously got that sort of nous.
The end result is Hussain is going to continue. And why not? Because he's bowled economically. 6 overs for 15 as he bowls his first ball, played back to him.
I'm sure he too is desperate for his first wicket for Glamorgan. He's looked tidy, but I suppose at this midpoint of the season with a lot of dry weather there hasn't been that much help for seamers off the pitch always, and he's bowling medium pace, so he's not going to blast him out.
As he turns with the side screen right behind him, comes in over the wicket and bowls. This is played... yeah, you know, you think there's something in this pitch, and then you see a number of deliveries that just stand up and you tap it back, nothing. It's just the odd one which makes you think there's something about.
Yorkshire declared on 550 for 9 against Gloucestershire once Matthew Reeves had got his century. Gloucestershire 21 for 0 in reply.
And here it's Ul Hussain in, bowls, draws the batsman forward.
3 centuries in the Yorkshire innings from Bean, Hill and Reeves.
I thought for a moment that was another Leicestershire player, Lewis Hill, that had moved.
George Hill.
And George Hill. Lewis is the one at Leicester.
Yep.
But it was George Hill. Lots of players moving around these days, Nick.
There are. It's that sort of time of the season, isn't it, when moves are announced.
Here's the next ball, and that's driven up to mid-off, accurate. Hudson Prentice just waiting for the right ball.
Derbyshire's innings still going well at Worcester. They're 225 for 3. Madsen 97 not out. Deploy 85 not out. They're just 12 behind the pairs, with 7 wickets still standing for Derbyshire.
No runs off the over as yet, and Ul Hussain passes umpire now, bowls, and that's too wide, and it's cut away. And is he going to go run away for 4? Yes, it does. And a boundary rewarded with his patience for the bad ball, which was really a long hop outside the off stump. Cut away for 4, and the lead now is coming down slowly, 92.
At Leicestershire 109 for 2 in reply to Durham's massive 517 for 6 declared. Buddingo out for 51.
He gives it a crack to that boy.
The battle of the Parkinsons, that match.
Yeah.
Brothers playing against each other.
Here is Ul Hussain, bowls to Hudson Prentice. Again, it's too short, but this time it'll go straight at the fielder. McElroy out there, end of the over. Saying Hussain not happy with himself, kicks the dirt away, and might have a change next over. 151 for 7.
World Cup qualifier result: Zimbabwe have beaten the United States by 304 runs.
Just made it then.
Just 408 for 6 plays, 104 all out. West Indies look as though they're going to hold on fairly.
Can you have a quick, if you, I was going to ask
table
if what's his name, who's been organising this new competition, the former Yorkshire and Surrey bowler.
Oh, Plunkett.
Plunkett's involved there because he's married to a
Yeah, he won't be
USA lady.
He won't be playing for them yet, and be well before he can qualify. Swepson to come into his 18th over, 1 for 32 as he bowls to Hudson Prentice, who sweeps and is blocked by Bevan.
It's clever work, that.
Who's got across there from slip to block it at leg slip somehow.
Yeah, you often see them doing that.
Now, Root, who was at short leg, is no longer at short leg. He's being placed at
45, isn't he?
Yeah, short fine leg, about 25 metres away. Would be inside the circle if we had one. Swepson bowls wide the off stump and played away fluently by Hudson Prentice for a single which takes him up the dizzy heights of 30. Clark 35, Clark 32, Carter 35, the leading scorers to date. 1-5-2 for Seven of Sussex, still 98 short of a batting point. As Swepson gives it some air and it's turned through the leg side. Salter will have to retreat from mid-wickets to field 10 metres in from the boundary. And they go through for 2 runs, so Swepson not quite as accurate in this over.
Bowling that leg stump line then.
West Indies made 374 for 6, Netherlands 246 for 4, but only 12.5 overs to score 129. As that is turned through short leg, don't think Root got a hand to it. It's a dot ball as Carson turned that one adjacent to Root as he got down quickly but couldn't snap it up. It's a straighter one from Swepson, defended by Carson. In the women's Ashes Test, Australia won by 89 runs with Gardner getting an 8-wicket haul. So Australia have 4 points in that multi-format Ashes series. I think it's 2 points for all the other games. As Swepson finds Carson defending back to him. 154 for 7. Carson has 2. Hudson Prentice has 30. And time for a little variety in the commentary as Andrew Rayburn will come in alongside Edward for the next half hour or so.
Well, much against my expectation that Ul Hussain is going to carry on. Even though you've got one tail ender in, he is a pretty good player. We haven't seen Tim Marnagooten since before lunch, where he bowled a couple of overs. And it'll be Ul Hussain to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who was undefeated on 30. And he comes and bowls, and Hudson Prentice gets tall on that, stands up and plays it back down the pitch. They want these little stands to develop more, don't they, Andrew? Very much as Glamorgan yesterday.
Absolutely, yes. And of course, Billy Root was the man to sort of
and he attacked
them.
Yeah.
Ollie Carter's tried to do that for Sussex. Finn Hudson Prentice is in that sort of danger zone now, 30, where he needs to kick on from here.
Ul Hussain in bowls to him, clips it down the leg side. There's one, they'll think of a second, but quite rightly decide against it.
Yeah, good work from Swepson on the boundary edge, and Sussex 155 for 7. And although they are eating into that advantage, 87. It's still with 3 wickets in hand. It's still a long way to.
At this rate, what's the rate? Is just 2.17 at the moment.
It's attritional, put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to play. It's 4-day cricket. In comes Ul Hussain, bowls. Clipped away and
dropped.
Oh, it's dropped.
Short mid wicket.
Root drops it and should have held it.
He had 2 or 3 goes at it.
Yeah, it was chipped straight at him, and well, that was a drop Carson, who is in good form with the bat, and they might. Yeah, went straight at him and went for it second time, dropped it, and third time went to the floor. Bad luck for Al Hussain, looking for his first wicket for Glamorgan as he bowls again. And it's pushed back down the pitch.
Yes, Al Hussain will feel the most aggrieved there, as you say, still searching for that first wicket, and thought he had it there, I think, but unfortunately for Root, I don't know, I think he might have just lost balance. It come a bit quick at him.
Yes, it was hit firmly, but straight at him.
Might be an awkward height, one of those ones where you can't take it like that. You can't take it like that either.
Possibly,
there's
yes.
that gap in between.
Al Hussain bowls again down the leg side. I think that was because I saw Cook moving before, just as the ball was going. Probably a little sign there from Al Hussain. This is going down leg. Might just get him toppling over, but they get a single.
So we're nearly at 3 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. And it's been Glamorgan's day without question. Sussex's day yesterday, Glamorgan's day today.
Yeah, anything can happen in this game. 156 for 7, still 86 runs behind. In comes the next ball, and that's driven nicely up to deep, extra cover. It could beat the fielders for 4. It's a dive, and it does not stop it. And Carlson assuring us, think of a change at that far end, because boundaries come in successive overs. If Glamorgan want to get a lead, they want to try and stem the runs. So 160 for 7. Equal top scorer, Hudson Prentice on 35.
It was a good effort on the boundary of sliding, but all he could do is push the ball over the rope a lot further on. And so what? 6 off the over in the end for what could have been an over that had included a wicket, but swings and arrows of outrageous fortune. And we'll see more from Swepson now. 1 for 35. Got his compatriot McAndrew caught and bowled earlier. That one's going to be a full toss, which is swept away for 4 by Carson. That was a freebie
full
from
toss
Swepson.
I haven't bowled many of those, in fairness.
No, he hasn't. He's been bowled very economically, and say that leg spinners do occasionally produce the odd ball here and there. Sometimes a ball and over that you can hit as they try and find their lines from leg stump to off. But that one won't go down as his best. He comes in now and bowls, and that one's full, and again over pitch, but this time Carson just plays it back up the pitch to him. It was straighter this time. Sussex 164 for 7. Carson on 7 from 17 deliveries. Swepson prepares to come into bowl now, and that one's a better one, which has Carson coming forward and playing defensively. 78 behind. Sussex on first innings at the moment, trying to bring that deficit down as much as they can.
Any sort of really is useful,
especially on this pitch.
Yeah.
Swepson bowls and Carson plays down the right line, defends up the pitch. Yeah, we saw it. I mean, Australia batted very well in the second innings in the women's test, but we saw that there, didn't we? 10 run difference.
Yeah.
And the confidence to go on and from there is huge. It's psychological, isn't it? Just either side of that first innings mark. This one from Carson whipped away through mid-wicket, beats the dive of the fielder and goes for 4.
Yeah, Glamorgan's bowlers can ill afford now to give runs away, because they've kept it so tight up until now.
Yeah, it's obviously, we had 50 overs today. It's just a question of whether, even with the bowling changes and everything else, whether you can consistently keep it tight for that long. Eventually the cork will come out of the bottle and Sussex will be able to score more freely.
2 4s in this over, and a productive one for Sussex.
Yeah, not sure when that last happened, but a productive one, as you say. Sussex 168 for 7 at the end of the 73rd over. There's 45 overs to be bowled in the day. Carson is not out 11. Hudson Prentice 35 not out. The partnership now worth 26 for the 8th wicket.
Yes, and what are we going to have? A change of bowling up at the far end, I wonder? Probably. Is it Andrew Salter who is... let's have a look.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Andrew Salter.
Yeah, I thought it might be. And he'll bowl his off-spin. He also searching for his first wicket of the season. Hasn't played in every game by any means, but he is an useful off-spinner. And he is bowling at that far side where Carson bowled so well yesterday and took 3 wickets.
Bowled one economical over before lunch.
Yes, from this end, just the lunch over. And he will be bowling to Hudson Prentice, who is on 35, done a good job here. Carson now has moved on to double figures, he's on to 11. And here's Andrew Salter with a man back at long on. Bowls the first ball outside the off stump, and it's left by the batsman.
How do you feel about that man at long on? Is that a bit too defensive, or...?
No, I think it'll stop him thinking, well, as they're in, I'm 35 not out, I might have a dart if he bowls well up the arc. So it's just saving runs. Is an X ball, it's played up to the man there at long on, and they go through for a single.
Just rotates the strike there, doesn't it? I mean, if he'd have been at mid-on, he might have stopped that single, but I take your point that he can loft it. He's come in a bit now for the newer batsman. Carson's 11 off 21.
Yes, Salter bowls. Clipped away on the onside out to deep mid-wicket for just a single.
I think that's the standard we've held Glamorgan to today, though, isn't it? That they've been so good at stopping even the ones that sometimes when Sussex are just able to rotate the strike like this, it can feel, disappointing. But I guess you're not going to be able to do that all day, are you? So.
Oh no. And they've kept the run rate very low. As the next ball, just watched carefully by the batsman as he taps it back down the pitch.
Yeah, the man drifting out to long on again for Hudson Prentice.
Here comes Salter, right arm over from the river end and bowls, and he has swept it for 4. Backward of square, a yell from Salter as if to say, well, if he'd missed, he might have a candidate for LBW, but he didn't. He middled it and 4 more runs, which Glamorgan might be just getting a little concerned here as the deficit goes down. It's down to 68. Which once you get under 30 or 40, okay, it might be a lead, but it's not substantial.
Yeah, anything under 30, it becomes effectively a 1 innings match, doesn't it?
Yeah, 174 for 7 then, and Hudson Prentice top scorer moving on to 40. And Salter said, well, if I'm going to bowl this line, I'm going to have another man on the leg side. He's sending 2 men back. There's 3 men now, along on a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside, on the leg side as he bowls again, and reverse sweep, and he's going to get more runs down here. That
be 4 through third man.
4 down to third man with a reverse sweep. So that wasn't a very good over from Salter, because he went there for, what did he go
10.
for? 10.
Yeah, and that was the response, wasn't it? I mean, you talked about the thought process. If he's going to sweep or going to bowl that line, and I'll stick another fielder on the leg side. Hudson Prentice's response was, well, in that case, then I'll just hit the ball where that fielder's been. Yeah.
Good cricket from Hudson Prentice. Are we going to have a change from this end, or is Mr. Swepson going to continue? Well, he's taking his cap off. I suspect he is, and he's talking to his captain.
There's a discussion between the umpire and someone, which is why the umpire's delayed in getting back. But
44 overs remaining, so 12 before tea, and over it is very good.
Yes, and if Swepson and Salter continue to bowl, will be.
And I think he's going to bowl more off stump now. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside.
Swepson to bowl his leg spin to Carson. He bowls it flatter and full, and it's played out backward of square on the offside for no run to backward point. Sussex 178 for 7. Trail by 64. Carson is on 12. Faces Swepson now. Swepson full again and driven into the covers for no run by Carson, who's faced 24 deliveries for his 12. Well, this is the sort of rate that, or the sort of approach that Sussex need to adopt, I feel, which is to keep the score ticking over if they can. Obviously, good balls like that one, which is defended, you do defend, but when you get the bad ball, I think earlier Sussex were too keen on defending first and asking questions later. Swepson coming in and bowling, and this one just, again, good ball and played out to the offside by Carson. Swepson getting through this over. Very easy, of course, when it's just defended into the inner field. You can get the ball back to him very quickly, but he's very keen to get on with it, is Swepson. He comes in and bowls again now, and that's a good line and good length and good defensive play from Carson. All present and correct in terms of technique. Not bad for a number 9. Someone coming in at number 9 anyway, as Swepson comes in and bowls, and this one's down the leg side, so this way he gets a fine edge, fine tickle on it, and it will run away for 4, and that's exactly it. You wait until the bad ball comes. 5 excellent deliveries from Swepson. This one drifting down the leg side, carrying on, no turn, and helped on its way by Carson, who moves to 16. Sussex 182 for 7, and although they are still in dire straits, I wouldn't say the boundaries are necessarily flowing, but they're certainly coming more often than they were earlier.
Yes, and Swepson bowled well before lunch, but now he's thrown up a few loose deliveries, which you can ill afford to do as a slow leg spinner. This partnership has now put on 40 very important runs for Sussex, and another 40 will nearly see the deficit, what is it now, 60, and wiped out. So Glamorgan will want to strike.
I know they've scored at a reasonable rate since Carson came in and things, but you do think, well, they've put on 40. All they've got to do is do everything they've done again.
Yes,
so a lot of hard work still.
Glamorgan will be looking at that scoreboard and seeing there's 5 overs left before the new ball. Salter bowls a new over, and it's just played back to him. So
yeah, we'll be probably looking at Salter and Swepson until the
2
new
overs
ball.
each, and get the quickies on.
They might even bowl an over with the old ball just to warm them up, maybe. But
here's Andrew Salter bowls, and it's pushed down the long on for a single.
Perhaps that might have also influenced Sussex's approach to this. These last few overs is to try and make hay a little bit if they can. Keep it ticking over, don't go extravagant, but
sensing that the new ball on its way.
Yeah, they'll know that's a crucial period, especially as it's coming just before tea as well. It's a very sort of niggly time to have the new ball either side of tea. Glamorgan can really use it because they can come in hard, and then come in hard again. They have 2 goes at it effectively.
Salter bowls. Carson goes. Hudson Prentice goes. Start again. Carlson goes back and plays it defensively. It's the 2 batsmen that come, the 2 bowlers, Shipley and Cavelis. As in comes Salter, bowls to his fellow off spinner Jack Carson, who pushes it away onto the offside.
Yeah, so we're in the 76th over, so there's 4 overs.
In he comes, bowls again. Tries to turn it down the leg side. Is taken by Cook. Whips the bails off, but back footer is in the crease.
And then we would see 6 overs of the new ball before tea.
Salter bowls, straight delivery, which is whipped away up to long on. Better over then, just a couple of runs off it. 76 overs have been bowled, so 4 overs. We'll probably say Swepson 2, Salter 2. We'll take the new ball.
And as I say, there'll be 6 overs with it then before tea, which means, as I say, they can come in, both the opening pair can come in hard for 3 over spells each, and then come in hard again, refreshed after a 20-minute break. So that's going to give Sussex some more pause for thought, you would feel.
The over rate, I think I can read it from this long distance, is +4. Impressive.
If you get fines and things for going well below, you should get paid extra for going quicker. As Carson is about to come in. Swepson is about to come in to bowl to Carson, and Carson prods forward. It's that when you know Carson's involved and you've got an off spinner in front of you, it's kind of that automatic thing to switch to. But, so it's the leg spin of Mitchell Swepson. 1 for 47. He's in his 21st over of the innings. And he's going to come in and bowl to Jack Carson now. Short, and Carson goes back and plays that up towards mid-on and really get a good connection on it. Had he done so, it would have only been a single out towards deep mid-wicket, but in the end, no run. Swepson to Carson. He comes bowls Fuller this time, turned into that gap towards deep mid-wicket, and they will get the single. Carson to 18. Sussex 185 for 7. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on 45, so he'll be wanting to add to that and get beyond the half century and further to try and wipe out the deficit, which is 57 at the moment.
There's a lot of changing of fields, isn't there, for Swepson? For different batsmen, and I don't know if he's got a theory here.
So there's a man on the 45 now. That man at long leg has gone round to deep backward square. And this one is played back up by Hudson-Prentice defensively.
Nothing beating the bat, though, is there, for fair play?
No.
At the moment.
Middling the defensive shots. Swepson comes in and bowls that one full again and slightly miscued. It was in the air, fell well short in the end of mid-on despite some reactions to catch it. Swepson to Hudson-Prentice, a crucial period this before tea. Swepson comes in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice just leans on it and pushes it out into the offside. No run, so Swepson just 1 run off that over.
Might be just dead on 20-4 for tea, early tea today.
Yeah, we've got 9 overs, so
what have we got? 25 minutes, 3 overs of spin.
Yeah, because that's going to be the difference, is that the pacemen will come back into the equation, and that'll come before tea.
Andrew Salter then to bowl to fellow off spinner Jack Carson, who's on 18.
Field quite spread.
Should have been caught a couple of overs ago. As in he comes and bowls the first ball of the over, and this is defended back down the pitch. No run.
Now the man's gone back, even for Carson now on the onside. He's not gone back on the rope, but he's gone back sort of 2/3 of the way. Unless they've forgotten that they were doing that just for Hudson-Prentice. And
in comes Salter, bowls to Carson. Carson plays forward, back down the pitch. Not to be tempted. We'd have thought perhaps they might try and score off the spinners, knowing the new ball's coming, but obviously don't want to take a risk. Andrew Salter with his off-spin bowls, and that deceives the batsman. He got something on it, but didn't play it with any sort of conviction.
Partnership worth 43, you mentioned earlier, 43 important runs.
Oh yes. Salter bowls defended by Carson.
Two overs after this for the new ball.
Rushing through this over as he bowls to Carson. Carson clips it away to square leg. And he is rushing through this over. No runs off it. One ball to come. And he comes from the river end and bowls. That's a maiden for Salter. And that took approximately 2 minutes. That over to bowl. As Swepson takes off his hat, he will bowl the penultimate over before the new ball. Which will probably, if it's an accurate one, will take another 2 minutes and no more.
Yeah, so we're probably 5 minutes away from that new ball. 25 past, 4 overs to be bowled with it before tea. 6 overs, beg your pardon, bowled with it before tea. Yeah, so we might be looking at 10 to 4, something like that for the tea break, just to mark your card. Swepson coming in then to bowl and push forward by Hudson Prentice. And there's no run. There's a slip in place.
You
go on.
Sorry, you get the impression that they're letting the spinners bowl at them because there are runs to be got, as they say here.
Especially through that mid-wicket square leg region. As Swepson comes into bowl to Hudson Prentice, who's back, and again maybe instead of forcing the ball through the mid-wicket region, he's just tapped it defensively, and Swepson, like an eager puppy, goes and grabs the ball, has it back in his hands.
Obviously you can look at both ways. They don't want to surrender a wicket, but they're not scoring at the moment.
Swepson comes in and bowls. This time they do score with a run into the leg side, not timed at all, but the ball squirts away and there's enough time just for them to come through for a single.
Of course, as we always say, when the new ball is imminent, if it's not propelled properly, you can score quickly off it, the hard new ball.
Swepson comes in, bowls to Carson, who fiddles that round to the backward point region for no run. Yes, it'll be interesting to see what happens with a Kookaburra and see what McElroy and Van der Hoogten can do with it first up. It wasn't very successful for them. They took 1 wicket with the first new ball yesterday. So this one is flicked away through mid-wicket by Hudson Prentice. He'll get a single. He'll move on to 46 and Sussex to 187 for 7. Swepson comes in and bowls, and that's again through the mid-wicket region. They're milking the spinner now a little bit more. That was Hudson Prentice to move to 47. Carson on 19. Sussex 188 for 7. Trail by 54. 1 over before the new ball is available, of course. Exactly. I imagine it will be taken, but of course you have to say before the new ball is available. And to describe it, it's Edward Bevan.
And as you mentioned earlier, they get 2 bites of the cherry. A couple of overs with it before tea, and then a couple of overs immediately after tea. Well, not a couple, there'll be more than that. So it's a deficit of 54.
Yeah, so it'll give McElroy and Van der Hoogten, they'll give them a chance to come in full pelt for 3 overs each. Yeah. And then they'll be able to go fresh again.
But it's Salter bowling after his last over was a maiden. The first ball is pushed back, and there is no run.
So Swepson's figures 1 for 51 off of 22 overs. May not see him again till well after tea.
Salter in bowls. Plenty of time for the batsman to go on the back foot, and there's no run.
Yeah, field spread, and it's quite interesting actually. I imagine they feel that this, if Sussex are going to go big at any time, it's going to be now, and they're just sort of preempting that.
Salter bowls, and that's played officially up towards mid-on. Doesn't look as if they're going to go big though in this last over, does it?
Glamorgan will be quite happy with that fact, trying to limit the scoring before the new ball is due.
Halfway through this over. 3 dot balls. Here's the next ball. And that's a single down to long on. They're quite content to just accumulate at the moment in singles.
Which would be fine, but as I say, that new ball could do some damage, who knows?
Yeah.
Doesn't always. Like you said, it can race away, or it
Absolutely.
got to bowl well with it, whatever happens.
Here's Andrew Salter again. Bowls to Hudson Prentice. And the 5th ball of the over was pushed back, so it's just a single off this over. Will we see umpire Neil Baton holding the ball high and showing the scorers the new ball. Here's the last ball, and that is the end of that over. Let's see, Mr. Baton is going into his pocket. He is the senior umpire here, of course, but the other umpire might have it in his pocket, who knows? Or they might not even take it at all.
Nobody's got it in anybody's pocket.
Well, here is Tim Van der Gooten. He's going to bowl immediately.
Yeah.
There goes the sign. That's the new ball. The umpires acknowledge and tell us. So he, yet again, who has bowled so well this season, is going to come back into the attack. And he's going to be bowling from this end, as I say. Started last night, got a wicket from the far end, but got 2 quick ones this morning, bowling at this end. He's tying his shoelaces up at the moment. I got a word with his captain.
Yeah, we said that the new ball will be at about 25 past, and that's how it's proved to be. There'll be 6 overs of it before tea.
2 for 29 from 15. Just a shade under 2 runs and over.
Excellent, excellent figures for Van der Guchten so far in this innings, and he's performed very well in the season as a whole. This partnership 47, so becoming a bit of an annoyance for Glamorgan. 189 for 7 when the new ball is taken, and I shall describe this over and then disappear for a BBC Radio Sussex update.
And see if the tea has arrived.
And see if the tea has arrived. That's the most important thing. Van der Guchten just turning his arm over at the moment. Carson 19 not out, but it'll be Fid Hudson Prentice on 48 who is facing up to Van der Guchten at the start of this second new ball. Can it make a difference for Glamorgan as Van der Guchten comes in and bowls, and it's short of a length, played on the back foot by Hudson Prentice. 94 deliveries for his 48. Started slowly, got his way into his innings. Actually timed the ball quite nicely, but mostly it was straight to fielders. That was the frustrating. There was a period of a couple of overs where he had 3 that were timed straight to Billy Root, and couldn't capitalise on them. But he's accumulated nicely since then. Van der Guchten, 2 slips. 3rd man on a fine leg as he comes in and bowls. Pushes it up to the Captain Carlson at mid-off.
Just looking down in front of us, Andrew, the hot weather, the dry, very dry weather we've had. You can see the drains, can't you, under the surface, as if they're preparing a racetrack for the 100 metres.
Yes, there's a lot of lines on the outfield at both ends of the ground, actually.
You see it in a lot of grounds now.
Well, there's going to be some rain.
But not a huge amount, so they say.
Van der Guchten comes into bowl to Finn Hudson Prentice, who leans forward. He wants a quick single to mid-off. He's going to get that single. Carlson thought about a shy and then realised that perhaps in case there wasn't somebody backing up, that it wasn't a good idea, just in case. It's like that super over in the World Cup final when Jofra Archer fielded off his own bowling and Jonathan Agnew was like, don't throw it, don't throw it.
Yes.
Because you can't afford to leak runs with overthrows in a tight game like this. 52 between the teams at the moment. Sussex 3 wickets in hand in the first innings. 190 for 7 as Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls. The big appeal for LBW, they like it, but the umpire doesn't. And that's the only opinion that matters on the field.
As Carson hasn't faced Van der Hoogten, so that was his first ball. We'll have a little
Ooh, height, if anything. Might have been going over. Certainly adjacent, but going over, I would
worth
say.
a shout, as they say.
Definitely worth a shout. You'd have been daft not to go for that, but though he didn't get a great stride forward, I think probably it hit him too high. As Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls, and this time Carson is in behind that one.
On the button again, isn't he?
So you do get the feeling there might be a little bit more life out in the middle with this new ball. A bit more action, a bit more coming off the bat in various different ways rather than just defensively out of the middle. And also some more shouts. Some more oohs and ahs as the ball passes the bat maybe, and some LBW appeals one way or t'other. Last ball of this over, Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls, and that's solid in defence from Carson. He's survived that. Sussex have survived the first over of the second new ball. It's 190 for 7. They trail by 52. Hudson Prentice is 49 not out. Carson is 19 not out. I am going to give BBC Radio Sussex their update, and coming in will be Nick.
48 runs added, very important 48 runs added for this 8th wicket by these two. And they all would have been hoping when it was 142 for 7 that they might get a very useful lead, but these two, Hudson Prentice and Jack Carson, have got their heads down, played very, very sensibly and defended well, hit the boundary when it's come along, and it'll be McElroy who comes back to share the new ball, who's bowled extremely well in this match so far.
That drop chance is looking expensive now, isn't it? When
indeed.
Root put down Carson on 2.
Straight at him.
Here's McElroy then to bowl to Hudson Prentice on 49 not out as he pushes forward slightly tentatively, and the ball rolls back gently in the area of the slips, and there's no run. Sam Northeast picks it up, and Hudson Prentice goes walkabout. 190 for 7, just 52 behind, so it could well be close to parity on first dig here in Sophia Gardens. McElroy left arm around, and that is a nice way to reach his half century with a square drive, but it is cut off at third man. It is Hudson Prentice's half century off 99 deliveries.
Yeah, he's played well. He's been very sensible about this innings. He's seen a couple of partners come and go. He's got his head down. He's hit the right ball when it's come along, and he's rescued Sussex from rather a perilous position.
Yeah, he might have been forgiven for being frustrated when a series of attacking shots hit the fielders, but didn't go mad, just kept plugging away. 6 fours as Carson on 19 should have gone on 2.
Straight forward catch, straight at him, chest high, juggled twice, 3 times, down it went.
Root still in credit for the match since he was Glamorgan's top scorer with 66 off 120 balls. Even players who get well set are not scoring particularly quickly in this game, as McElroy bowls to Carson, who flirts with peril there as he's beaten outside
off. At the
offside.
far side, to the left of the side screen, the lights going on and off. Is this what the batsman was saying yesterday?
It's glinting off something, isn't it?
I thought it might be camera, the photographer's camera, but remember yesterday was Root was waving, the umpire was waving. Very disconcerting, very off-putting.
McElroy bowls and Carson blocks it to mid-on.
Hope it's not a laser thing.
Strange, unless it's that might have been just someone's phone that they knocked the light on, possibly. It looked a bit bright for that from this distance. 191 for 7, 51 between the two sides. And not going to be a lot of batting points in this innings, you get the feeling. If any, as Carson is forward again, playing to mid-on.
Good over again by just a single off it.
Which helped Finn Hudson-Prentice to get to his half-century off 99 balls and included 6 fours.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. What have we got? Overs.
4 to tea.
4 and it's
until you can
too.
break into the chocolate cake, Edward.
Is it chocolate cake?
It is a large circular chocolate cake.
Just the one?
Just the one.
Okay.
Cut into slices for us.
Quick off the mark from in here.
As Van der Hoogten will bowl from the Cathedral Road end.
Yes, with the new ball, which is 2 overs old. And he will be bowling at the top scorer, Hudson-Prentice. 2 slips, wait. As in he comes and bowls, and that's a good-looking shot, but straight to cover. And he's got a long reach, Hudson-Prentice, and he's played well here. Third man is back now, and a deep cover, which is a little backward of square. Big spaces there, but they trust in Van der Gooten not to bowl a half volley he can drive, because if he does, it's acres of space if he wants to drive him for 4 runs. So Van der Gooten at the Cathedral Road end is in over the wicket and bowls, and that's played into the covers where it's fielded.
Ian Evans tweeted a little earlier on, particularly slow passage of play. Beatrix Potter once wrote about the soporific properties of lettuce. Is that what the Sussex batters had for lunch? It's opened up a little since then.
They may be only going at 2.32 runs and over, but they're doing a darn good job for this side. Don't forget there's 2.5 days remaining. Here's Van der Gooten bowls. That's they think of a quick single, but don't think they'd have got halfway there. Well, Hassan is there very quickly. They're looking for runs.
Netherlands have got their highest ODI score. They need still, though, 53 off the last 5 overs to beat West Indies. 322 for 5. Nida Manuru 107 not out.
Surely not now, with people like Holder to bowl. Tim Van der Gooten steadies himself. Doesn't run all that far for a quick bowler. Comes in and bowls on the back foot, that is, punched into the covers. And tossed to Carlson, has to dive high. He's a little man.
Yeah, Holder's got a couple of overs left. He's been the least expensive of the Windies bowlers in that high-scoring qualifier out in Zimbabwe.
2 balls left of this over. Have we had a run off it? I can't remember. Do think we
No.
have. Here's Van der Gooten. 2 wickets to his name. Comes in. Bowls. Oh, he left that, and it wasn't all that far away from the off stump.
That shot along the ground virtually.
Yeah.
It's been well taken by Chris Cook on at least the second bounce. He really had to get down by his ankles for that one.
Hudson-Prentice goes and has a little look and does a bit of gardening. Last ball of the over coming up. Another one over for Tim Van der Gooten, and then he'll have a cup of tea in the rest and then come charging in after tea. Here he is then to complete the over and bowls, and that will get him a single. He'll retain strike as he plays out to deep extra cover, and that is applause for the score moving on to 192. Separate that than 142. The last wicket fell. That's the 50 partnership. Very well played.
Yeah, they've come together, these two, in the 67th over, so they've upped the scoring rate a little bit. It's come at around about 3 runs and over, this partnership. But even so, we've only had 72 runs in the afternoon session for the loss of just 2 further wickets, though, so it's
attritional.
attritional, and I think Sussex would be happy with 72 for 2 as McElroy bowls and Hudson Prentice drives to mid-off, no run. Hudson Prentice, the former Derbyshire player, highest score of the season is 73, averaging 42.
Can't quarrel with that for a number. What is he? 7 batsmen?
Yeah, 17 wickets as well. McElroy bowls. Hudson Prentice will get a single here out towards point. And it's just starting to look reasonably, not quite plain sailing, but certainly less awkward than it was to accumulate runs for this Sussex pair, even against the new ball. The first couple of overs haven't been many signs of huge threat. McElroy with 2 slips bowls to Carson. Off the back foot, plays it to mid-off. There is no run.
Well, I don't know if it's me or how many times, Nick, have we sat here over the years and said, as the game goes on here, Sophia Gardens, on these pitches, the pitch dies. And I have to say that I haven't seen much dying here up until perhaps about now.
McElroy bowls. Carson turns his wrists on it, turns it towards square leg, and they will take the single. It's looking a bit flat at the moment, isn't it? And all credit to this pair of Hudson Prentice and Carson for stopping the rot. Sussex seem to be sliding.
As if perhaps, I don't know, it's happened so many times, hasn't it, as we've witnessed here.
48 now the deficit, so they've more than halved it. Hudson Prentice drives it a wide one, and it's well stopped by Al Hassan at cover. Parried his way towards Carlson at mid-off, no run. So Sussex fighting back in the second half of the afternoon session, and reigniting thoughts of a first innings lead after their struggles early in both sessions today. McElroy bowls. Hudson Prentice plays it straight back to him. McElroy stops it in his follow-through. And 2 singles off the over.
When 32 overs are remaining, and during the interval, you're very welcome to go out to look at.
Let's switch him off. We've heard all these announcements before. Yeah, softballs only. Have a look at the pitch. Don't take food and drink.
And when you do come in August, you may.
There we are. We've heard these announcements many times before. 194 for 7.
And it will be Tim van der Houten to bowl the penultimate over before tea at, I'm delighted to say, 19 minutes to 4. And he will be bowling to Jack Carson, who's on 20. Bowls to him. Carson gets in a bit of a tangle there as he...
Just a little bit of a bat, I think. Otherwise, they were all prepared to go up for it.
Just got down in time. So Van der Houten, Glamorgan's, without shadow of doubt, best bowler this season by a long stretch. And perhaps he won't like us saying, an emerging batsman. And he's getting runs every time. Here's Van der Houten in bowls Carson. Oh, Carson just gets down on that. He's a tall man and got down just in time. Been good cricket, really, because Glamorgan have bowled well, restricted the opposition to just marginally over 2 runs and over. And batsmen have played proper cricket, as it were. Defending, hitting the bad ball for 4. There's Van der Houten, hoping perhaps he can nip one out before tea. And he comes over the wicket, bowls to Carson. Carson is forward, that long reach helping him as he smothers the ball. They're conscious, of course, that it's tea time round the corner. The last thing they want to do is to lose a wicket here.
It's strange, isn't it? There's no real sense of in playing for the intervals, but it's just psychological if a team's in a good position as an interval. Gives you a bit of extra hope going into the next session.
Van der Gooten over the wicket again and bowls. Again is played correctly and firmly up to mid-on. And there is no run. 2 balls to go off an over that has not yielded a run as yet. Carson waits, now taps his bat in anticipation. Down go the wicket-keeper and the 2 slips as in comes Van der Gooten bowls. Again, he has to hurry him just a little as he plays it out to cover. Hit me if you can, says the bowler. No runs off the over. 1 over left after this before we charge into the tea room. You shouldn't be eating cake, Nick. You always want to keep a diet, so you say.
I know. I'll have half a piece.
Van der Gooten then, bowling very accurately here. In pass umpire, Bainton and bowls. And down he comes again, Carlson. End of a maiden over as... presumably it'll be Jamie McElroy to bowl the last one before tea.
Yeah, it's been a real battle out there for much of the day. Glamorgan getting early wickets and Sussex just gradually fighting back, having been 121 for 6, 142 for 7, 52 added for this 8th wicket now, and may not sound much, but it is significant in the course of this game as Glamorgan look to gain any sort of first innings advantage they can. Likewise, Sussex, as Hudson Prentice runs one down towards wide backward point, and he wanted a second run, but Carson was not remotely interested. He was staying where he was, so just the single taken.
The last thing they want is a run out before tea.
195 for 7, and new ball, all right. It's slowed the batter's progress back down, but
nothing's past the bat.
Doesn't provide much jeopardy, is it?
No, which makes you think, is this thing flattening out?
Yeah, the heavy roller, I think, was applied between innings. As Glamorgan bring in third man, 2. Where's Van der Hoogten going? He's going first slip.
Never seen him there before.
McElroy into bowl. It's hammered by Carson off the back foot, but straight at Ul Hassan. And Bevan is in at fairly close gully or 4th slip. He's significantly closer to the bat than Van der Hoogten and North East in the slips. So Glamorgan just adding a little extra pressure for these final few deliveries of the afternoon session. McElroy bowls and Carson plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So a battle for the lead, 47 behind.
Never could a phrase be coined as evenly poised as far as this game's concerned.
Yeah, Sussex have been on the back foot for much of the day, but this partnership has dragged them back into it. McElroy bowls, Carson is forward, playing up to mid-off, and there is no run. So in this session so far, Sussex have lost the wickets of Carter. Cook bowled McElroy for 35, and McAndrew caught and bowled Swepson for 8. Carson was dropped off Ul Hassan on 2, but has survived to make 20 not out. Finn Hudson Prentice is the top scorer of the innings with a measured 53 not out. He's faced 110 balls to date. McElroy Ball's edge doesn't quite carry to Bevan at that short gully position. Played down into the ground by Carson, but an involuntary edge. Bevan down to stop it well. Last ball then of the afternoon session.
Well, at this stage, McElroy and Van der Gooten are marginally under 2 and over. That just speaks volumes.
McElroy bowls and beats the prod of Carson, but he survives. 20 not out at tee. Hudson Prentice is 53 not out. Sussex 195 for 7, and commentary will resume just before 10 past 4, 16:09. And there'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners just after the 4 o'clock mark. So join Andrew, Edward and myself, Nick Webb, for the final session. Sussex 195 for 7, 47 runs in arrears on first innings.
I've got some latest scores and some tea time scores from around the country. We'll start once again at the Ageas Bowl, where Middlesex are 53 for 3. Shortly before tea, they're still trailing Hampshire by 366 runs. It's tea time at Taunton, where Somerset are now 155 for 2, leading Nottinghamshire by 132 runs. Tea time as well at Northampton, where Kent have moved on to 401 for 4. That gives them an overall lead of 164 over Northamptonshire. At Headingley, it's tea time with Gloucestershire 80 for 2. That's after Yorkshire declared on 550 for 9. It's not quite tea yet though at Chelmsford, where Warwickshire are 138 for 7, still trailing Essex by 319 runs. Again, still not quite tea yet at New Road, where Derbyshire are 273 for 3, so Derbyshire still trailing Worcestershire by 36 runs. They're still in play at Grace Road, with Leicestershire 180 for 3, trailing Durham by 337. And at the Kia Oval, Surrey have just been dismissed by Lancashire for 360 in their second innings shortly before the interval. Lancashire are 3 without loss, still trailing Surrey by 83 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens during the course of the remaining months. And that includes the One Day International here on Friday the 8th of September when England meet New Zealand. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all of our remaining games here this season, including those in the 100, which takes place during August. If you are still seeking a score sheet for today's game, they're available free of charge in reception. That's on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan yearbook. Yearbooks are also amongst the items on sale in the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and it'll be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock this evening. And as always, the Missouri Sports shop is also selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased either from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand, or alternatively from the mobile unit beneath the Castech House stand. Snacks can also be purchased by using the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. And a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Cricket has been open throughout the day. It will be, though, closing shortly after the end of the tea interval. To resume the Sussex first innings after tea, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
Welcome back to the final session then here on BBC Sport Online from Sophia Gardens, Sussex. 195 for 7. That's 47 runs behind Glamorgan with 3 first innings wickets standing. There is drama in Harare, where the match between the West Indies and the Netherlands in a World Cup qualifier over 50 overs has gone to a super over. We understand West Indies 374 for 6, Netherlands 374 for 9. Sounds like quite the affair. I'm sure that'll be worth catching up with on the reports later, as James Harris will start us off. Bowling from the Cathedral Road end to Finn Hudson-Prentice on 53 not out, and he drives the first ball of the evening session into the covers, where Ul Hassan eventually makes the stop. Andrew.
Yes, that's probably about the 5th or 6th time that he's found the cover fielder in his innings with a nicely timed drive. But yep, Sussex trying to eat away at that Glamorgan total. 53 this partnership for the 8th wicket, which will be frustrating Glamorgan. They've taken the new ball. Can they do some damage?
Harris is in to bowl, and that is played on the offside by Hudson-Prentice. So again, a very short burst from TBDG.
Harris has gone on after lunch. After tea. We did say that, give the 2 opening bowlers a chance to, have a 3 overs charge in before tea, and then, a few overs each after. Which can make for a tricky 12 or 14 overs.
Harris into bowl, and he hit Hudson-Prentice somewhere on the leg, and he hops through for a leg by as the ball went quite a long way, much to Hudson-Prentice's relief. Otherwise he wouldn't have got there.
That's probably caught him just on as he turns, probably just above the padding.
Amidships?
No, I don't know.
No?
Well, maybe, but I wouldn't be hobbling around like that.
No, it's more of a...
It's a leg injury, I think. It will go, but it will hurt for a bit, and obviously Morgan under no, if the umpire is happy to continue, and no obligation to worry about that. But I don't know if there would have been a chance of a second run there, but certainly when he went hobbling along.
He's managed to get behind his pad somehow, I think. He's crouching over at the non-striker's end as Harris bowls to Carson up in the block hole, driven back to the bowler who fields in this follow-through.
I might have been tempted just to bowl that slightly short of a length on the leg side and allow Carson to try and take the single and see what happens. See what Hudson-Prentice wanted to do.
Netherlands are batting first in the super over in that World Cup qualifier against West Indies.
Will it be as dramatic as England's super over in the World Cup final?
Harris into bowl, and that is defended by Carson.
Sussex fans, Hudson-Prentice appears to be walking around okay now.
So still reasonable weather conditions here in the evening. Bit of hazy sunshine just about peeking through as Harris bowls to Carson, who drives, and guess what? It's straight to cover, and there is no run. Root earlier and now Ul Hassan have been busy boys in that cover position. 196 for 7, Sussex 46 runs in arrears. Glamorgan's over 8 is +6. So
they've been getting through them, haven't they?
We should get one of our earlier finishes on this breezy evening here in Cardiff.
The River End, Mitchell Swepson.
Oh, so that's interesting. Double change after Van der Hoogten and McElroy bowled, what was it, 3 overs apiece with the new ball before tea?
You'd think they'd then come out, and if they're the best options for your new ball pair, before tea, why are they not the best options after tea? Is my question. If the tea interval had not been there,
they'd have bowled another couple of overs.
You'd think, wouldn't you?
So Swepson for you.
Swepson then comes in from the river end and bowls, and well, Hudson Prentice is forward on that. Swepson was briefly interested, but I think if he feels he gets one to grip and turn, that he could be in business with both edges. As Swepson comes in and bowls now, that's shorter and played out through the cover region. It's only going to be a single because there's a man out there on that shot. Hudson Prentice moves on to 54. He came through that run fairly well. He's maybe slightly more gingerly walking than he might be, but he's on 54. Carson 20. That's the first run of the bat. Run off the bat after tea. As Swepson now comes in again and bowls, and this time more leading edge from Carson, runs away safely.
That Netherlands-West Indies game, the Netherlands only needed 9 off the last over and 5 off the last 5 balls, but West Indies took a wicket off the last ball with 1 to win.
Blimey. Swepson comes in and bowls, and that's been played round the corner to Harris, who's the man on the 45. No run. Yeah, I was saying I watched that Scotland-Ireland match. Incredible finish. Brilliant win for Scotland. Now Swepson will come in and bowl again to Carson. Carson taps that back. While we're on the mention of Scotland, sad news in the football world with the death of the former Scotland manager Craig Brown. And the last man to lead the Scotland football team to a World Cup. A thoroughly nice gentleman as well. As Swepson fires this one in, and it spins and turns and goes through.
Right, I'll take guesses from you as to how many the Netherlands have scored off the super over against West Indies.
It's either going to be a small amount or a large amount. I'm going to say the momentum is with the Windies. I'm going to go with 5.
30.
30?
30. Van Beek has hit 30 off Jason Holder. 3 6s, 3 4s.
I mean, that's not easy to do either off of Holder.
Yeah.
So they've got to go some, haven't they?
West Indies need 31.
I mean, when England scored, what was it, 17 or something in the World Cup? I thought that was enough.
Here comes Harris to bowl to Hudson Prentice on 54 not out, and he smacked that one through the covers for 4, as if encouraged by news of goings on in Zimbabwe.
I'm sure Finn Hudson Prentice is fully across what's happening in Harare. Mind you, there's very little else to talk about, but finally he found the gap between the backward point and cover region, and I mean, all it needs is really just be slightly later on the shot, and you get that angle to just. It's a millisecond, but it's enough.
That's the 200 up for the visitors. Hudson Prentice moves to 58 not out, and within almost striking distance of being top scorer of the match. Harris bowls, and that'll be a single towards his collection off a thickish inside edge down to backward square. 202 for 7, just 40 runs behind. So Sussex look as though they're going to get up to somewhere there or thereabouts, unless we see something dramatic now. These two batting well, stopped the rot, came together in the 67th over. We're now in the 89th. They have added 60 runs in 22 overs. Harris to Carson, who on the back foot prods it back towards the bowler, and it runs to Carlson at mid-on, and there's no run. We haven't mentioned Carlson that much today, so he's successfully removed himself from the firing line, I guess, with that battered hand.
Well, I've seen 2 days worth, if you like, of excluding today, of Glamorgan versus Sussex, if you include the T20, and he's been injured on both days.
As that has been played down into the gully by Carson, and there's no run. Yeah, I think this is just a continuation from the first match. It's never really recovered.
Was it when he tried to take a diving catch
in the outfield,
in the
outfield.
Stop the ball and didn't really come up again? And then he was hit yesterday trying to get in for a run.
Harris to Carson. Plays that one late off his legs down to fine leg, so a single taken. Profitable over for the visitors. 203 for 7.
He seemed to be a little bit later on that, didn't he, Carson? 6 off this over so far with a ball to come, and I don't know if the ball kept low, whether he's a little bit late on it, but certainly the slip cordon were well involved in that. 2 slips, third man, fine leg.
Harris into Hudson Prentice. Oh, that one's gone up in the air and should be caught at point. It is caught at point. And Hudson Prentice's excellent effort comes to an end on 59. Slashed it straight up in the air, and Swepson made no mistake with the skied catch. Had to think about it, but James Harris claims his 3rd wicket of the innings, and Swepson certainly had time to set himself, get in the right position, and no drama from the Aussie.
Well, you see that's the sort of drill they do before play, isn't it? With sending the ball high up in the air, and can you judge the catch? And that was simple enough for Mitchell Swepson to complete the catch. Good innings from Finn Hudson Prentice. He'll be disappointed. He would have loved to have gone on and scored more, but without him, Sussex will be in real dire straits. So he can be pleased with his afternoon's work. The bat turned in his hand as he tried to sort of slash that, and that's why it ended up going up in the air, and he was walking before before the catch was even taken.
He might have been run out if the catch had been dropped, to be honest.
Well, that would have been quite a sight, wouldn't it, for him to try and make his ground. Mind you, he was going sideways across the pitch, so he'd have only needed to have been crabbing back to his ground, I suppose. Because you could be anywhere, I suppose.
Yeah, anywhere on the playing
square,
arena,
as long as you're beyond the crease.
Coming batter for Sussex.
It might confuse the umpire, but
Shipley then in at 10 for Sussex. Who said he got some runs in his previous knocks?
Yeah, he got a couple of decent scores against Worcestershire on debut, as the debut as the Aussies would say. Possibly not quite in that accent there, but I apologise. He's made an impact with bat and ball in his first appearance for his new county, the New Zealander, and he'll be wanting to have a go, I reckon, here.
Can't remember him being in county cricket before. Hasn't played for anyone else, has he?
No. Played only for Canterbury in New Zealand. It's 27, Henry Shipley. And we're going to see Swepson to Carson. And fires that one down the leg side. Taken by the wicket keeper. Shipley has played 8 one-day internationals for New Zealand. Taken 15 wickets in those games. He has a first-class average of 26 as Swepson comes in, and that's defended out by Carson.
That's pretty much all-rounder, isn't it?
Yeah, average of 26 in 23 matches, 36 innings, 862 runs, a top score of 82. Swepson comes in and bowls to Carson. Carson is bit on the pad, he's given LBW. So a few moments ago my esteemed colleague Nick Webb said Sussex appear to be getting closer to parity unless something dramatic happens. Well, in this match, that's dead. That's going on to hit, that's turned and he's going on to hit the leg off stump. That's a simple decision for the umpire. And Carson goes for 21, and Sussex are still 39 short
Jack Carson
So
was
Glamorgan
LBW
are
to
aiming
Mitchell
for
Saxon
what will be actually a healthy first innings lead, especially on this pitch. But yes, we did. I mean, twists and turns, Nick. I may have thrown you under the bus there, but we expect the unexpected in this game. Put it that way.
Yeah, we've had a couple of quiet starts to sessions. We've had wickets falling here and there in clusters, and well, it looks as though Glamorgan will get a first innings advantage now, and even 30ish could be significant in this low-scoring game. That you'd think it would be moving on quickly, but you know we're after tea on the second day, and we're still just about in the first innings of the match. So although it's been low-scoring, it hasn't moved that quickly. So two new batters, both yet to face, as Aristide Carvelis comes in to
The South African-born Greek.
finish off the Sussex batting effort.
So Shipley on debut got for Sussex scored in the match against Worcestershire 41 and 28 not out.
Are we saying he'll be looking to farm the strike if possible then?
Oh, he'll be. He might look to tee off. I'll tell you that much. Who knows? Carvelis, yeah, not necessarily renowned with his use of the willow. Does have I mean, his average, his first class average. This is his 20th match. His first class average is just under 15.
That's not
It's
the worst.
respectable. But they're going to need every bit of that 15, aren't they, Sussex, for so Swepson bowls to Carvelis, and Carvelis is out first ball. So there you go. They're not going to get the 15 runs from Carvelis. He's been
R.A. Carvelis was caught by Chris Cook.
caught behind, given by the umpire, little Nick.
Sussex 203 all out.
And Sussex are all out for 203. He went to try and, well, sort of just prod at a really wide one. Could have left it go. It was, I mean, what was it, 8th stump?
Yeah, could easily have left it.
It's 8th stump, and it's a leg spin bowler.
Yeah.
That was slightly naive from Harry Carvelis, but he's a number 11, so you can't necessarily hold it against him. And it's left Shipley without a run to his name as well. So Sussex all out for 203, and a first innings lead of 39 for Glamorgan, which they'll be very happy with.
There we are. Ties in nicely with your exit to next door.
They'll be delighted to hear the Sussex listeners that their team is all out.
There we are. Andrew will be back in due course, as will Edward Bevan at 203 all out. We'll no doubt hear the bowling figures over the public address system fairly shortly. So just to summarise the leading scorers: Finn Hudson-Prentice 59, Ollie Carter 35, Tom Clark 32, Tom Allsop 27, and Jack Carson 21 were the only contributors of significance to the Sussex account. And for Glamorgan, who got 3 wickets in the end, 3 apiece for Mitch Swepson and James Harris, 2 apiece for McElroy and Van der Hoogten. And Sussex 203 all out, 39 runs in arrears. Commentary resumes in about 7 minutes' time.
For those of you who would like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. So, Sussex 203 all out in 89.4 overs. Henry Shipley was 0 not out in that total. There were also 4 extras, all of which were leg byes. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Jamie McElroy 18.5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 35. Tim van der Gooten, 18 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 31. Mitchell Swepson, 23.4 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 52. James Harris, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 38. Zainul Hassan, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 29. And Andrew Salter, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14. To open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Zain Ul Hassan and Andrew Salter. And to open the bowling for Sussex at the River End, Henry Shipley.
And good evening from Sophia Gardens, as we have got 26 overs remaining. How have we got 26 overs remaining? I suppose that should finish around about 6:15. Glamorgan's over 8 was +6. Sussex's is +2, but more relevantly to the state of the game, Glamorgan are 39 runs ahead on first innings, and Ul Hassan and Salter are at the crease to start their second innings, and Shipley will bowl right arm round to Ul Hassan, who defends that down on the leg side. And there's no run. McAndrew, as you might expect, is winding as well to come into the attack from the Cathedral Road end. Oh, that's the first time today I've noticed a shadow from the floodlights as the sun just about pierces the high cloud, and Shipley is in towards us, and that's down leg side, and Ul Hassan makes no contact, and Carter makes a neat catch. 39 runs, Edward. How significant? Discuss.
A lead is a lead. How many? It's better to be 30 runs to the good, to the bad. And I think now Glamorgan must try and look for runs, not to. We know that Andrew Salter is a forcing player. He doesn't always show it, and he can't, because he's filling in as an opening batsman. But he can attack, and he must take every opportunity.
Shipley bowls, and Ul Hassan pushes forward to defend.
Somebody rang me about 20 minutes ago. I answered the call, and it's no word of a lie. I looked up, and they were walking in. I was trying to answer this question. And
3 wickets in the space of
5 balls, you say?
5 balls, I think it was, yeah. Last ball of the 89th and the 3rd and 4th of the 90th. Oh, we can go bang, bang, bang here, boys.
Oh, yes. We didn't hear that, but it did happen, didn't it? Yeah.
Shipley, the New Zealander, bowls to Ul Hassan, who works him on the leg side, fielded by Carson at short mid-wicket. So the field for this opening over is inclusive of 2 slips, a gully, and a short catching mid-wicket to try and put some early pressure back on Glamorgan. As Shipley is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan leaves outside off stump. He fell leg before to Shipley in the first innings for 9. Salter battled through 20 overs to make 22 before he was bowled by Carvelis, but this is very much the stand-in Glamorgan top order, with Lloyd, Byram and Ingram all cropped at the moment. So, how much progress can either side make in this remaining hour and a half? Shipley bowls to Ul Hassan, who defends, and the innings has started with a maiden. Glamorgan lead by 39.
You just don't know really what this pitch is going to do. When you saw Hudson Prentice and Carson compiling their very useful partnership of, what was it, 59 or 60? You thought, well, this is plain sailing, and all of a sudden 3 wickets go down. I know they were tail enders, but Andrew was telling us that Shipley's no main before Putchap didn't have a ball because he watched a couple of wickets go down the other end.
61 stand, was that the highest of the?
Yeah, by 2, I think.
Of the match, yeah. Glamorgan's highest was 59.
Now you've got McAndrew ball. I think these 2 bowlers were well in the first. Inning, and Sussex will look to them to try and strike early, because if you've got I suppose it's the other side of slender. It's not a bad lead, put it that way. 39. There'd rather be 79, but you've got to be grateful. McAndrew will bowl from where he bowled in the first innings. This end, he's bowling to Andrew Salter. Bowls to him, and Salter's gone. Caught behind, inside edge.
No.
Not given.
Well, it obviously hit something on the way through, because everyone in the Sussex team went up. The ball appeared to come back a little, and Alter and Salter just pokes at his thigh and said, well, flick me leg on the way through.
You don't, yeah. I thought, well, where he caught it was an inside edge.
Yeah, it looked like that,
But
didn't it, initially?
there's only Salter to do that. You can just stand there. You don't need to say it hit my. You know,
It's helpful for us.
I don't think he's thinking about it. Anyhow, that was a promising start for McAndrew as he comes again for his second ball, and he's over the wicket and bowls to Salter. So I'm sorry if I startled listeners and viewers around the country, especially down at Hove or in Wales, but as Nick says, everybody rushed to everybody, 11 of them jubilated, and all of a sudden Mr. Adnan, who's, they're talking to the lads next door, every decision he's given, they reckon, the boys who work the stream next door, has been spot on. There we are. Off we go again. No run on the board. McAndrew in past the umpire, bowls, and this is played with dab down into the gully.
In case you're wondering, Mr. Adnan was born in Lahore, Pakistan, had a first-class career in Pakistan, but also had 5 years at Derbyshire in the noughties, so you may recognise the name. Quite a successful batter with a career average of 37 and 10 hundreds.
Is he a left-hander, I remember?
No.
No.
Right-hand bat. A little bit of off-spin, not much. Appointed to the list last year, so he's in his second year of full-time umpiring.
McAndrew, medium fast, runs away from us, bowls to Salter. Salter plays it round the corner, down to fine leg. He's on his way for a single. Oh, applause.
Relieved, yes.
Relief, as you say. 40 runs ahead. I wish the lead had been 40. It would be so easy to add it on.
It's on the right-hand, top right-hand side of the board.
Sometimes you forget, or your eyes are not focusing. And lovely evening, isn't it? And the wind is still blowing the trees in far distance. Andrew will be making his way down. Where will you be going tonight, Andrew?
Home in the morning, I think.
Where? In the morning.
Yeah.
What part of the world is it? Sussex?
To Crawley.
Crawley. Oh, right.
I'm actually in Surrey, but
Round the wicket comes McAndrew to the left-handed Ul Hassan. Crawley Town Football Club.
And
you follow them? Do you commentate on them, Crawley?
no, I've commentated on the past.
Are you the main Brighton commentator? No.
Adrian does a lot of presenting.
Yeah.
we'll quiz Mr. Harms on his musical exploits in the morning.
First question, why do you have to go at your age?
No, Edward.
£350 apparently was the lowest price. McAndrew bowls. Hassan is right forward. End of the over, good over there, just a single of it, one without loss.
I wouldn't say to Elton John, what are you doing on at your
No,
age?
certainly not. Certainly not.
Although he was moving a little stiffly, Edward.
I was a bit surprised with that. The way he was walking.
Possibly that gold lame suit was a bit stiff.
That's the one he was in 1976. I was reading this morning.
What, the same one?
Well,
The same style. Yeah, presumably he's put on a few pounds since then.
Same style, exactly.
Right. I was going to say, if he can get in the same suit at 76 as he did in his 30s, he's doing well. Here's Shipley to bowl to Salter, who pushes to mid-off.
Did you watch it, Andrew?
That's the brief.
Yeah.
I saw a bit.
I watched 2 hours.
Good heavens, yeah.
Well, no, it was my era, you see, my boys. And I was young and frivolous.
I'm looking forward to catching up on 2 artists in particular, the Manic Street Preachers and Blondie.
Yeah,
2
Blondie was there.
groups I've seen in concert quite a few times. Shipley bowls and Salter is forward on the leg side to the oohs and ahs of the Sussex infield. So Sussex will want to keep the level of chirp and banter up and keep their spirits high as they probe to get a few wickets tonight and get Glamorgan on the back foot in turn.
Umpire Baton just had a quick word with Shipley. whether it was just a bit of love running on or he was close to a no ball.
Shipley bowls, Salter defends.
You wouldn't want to run down that part of the wicket when you've got some chasing a total, would you? Sussex will, and you've got spinners, especially Mr. Shepson.
Yeah, there's rough outside the right-hander's leg stump at that far end, which Shepson might be able to get the ball to spit out of, and Shipley is presumably adding to that general wear and tear as he's into bowl to Salter, who drives but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. So already in the Glamorgan innings we're seeing the ball not appearing to come onto the bat particularly hard, although everyone has said that the opening overs with the Kookaburra are even more important than with the Dukes, with the ball going a bit soft at various stages after Salter pushes that one to mid-on, depending on who you believe, 10 overs or 30 overs, but certainly it
might be a good thing that, as far as Glamorgan is concerned, is that Tom Bevan, who doesn't really block anything, does he? He is one of these players that he's a terrific one-day player when he's on song. He got 130 odd against Hampshire in the one-day trophy last year, and if he can get away and play some shots, that'll help the cause, really.
Shipley pulls out of his run-up. Someone wasn't quite ready. So 2 slips in the gully. Point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. Shipley in the evening sunshine bowls to Salter, who is forward defending, and this Glamorgan innings has started as the first 2 sessions of the day's play started, i.e. very slowly, 1 for 0 after 3.
Yes, and in real money Glamorgan are 40 for no wicket. 3 accurate overs from the opening bowlers, and they know that they've got to bowl well to keep the side in this, because I was talking to Andrew behind me in the tea interval, anything upwards of about 240, 250 will be, you would think, a difficult chase on this pitch, which is responsive to spin. McAndrew round the wicket, bowls, and the left-handed Ul Hassan just pushes it back. No risks being taken at the moment. Every ball has been on a length or thereabouts. A huge shout to the second ball, the McAndrew ball, but turned down by umpire Adnan. The other umpire, good friend of everybody's, Neil Baton. Been on the staff for a while now, Neil. In comes the next delivery, and this is pushed away in the onside. Again, there's no chance of a run.
Yeah, there seem to have been a few more over recent years who have not played first-class cricket who've come onto the list.
I think it was Braintree, the Braintree postman they used to call him, or some village up in Essex, because he was a postman, Neil. And very cheery person. Loves the job. Here's McAndrew now. In round the wicket, bowls to Al Hassan. Well, he went down there, and his haunches, and batsmen often go down, and sometimes exaggerated that the ball is keeping low. But he hit it in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I think the message in this is that you have to take your scoring opportunities of anything that's wide that really has to be dispatched, because there's not a great deal of bounce, there's maybe not a lot of pace onto the bat, so anything wide has to be really latched onto.
In comes McAndrew, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot. It's past mid-off, it's going up towards the boundary. I think it might just get there, it will. So lovely timed shot, first boundary of the innings from Hassan, and Glamorgan move up to 5 without loss. Yeah, I quite agree with that statement, Nick, because looking at the Glamorgan bowlers, Van der Gooten and McElroy went for under 2s in there. And Harris was under 3, Swepson was under 3, and Al Hassan was the only bowler really that went over 3 runs and over, and he bowled 8 overs for 29. So yes, it's not easy to score. You wait for the opportunity. For Glamorgan 5 without loss. McAndrew in again and bowls, and that's edged for 4 through the vacant third slip area, all along the ground. There is no third man, gentlemen. Well, Andrew was a big advocate of mine, you know, he agrees with me.
Got to attack this early in the innings, Edward, haven't you?
Pardon?
You've got to attack if you're a bowling side this early in the innings.
You're 40 all in the lead already, of 2 overs.
Yeah, but they're not going to win by...
Anyway, I rest my case.
They've got to take wickets. They've got to take wickets.
Every game now, you must stop me talking about that. 9 without loss. McAndrew still bowling well. And he comes in now, last ball of the over, and bowls, and watches that go by to the wicket keeper. End of. 9 without loss, and 8 of them, 2 boundaries to Ul Hassan, and Salter is on a solitary single.
Oh yeah, 22 overs remaining. Should be about 6:15, I guess, depending on how much twirl we get from Carson.
Did I tell you?
Possibly Coles.
I see lots of things on my journeys from West Wales. I am coming around a corner of a village I go through. I saw a gentleman being arrested outside Tesco's.
Oh, Shipley is in to bowl to Salter.
You're not very interested, either of you.
That was blocked to mid-off. Well, after the hair-raising tale you once told me off-air, which involved a shop and a bottle of vodka, and your status as the vigilante of
oh yes,
the neighbourhood, which I don't think we'd better go into on air.
I caught him.
Yeah.
I must have been mad. I was giving a big row with my family.
9 for naught. Shipley bowls, Salter slashes it into the offside. Hudson Prentice at point stops it. Right, what was this chap being arrested for? Do you know?
I went in to get my paper at 8:45, and I
names
walked
in the back drill.
And a little girl, she wasn't very old, she said, that man has just taken a bottle of vodka and he's getting onto his bike. Right, I'll be back, I said.
Oh, hang on, I thought we were talking about today's arrest.
Oh, today's arrest?
Yeah,
he was walking out of Tesco's.
As Shipley bowls and Salter pushes forward, the accompaniment of the gulls that have arrived for the evening. Bit of shoplifting, was it?
It was a corner, then I thought, what's this police van blocking this road? And out he comes, and with him a gentleman was handcuffed.
All right.
So I didn't want to hang around or be a witness or anything. So you wouldn't expect that, will you, at 10:15 on a Sunday morning?
Shipley is into bowl. Salter drives to mid-off, and there's no run. I'm not sure we'd better go into the other story about you being the caped crusader of Trebanos on air.
No, what I wanted to say, just in case people thought that I'd nicked the bottle of vodka.
No. Edward was involved in apprehending the miscreant, shall we say.
Yes.
9 without loss, Glamorgan lead by 48 runs. No tasers were involved, Andrew. As Shipley is into bowl to Salter, leaves the ball that went straight on and ends up in the gloves of the mulleted Carter. And Tom Allsop has got his sunglasses on the back of his
You've got
head.
Something about sunglasses,
I
haven't
have. I mean, I like wearing sunglasses when the sun's out and you stick them on your nose and they stop too much sun getting in your eyes. They're not doing much good on the back of Allsop's cap.
I don't know how they can feel in these sunglasses, the ball went up in the air.
Shipley in to bowl. Salter leaves. I suppose in some conditions it can help reduce the dazzle and the glare, and you often get the spinners like Carson in this match has bowled in shades. Sisodia often does for Glamorgan in the T20.
Yeah, you get used to them, but I always drive when the sun is out with my sunglasses. It's a great help.
9 for naught after 5 overs here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Wales. Ul Hassan has 8, Salter has 1, the lead is 48.
Yes, and Shipley has not conceded a run. 3 overs, 3 maidens. It's McAndrew to start his third. Bowls down the leg side, clipped on its way. That might just run away for 4. It does, down to fine leg. Again, we've remarked this season how fine leg and third men are wide, aren't they? And, if he'd been in the proper fine leg position, it would only be a single, so that's his third boundary.
You'd think at Sophia Gardens they would be finer because the ends of the ground are shorter, aren't they? So you need to be
especially that end
closer to the wicket.
That's a short boundary.
It's a lovely viewing point up at that Sophia Gardens end, isn't it, where our commentary box used to be. This is a fine viewing point as well, but
rather the other one. It used to look, just up. You are high up here, but it's a great view.
It is.
So McAndrew has gone for 3 boundaries, and he's bowling round the wicket again, and bowls, and this is played. Does it? No, I thought it might just beat gully, and so did San, but it doesn't.
He's a busy boy, Hudson Prentice, isn't he? There.
If you ask me, right, what's the best commentary point in the country, I would have no hesitation in saying Derbyshire, because it's lower than we are here. It's I don't know what you think. It's perfect.
It's usually straight, yeah.
Perfect view.
Usually straight. Depends where the wickets are, obviously.
Lords in the Oval, 20 miles away. In comes the next ball. Short, cut away, straight. Didn't time it, straight to cover, no run.
Well, Southampton, where we're several floors up on the hotel balcony where we'll be on Friday night, Kenneth Davis, James Harrison, myself.
Good luck.
Your commentary team. Well, if you're watching online and we get anything wrong, Edward, text in to keep us informed, because it really is impossible to identify fielders at the far end of the ground.
They haven't got anywhere. You should be in one of those rooms, shouldn't you? That's where the Test Match Special will go. McAndrew in, bowls, and that's turned to short mid wicket. There's no run.
Well, they can afford to book out the rooms, can't they?
When you're not going to have a full hotel capacity, are you, if Glamorgan are playing?
Well,
I'm sure.
Never know.
20 overs.
There's quite often a Premier League side staying there who've booked half the place out, isn't it? That's been known.
The other one was better, the other side, if you remember. You worked there, didn't you?
Yeah. We've worked at a fair few commentary points around various grounds.
Yes, can't complain about this one. In comes McAndrew. Bowls, and that's... he tried to tuck it down the corner, fine, but it hit the pad. No run. Morgan lead by 52. And let's have a look. Just 5 o'clock. People coming in from work. Slowly go through the day for you. 65 for 1 Sussex were last night. There was soon 65 for 3. And a couple of good innings. Carter played for 35, played an useful innings. And then the innings of the day was played by Hudson Prentice, 59. And the next ball is no run. Carson made 21, and in the end Sussex were all out for 203. 2 wickets to Van de Gooten, 2 to McElroy, and 3 apiece to the leg spinner from Australia playing his first game, Mitchell Swepson. And James Harris bowled pretty well. Best I've seen him bowling this season. He bowled 17 overs, 3 for 38. Oh, hello Andrew.
Hello.
You're back, are you?
I am.
Good to see you.
Ready for the last push for me. Adrian Harms will be representing Sussex tomorrow and Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to have had you here, and
It's been a pleasure.
come again.
So,
Henry Shipley, 3 maidens.
and comes in and bowls now to a big appeal for LBW. That might be going over the top, that one. He's bowling to Salter. That looked high to me.
Well, he turned now. I thought, yeah, possibly high. I don't know. We're behind him here, so.
Yeah, just the way it seemed to start. I don't know if we're going to get a replay or not, but to me, that looked high. I'm not sure about the court behind. On the replays, there didn't seem to be much else it could have been other than bat, but of course it could have missed everything and just moved late beyond past the stumps as they can do. The umpire's reputation goes before him on that one as Shipley comes in and bowls. There's another appeal. This looks closer. They're more into that one, but nope.
This was outside the line, I think.
Outside the line is the judgment from Edward, and
Only because he moved outside. He's bowling well, isn't he?
So Shipley, yet to concede a run in 20 deliveries.
It's very much like this morning, as Nick was saying.
Yeah, all the runs have come off of Nathan McAndrew's bowling, because McAndrew took 4 wickets yesterday. Shipley took a couple. There were 3 for the spinner as well at Jack Carson, as this time Shipley brings Salter forward into a defensive shot. Morgan 13 without loss, a lead of 52.
Yeah, I had to sympathise last season. We all did with Andrew Salter. He couldn't get going at all opening the batting because he was standing in for Eddie Byram, as he's doing now, who's injured again. And, it did sympathy for a boy who bats number 7 or 8 against the new ball.
And he's faced 19 deliveries for 1 at the moment as Shipley comes in and bowls to him. And this time he tries to play it down towards the point region, but it's fielded well by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
The second game we played in early April was down here against Middlesex. And who was bounding in at him was Toby Rowland-Jones, one of the best seamers in England, Shahid Afridi, the young Pakistan left-armer. He was out immediately, but it was sympathy.
So Shipley comes in again and bowls to Salter, who does time that nicely up towards mid-off, but again stopped. And that means that Shipley is on the verge, commentator's curse I know, of a 4th successive maiden over. And
you see, the thing is, it's bags of time. There's over 2 days left, and there's no point in hurrying, rush stroke or get out.
no, that's true.
Case of tiring him down. If
Absolutely. Waiting for the bad ball to come as Shipley comes in and bowls. That one's off the pad, and they will get a run. In fact, they're going to cut 2, I think. Yes, to deep backward square. And they are runs off the bat. So that's the first runs conceded by Henry Shipley.
I was going to say, if he came off the pad, damn good pads.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's
down to the boundary. There you are. You put the curse on him, Andrew.
absolutely. He's conceded 2 runs there. So Glamorgan 15 without loss. They lead by 54. There's 19 overs left in the day. Shipley has bowled 4 overs, none for 2. McAndrew's bowled 3 overs, none for 13.
How many overs were left? Did you say 22?
19
No.
in the day. Oh,
Because there were 22 left last night. It's about the same thing. What's the total of overs left? Let's have a look. 7 bowled, 26. Yeah, and there was 22 overs left last night. Which
it's very
yeah.
similar. Yeah, so the all-out, the dismissal times very similar. Obviously, yeah, a few more overs for Glamorgan to face than Sussex did yesterday, but very similar. 26.
A slip. Gully has come out and gone on the onside. 2 people waiting there. As in comes McAndrew, bowls to the left-hander, and Hussain just pushes it away on the offside. 2 slips, a cover, extra cover and a mid-off, and you've got a fine leg, a man by the umpire chatting away to Neil Baton, a man on the drive then, about 15 yards away to his right, and then another man basically behind the man on the drive at an orthodox mid-on. So he's bowling the outswinger would be a right-hander, but the in-swinger to the left-hander here, and that has been clipped down towards fine leg, and that has gone for 4 more. And when you've got a lead like this and you're behind, you don't want to. I'm talking to Nick, you might have heard. I can't understand why he's so wide at fine leg.
Yeah, it's that yeah, and Tickles do tend to obviously run very fine, and there's nobody at deep backwards square, so he's got to cover all of that. I think that's probably the particular. He's sort of being all things to all people really down there. What was interesting just then is McAndrew just stretched out, or not just then, but before that delivery, stretched out his back a little bit.
If I was a captain, they say, come on, 15 yards to your left. McAndrew in again and bowls.
Leading edge.
And a leading edge, he's looking to play, as you say, to mid-on. But he turned out it ends up at extra cover. You anticipate that, you know, a wicket could go. Sometimes you score 70 for no wicket and they're flying in the way. And you don't expect it, but no disrespect to these batsmen, you know what I mean. You wouldn't expect a wicket, or you wouldn't be surprised, that's the best way to describe it.
Well, I mean,
if a wicket went.
Just after tea, I'll break away and let this...
And he comes again, bowls. That's a very purposeful push forward, no run.
Just after tea, we were discussing, Nick and I, that, you know, saying that Sussex were trying to eat away at that total and getting close to parity, and then suddenly 3 wickets. So obviously that's towards the you know, with the tail.
But they were batting well.
But you know, both top orders have not fired for the 2 teams. So you know, there is a way through.
Yeah, Billy Root batted at 6, got 60. Hudson Prentice batting at 7, got 59.
The top scorers right in the middle order there.
In comes the next ball, and that's pitched on off stump and put up to mid-off. No run. 1 ball left off this over. 0 for 17, Andrew. Because, not you, Andrew, McAndrew, I meant. And Andrews and McAndrews.
I might be happy with those figures.
But of course, there have been 3 fours. Or 4 fours, I think.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on the third man issue. Even, you know, in this situation, I do think you can attack even with a third man, because you don't want to be leaking boundaries that take the, you know, a lead from, say, you know, 58 now to 62, 66 and 70.
Last ball of the over is gun barrel straight and is played back down the pitch, and that is the end of the over. Glamorgan 19 without loss, a bit better than they were in the first half innings when they were 18 for 2, and the lead is crept up to 58, having had a lead of 39 on first innings.
Yeah, Sussex would love Glamorgan to be
18
for 2. Yeah, 18 for 2, 19 for 2 now, because I mean, it's not necessary. I mean, certainly 1 out tonight would probably be imperative. 2 out tonight would be ideal, but from a Sussex perspective,
and 3 out, they'd be on the pole.
Oh, absolutely, they'll be cock a hoop, and anything's possible. So you've seen in this match how things have twisted and turned and changed on a sixpence. But it'll be interesting to see what the mood of the 2 camps is like at close of play, when we're halfway through this match and over halfway through in terms of the innings. Shipley comes in now and bowls, and that's a good ball to Salter, who defends. Plenty of chatter from the Sussex fielders, that's good to hear. Keeping their spirits up towards the end of a day. That could be sometimes, I know it's hard when you've been in the field all day, but they've just got out there, so it's easier. But you know, when you're 58 behind,
yeah, they would have been disappointed in the end. Okay, they did recover well, because I thought that they'd go past Glamorgan the way they were batting.
Certainly with that, yeah, that
didn't look like getting out.
That partnership Finn Hudson Prentice put on with Carson looked good.
Even though Carson should have gone at 2.
Yeah, when he was dropped by Billy Root, as Salter faces up against Shipley, and just plays that down to the man at short extra cover, James Coles.
Can you imagine if there were no test matches and everybody was fit, you would have an attack. Sussex would have had an attack of Jofra Archer, Ollie Robinson, Shipley first change. Not bad, would it?
It would be certainly well watchable, I tell you that much. Jofra Archer, is he ever going to be fit? That's the big question, certainly for the longer form of the game, as this one is driven, but again to the man at this time at orthodox extra cover.
It doesn't sound good, does it?
It's just no. I mean, we briefly touched on this earlier with off-air with fast bowling supplies. Generally, you look at someone like Ollie Stone who can't get fit.
How many of them break down? Do they practice indoors too much, banging on those gym floors? I don't know.
And it's modified actions and things like that. And as Shipley comes in and bowls, and this time that's wide and cut away, and that should be 4 more, and it is. Good shot, backward point. First, bad delivery from Shipley. Salter cashes in, he moves on to 7. Glamorgan to 23 without loss, and the lead is 62.
I think perhaps, bless him, Jofra might end up like Tamal Mills.
I wouldn't want to speculate, but that's certainly obviously a possibility.
Just 4 overs, and then you get into big competitions. And
Tamal Mills is, very fine operator in that form of the game.
He bowled well here the other day. I watched him, and he is a class act. When he is fit again, you see, he's the one that suffers.
Yeah, he can't play back-to-back very often as Shipley comes in and bowls. This one played into the mid-wicket area for no run. And there's a few like it, who their bodies won't allow them to go through the rigours of bowling, because you don't know, do you? Just with limited overs, you might bowl 4 overs or 10 overs at most, and in a 4-day game you could end up in the field for a day and a half. And
but the money
the money doesn't hurt, but at the same time it's the recovery times as well.
I agree.
As this one is just jabbed into the offside by Salter for no run. I mean, fast bowlers need a lot of recovery. And we're going to see that with the Ashes, I think, because there's back-to-back test matches coming up, so I'd be surprised if England will... I mean, James Anderson's 40. I don't know if he'll play both. Stuart Broad turned 37 the other day, 38, something like that. And Ari Carvelis is going to come in from the Cathedral Road end. And Australia are going to have to do some rotation as well, so we might see Michael Neser at some stage. And it's, because again, their fast bowling...
Hazelwood's always dodgy.
Yeah, and they've not actually been able to put they've often said that there's only been a handful of test matches where they've been able to put their sort of main strike bowlers out in the same game.
Yeah, it's hard work. I thought he might have brought Jack Carson on now. The left-hander ball going away for ones, and you don't get much from Carson, do you? What did he take first innings?
3 for 45 or something similar.
Why I always build him up, and I'll tell you in a moment. Carvelis has his first ball, and bowls, that's defended on the offside. When I saw him here as a youngster 3 years ago, I hadn't heard of him or seen him, and I was so impressed. I came out with a remark, perhaps I shouldn't. I said, this boy will play for England one day. And ever since, and every time I've seen him, he's never bowled badly. And I do hope that he will succeed. Carvelis comes in, bowls, and brings the batsman forward, pushes it out onto the offside.
He's certainly highly thought of, obviously, by Sussex, and he is on the radar. I know that much. He's
done the Lions tour, hasn't he? But who is taking wickets spinners wise? I think I told you that the lad who's been picked, Raymond, for England, 6 wickets at 67 in first class. This, goodness. Carvelis, nice straight run up, comes in and bowls and rather turns. Hussain there, just a little.
Yeah, he may be one that will be, employed on subcontinent tours. Obviously, he took 5 wickets in Pakistan.
He did.
Bowled quite nicely there, and there are a lot of spinners that have been used or overlooked. Liam Dawson is one that people are
He got
talking about.
160 yesterday or today. Carvelis goes round the wicket. And a mistimed shot there by the batsman. I feel sorry for him, and a lot of people sympathise because he's an out-and-out excellent cricketer. Whether he's bowling or he's fielding close in or he's batting, comes in about 6, 7. But there we are.
Given the sort of spinners who have been used over the past by England and then discarded, he's been unlucky not to have been at least one of those.
Yeah. Carvelis in over the wicket, bowls out to cover. Accurate bowling, steady batting. Glamorgan have a lead. They're 62 for no wicket in real money.
The one they were banking on, of course, at one stage was Mason Crane, but
One test match and discarded. And he doesn't play county cricket, does he?
no, he was on loan at Sussex briefly last season, and it's one that Sussex let get away because he's a Sussex lad.
Is he?
And then crept over the border into Hampshire.
Conversely, Harmer, the captain of
Essex.
played some test matches, can't take a wicket. Here's the next ball.
Yeah, Harmer was called up for South Africa, wasn't he,
Good
against,
Harmer.
against England? And and everybody was saying, oh, he's bowled so well in county cricket. And I don't know if county cricket. I'm not obviously not. This is not a blanket statement, but if county cricket performances can be a good guide. Certainly not for batting. I think you need a certain technique and temperament, and you can see that with the players in the 90s. Players like Graham Hick and Mark Ramprakash, who made mountains of runs in county cricket, and they were serviceable, very serviceable international batsmen, but they weren't necessarily didn't have the technique or the ticker in different areas of the game to
I agree.
to score heavy runs in. Whereas obviously somebody like Michael Atherton and Alex Stewart and Nasser Hussain and Mark Butcher, they were they may not have been as free flowing as people like Ramprakash and Hick, but they succeeded better at international level for various reasons. As Shipley comes in from the far end for what will be his 6th over.
We're talking spinners.
Salter defends.
I haven't seen this year. Is Archie Lemmer.
Yeah, Lenham hasn't featured a.
Is he fit?
I believe so. Adrian would know more because he covers Sussex all the time. I've stepped into the breach to follow. I was a Sussex fan as a kid, but I haven't necessarily seen every ball of this season. But no, Lenham hasn't played, and that one's left alone by Salter as it moves slightly away from him. Shipley into the 6th over.
He came
his
here.
Opening spell.
Was it 2 years ago, Nick, on a T20? He took 4-4. Man of the match. 4
Very talented young player, and again someone who will grow into his game, if you like. Not to sound too patronising, but there's
He
a
must
lot
be
of
only about 19 now.
if that actually. As Shipley comes in and bowls to Salter again. Carbon copy of the previous ball, moves away slightly and left alone.
Yes.
It's got that nice sort of late afternoon, early evening glow about it now, hasn't it? The ground with the
It's
high
lovely,
cloud.
isn't it? Patient cricket for the purist.
It has been one for the purist.
Like you and Nick.
It has been
The
one
two
for
purists.
has been one for the purist.
I'm a purist plus.
Absolutely. Paid up member of the Purist fan club has again left alone. This time a little bit more judged on the length of the ball. And Salter is trying to book himself in for an early start tomorrow.
For bed and breakfast.
Absolutely.
Evening meal thrown in.
Has he faced 32 balls for his 7? In fact, Al Hassan has faced 32 balls as well. And for the mathematicians amongst you, that will tell you we've had 10.4 overs of this innings so far, as this one is mistimed out into the offside by Salter, and there's no run.
You see, I remember Hudson Prentice's innings, big, strong young lad, and he had a couple of balls. He hammered, excuse me, and it just went comfortably instead of scorching to the boundary, hitting the fingers. Just went. So, you see, Salter drove that quite hard, but it tells you the slowness of the pitch must do, because otherwise they'd go through.
Absolutely, and as Shipley comes in and bowls again, this one's played firmly back up the pitch to the bowler. And if you think about some of the boundaries, and you can recall them off the top of your head because there weren't that many of them, in the Sussex innings, a lot of it was either firmly struck sweeps off the spinner, or it was touch, little touches down towards third man, fine leg, using the pace of the ball.
And one hook off Harris here, that was the only thing in front of the wicket I can remember.
Yeah, so your value is not in drives really off this surface.
No, you've got a nudge and
nurdle.
a nurdle.
I love the word nurdle.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the word nurdle.
Just looking at Shipley, what is that? 6406.
Very symmetrical figures.
Mr. Carvelis will continue, and he's coming round the wicket to Ul Hassan and bowls to him, and he plays it into the gully. And there is no run. Do you know I thought he would bowl well on this? We haven't seen him. Tom Haynes and his little
cutters,
dobbers, whatever you call them.
Well, it was like when Harry Brook was brought on in the Ashes Test, and I can't remember. It must have been on the radio because it was Jim Maxwell said, "What's he bowl?" And I thought to myself, right arm optimistic.
Here's the next ball. Gets right forward, smothers again, and plays it away onto the offside. Yeah, he wouldn't be very easy to score off, I can tell you, Tom Haynes.
No.
He didn't bowl you 7 bowlers, didn't he? Yeah.
It is a very... It's difficult to know, even though we're into the third innings already, it is sometimes difficult to see which type of bowler will take wickets.
I got up at him, dug that into Carvelis. Is well played though. Just looking at these two makeshift openers. Up at Durham, they put on 55 in the first innings. I'm sure that they exceeded that in the second, 83. This first innings here, they put on 14 only, but they've got knuckled down, done pretty well.
Sussex definitely need of a breakthrough.
Here's Carvelis, comes in past the umpire, bowls. Just anguished yell from Ollie Carter behind the stumps. What for? Because it was played out to short mid-on. 23 without loss. Glamorgan lead by 62. I seem to have said that about 4 times in the last 10 minutes because it hadn't moved.
Yeah, wicket keepers always get overexcited as it's always to apply the pressure, but as Tony Gregg would have said, he's hit the cover off of that. So
yeah. Carvelis bowls wide outside the off stump and left, and the overs left after this ball will be 14. And how many we had bowled? 12. We're nearly halfway to the close, and it's 25 past 5.
And the gulls are circling again.
Yeah.
None of them have landed just yet, even though there hasn't been much action in the corner of the ground where they were gathered yesterday.
Carvelis hasn't had a run scored off him, and he won't because that's the end of the over. He's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. Maidens galore.
Yep, run rate is 1.92 from the first 12 overs. 23 without loss, Glamorgan, a lead of 62.
Yeah, and once Nick comes back, I shall vacate.
There's a change of bowling at the river.
Yes, and I will be doing my final updates for Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex listeners in a few minutes. We are going to see Jack Carson come on to bowl now from the river end.
Perfect for close of play for Sir Russia to 6 o'clock. Carson.
Yep, 14 overs remain. So we're into that kind of which would be termed the final hour of a
There's a man
match.
Under a deep extra cover. Looks as if he doesn't take any part in play.
Yeah,
in
he's
this
sort of
match.
sat on the almost in the
There's
front row.
nobody by him. Nobody. Now he's coming in. That's for the arm ball that goes away.
10 yards in from the boundary.
4th bowler used.
So Carson comes in now and bowls, and Salter just makes sure he defends that properly, watches what goes on in front of him.
Well, off spinner to off spinner here.
We had that in reverse earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
When Carson was at the crease with Hudson Prentice, as he comes in and bowls now, and Salter leans forward. So I shall do my update from BBC Radio Sussex shortly.
Nick's coming back, then I'll be back after you come back, and I'll be back for the last 7 or 8 overs, I think.
If you've enjoyed this half as much as me, then I've enjoyed it twice as much as you. As Carson comes in and bowls, and that one's driven, and they'll get a single out to sort of a wide mid-off area. So that's a single to Salter to move on to 8. Glamorgan to 24 without loss, a lead of 63. And we are hurtling towards halfway through this, the overs remaining in the Glamorgan part of this evening session, if you follow me. I'm not sure I do, so why should you?
Now then, ball going away from the bat here, just a slip and a short leg. Oh, it's very interesting, I think. Anyway,
it's Carson round the wicket to the left-hander, in he comes and bowls, and that's played out into the offside, and there's no run.
Do you think Matthew May, now the Glamorgan head coach, has got Billy Root in the corner and saying no running down the pitch to Carson today or tomorrow?
I was going to say, if it's today, Glamorgan are in all sorts of trouble, as this one's played just off the back foot by Al Hassan out into the offside. No run. Does seem to be a bit of a calmer start to the Glamorgan innings than in the first innings, where, as Ed says, they were 18 for 2. Carson bowls now to Al Hassan, who leans forward and just protects everything behind him, and there's no run. End of that over, 1 from it from the first over for Carson today, and Ari Carvelas will continue. From the other end, who's bowled 2 successive maidens, I won't continue. I'm going to give Radio Sussex listeners an update, and I shall return a little later.
And for the first time in this match, the run rate has gone below 2. But there was so much time left, nobody's going to care much about that. As Carvelas will continue. 2 maidens for him. Bowled accurately and straight, and he'll be bowling. He bowled mostly at Al Hassan, but now he is going to bowl to the right-handed Andrew Salter. Here he is. Comes in, bowls to Salter. Salter covers up and plays it to mid-on. Rushing through the overs here, Nick. It's only 5:30.
Yeah, remarkable events in Zimbabwe in that World Cup qualifier.
West Indies win?
No.
Oh, dear me.
Netherlands won on a super over. The scores were tied in the main match on 374 apiece.
Wonderful. Here's the next ball. Nice looking shot by Salter, but straight to mid-off. Was it played at the Harare Sports Club? I've been there a couple of times. Beautiful ground.
Well, it may be the same place. The Takashinka Sports Club, Harare. I'm not sure if that's a renamed venue. But Netherlands scored 30 off the super over. Van Beek, Logan Van Beek, who I think we've seen playing for Derbyshire, hit 30, 6 fours, and 3 sixes, 3 fours.
Oh, here's Carvelas. Don't think we're going to get that here tonight. Salter pushes forward.
Van Beek then bowled the super over and
took a hat-trick in it, tell me.
West Indies were 8 for 2 when they gave up after 5 balls. There wasn't much point in bowling the last one. So yeah, how to win a super over? Hit 30 and take 2 wickets.
Carvelas has not conceded a run in 15 deliveries. And he comes again, bowls. No chance of a run there. Another straight ball. 24 without loss. The run rate is 1.76. But Glamorgan won't be at all worried, because effectively now they are 63 for no wicket.
Yeah, run rate irrelevant really. There's plenty of time left in this match, weather permitting.
Here's the next one. That is angled out into cover. There's no run.
Yeah, and West Indies looked in control of that game for a long period, but the Netherlands almost won it in the main match, but West Indies took a wicket with a catch off the last ball.
God gracious me.
No idea why that phone is ringing. No one's meant to have the number.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Here's Carvelas bowls. Driven to cover. No run.
It's must be a wrong number because that's not a phone I actually use as a phone. Let's knock it off anyway, which is why I don't.
End of the over. No run. 3 consecutive
pick you
maidens. Just as Shipley bowled the first 3 overs. At the far end is grinding to the halt. And how many overs have we got left?
12.
Around dozen.
So yeah, in that group stage A, that's over. Zimbabwe have got 4 wins. Netherlands 3, West Indies 2.
Ireland failed to qualify, didn't they?
Ireland have failed to qualify. Has the other group decided? Yeah, it is. Sri Lanka, Scotland and Oman go through. As new over starts with Ul Hassan pushing forward, and there is no run. So in comes the next delivery that has Ul Hassan in a little bit of trouble, as that one almost got through.
They're letting
dig it out somehow.
They're letting the bowlers bowl at them, but they are makeshift openers, and they've done a fairly good job.
Next delivery from Carsten is defended out on the leg side by Ul Hassan. Well, scoring rates has been slow and slower today, hasn't it? Didn't really even reach 3 and over in that longish stand between Hudson Prentice and Carsten, which is the highest of the match so far. Carsten now bowling, and Ul Hassan drives out into the offside, and there's no run.
I said yesterday, Nick, it doesn't bother me in the slightest, because this is a county match of 4 days, and it's attritional, and it's thoroughly enjoyable.
As Glamorgan look to add to this lead, which now stands at 63, and Ul Hassan drives into a gap on the offside, and they'll take a single. It's a sprawling stop by the man at cover, Tom Clark, but he can't prevent the single, and he has now got large green stains down the side of his throughs.
I don't quite know why they've got a deep mid-wicket and a deep extra cover for these two, but there we go. Here's Andrew coming back now.
Thank you. Edward will be back just after 6 o'clock for the final few overs, as Salter presses forward and plays the ball gently out to Hudson Prentice at cover. No run, 25 for no wicket. Glamorgan leading Sussex by 64 runs here on BBC Sport Online.
We can discuss our mutual, as we did yesterday, our mutual Manic Street Preachers love. So you haven't seen their Glastonbury set yet?
I haven't seen the Glastonbury set yet because, oh yes, I was waiting to bat at the time.
Okay.
Wish I'd watched the Manics, frankly.
Yeah, so Carvelas, is this my over?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Yes, Carvelas comes in and bowls, and Ul Hassan leans forward on that one and prods it out. So still no runs off Carvelas' bowling. We had this with Shipley, didn't we, at the beginning of his spell? And in fact, runs generally hard to come by, but Glamorgan have accumulated them steadily. 25 off of 15 overs. But they'll be knowing full well that the game has moved on a bit. They know that they can just see this out and then go tomorrow. But that's what Sussex thought when they, as this one is left by Al Hassan. That's what Sussex thought, I think, overnight when they were well set. They thought, right, something to build on. But those couple of early wickets really set the tone for the day, and it's been Glamorgan's day, without question. Sussex's day yesterday. Glamorgan's, more so, I think, Glamorgan's day today, and that's put them in a commanding position so far. But if in the final 10 overs of the day, if Sussex can get one out, possibly two, then they'll be involved in the game. This one is defended away into the point region.
Yeah, it looks as though tomorrow will be cloudy but mostly dry. Maybe a spot or two of rain around on Wednesday to interrupt the progress of this game.
Might be set for another final session finish like the Worcestershire game for Sussex a few weeks ago. As Carvalhais comes trotting in, and then he's up to the wicket and he bowls, and that one's on the pads and played into the mid-wicket region, no run. I think the fielding's been very good from both teams in this match.
Yeah, well, one or two chances going down.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. There are a couple of misses. Fair point, well made. But the ground fielding generally, they've been hot on. If you think about earlier with Billy Root at cover denying Finn Hudson-Prentice a few times, and as Carvalhais comes in and bowls, and again Al Hassan is forward, firmly pushing it out into the offside, and like a brick wall at the moment. 17 from 51, so strike rate of 33. Salter 8 from 44. 10 overs left in the day after this delivery, which Carvalhais is about to bowl. And he comes now. He's past the umpire, he's up to the wicket and he bowls, and Al Hassan again safe and secure in defence despite the noise of the I think you probably get a different picture in your head if you're listening only on the BBC Sport website about how pressurised the bowling is. They're doing well, they're keeping the pressure on with dots, but by and large, as the web stream cuts to someone reading the Daily Mail rather than watching other newspapers are available, of course, many of them. But yes, I mean, the cricket is surely more interesting than that.
Yeah, you would hope so. 25 for naught.
We have to bear in mind that we are obviously commentating to people listening on the BBC Sport website, but we ought to talk to the pictures as well.
Carlson starts a new over, and Salter prods that one. I think it came off the pad to Ibrahim, the youngest member of the Sussex side, the youthful Sussex side, only 18, so he's under the lid. As Carson bowls and Salter back on his stumps, defends that one. If you are watching, you may catch the occasional avian flash when the bowling is at the Cathedral
no, I did
Road
see
end.
their set at Glastonbury. Avian flash, they were very good.
Salter on a laborious 8, faces up to Carson, drives that, it's well intercepted by a diving fielder, Shipley, at mid-on, but they're through for a single. Salter to 9, 26 without loss.
Yeah, I think that saved a boundary. This will be the interesting one, is the off-spinner to the left-hander.
Short leg waits, but is not in business as Al Hassan drives to cover, and there's no run. So there's a short leg and a slip.
I remember a few, well actually it's more than that, I'll tell you about this after this ball.
Carson gets through these overs pretty quickly from the River Taff end, and Al Hassan defends it back to the bowler. Ooh-ah.
In a Sussex, I think it was a T20 match, certainly a limited overs game, somebody hit a seagull out of the sky, and I think it was against Hampshire from memory, but yeah, that was a nasty one. Feathers were everywhere.
As Ul Hassan defends back to the bowler. Was the unfortunate bird deceased?
I don't think so. No, I think it hobbled away, but it. I seem to remember Ben Brown, the then Sussex wicketkeeper, with a put his glove to his face as if he didn't like what he saw. With the yes, the poor bird was. Mind you, the batter didn't get 6 for it, which he probably could have done if the bird hadn't got in the way. It was a good stop, to be fair.
Yes.
It's one way of looking at it.
Can he be caught off a gull or pigeon?
I imagine you can. Carvelas comes running in now. He's up to the wicket and he bowls. And again, it's straight and defended by Salter.
Sussex need a bit of the old bang bang now before close of play, don't they?
They do. A couple of wickets before the close would really. 26 without loss after 17.1. You go, right, you're really putting the pressure on, and maidens produce wickets is the theory, but you're actually technically 65 without loss, and that puts a different gloss on things, particularly on this surface where second innings runs will be hard to come by, you suspect, as Carvelas comes in and bowls. Big shout for LBW. They like it, but they're not going to get that one. Down the leg side. Salter gives... there's a little bit of something out in the middle. That's close. That looks close. Now, Carvelas has come charging not down the pitch, to the side of the pitch, but he's not far from the batsman. You'll have seen that there's another avian flash if you're watching on the. I think really the message from Salter was, well, what was that appeal about? And Carvelas turned round and gave him a few words as he comes in now and bowls, and Salter forces this off the back foot.
Wow. They're certainly buoyed up out there, aren't they, the Sussex infield?
I do wonder if they still feel a little bit of injustice about the caught behind, which they were convinced by. There's been several LBW shouts which, for various different reasons, haven't looked plumb. That last one on the replay looks very, very close as Carvelas comes in and bowls, and this one is clipped away into the leg side. And I think if you've joined us over the last couple of days, in fact if you listen to County Cricket Full Stop on with BBC Wales, or indeed anywhere, you'll know that the commentators are always impartial.
Little hint of an inside edge. Looking at another replay on the screen.
The very fact that we're seeing the replay again suggests that it's worth looking at again. As Carvelas comes in and bowls, and Salter's behind that one again, despite the... Ollie Carter is determined to keep the team spirits up, which is good for a wicket-keeper, but it is making every ball sound like an event, when today it really hasn't been. You know those games where every ball you're on the edge of your seat? I mean, we had a clatter of wickets at various points today, but it's never really felt like it's... The game's progressed, but it's never really felt at any great speed as Carvelas comes in and bowls, and there's an edge, and it's between the slips, and ironic cheers, I think, from the assorted faithful, most of whom are Glamorgan, obviously, at a boundary.
Yeah, so...
And not only that, but a boundary that will antagonise the opposition even further, because I think they feel that Sussex are possibly getting a little ahead of themselves in the field with their appeals and things.
Salter's second boundary out of the 51 balls he's faced, and I don't think that one carried. We're seeing a replay of the
LBW shout again.
Definitely again, hint of an inside edge.
Well, that might have been. I mean, that's probably. I was going to say that's probably what it'll have to be, because you look dead otherwise.
Carson then to wheel away from the River Taff end, and Ul Hassan defends it back to the bowler. Salter has 13, Ul Hassan has 17. There are no sundries, and it's 30 for North, leading by 69 runs as Sussex get Ibrahim right in the batter's eye line at Silly Point. Carson bowls, and Ul Hassan blocks it just past Ibrahim.
I always think that's a good idea, particularly late on in the day, to get somebody under the nose of the batter and just say, look.
Yeah, here I am.
Yep.
Anything that lobs up, I'm going to snaffle. Carson bowls, and that's forced past Ibrahim to cover. Shouts of catch it, but
it would have been one for the ages if he'd managed to cling on to that. I'll tell you somebody who might have done it, that would have been James Taylor. James Taylor was very good in that position.
Carson round the wicket to the left-hander, and Al Hassan drives just past Ibrahim, but straight to Clark at cover, and there's no run.
I think it's at this point Dan Ibrahim will be thinking to himself, I'll be looking forward to when I'm 25, 26 and I've played hundreds of first-class matches and I don't have to be here.
Here's Carson again, and Al Hassan steers it into the covers off the back foot. There's no run. Well, it worked in the first innings really, because Billy Root said, well, he gave Carson the charge because he wanted to get rid of an infielder, so it annoys the batter. Even if you don't take a catch, you can take some other sort of risk.
If anybody runs past a ball at this late stage of the day,
Al Hassan doesn't look like doing so as things stand, as he defends another ball back to the bowler. It is a maiden over, and Carson's bowled 4 overs for 3 runs. Carvelis has bowled 5 overs for 4 runs, which gives you an idea of the tempo of this game in these closing stages, where Glamorgan are just trying to get through, survive and regroup in the morning. I wonder if Tim van der Hoogten, the night watchman, has got his pads on as yet.
Yeah, 7 overs left. Quite possible. And we're going to see Carvelas again. 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 4. Just 1 edge passed through the slips for the boundary that he's conceded. This one is defended by Salter, who's 13. Al Hassan 17. Lead 69. That's the most important figure in a third innings.
Could be about the quickest finish I've seen this season of a 96 over game.
Carvelis comes trotting in. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and again Salter is defending well.
I'm desperately hoping that nothing much happens, so that I don't have to add too much to what I've written already in my report for the BBC website.
Yes, I've had many a rewrite of runners for football matches, like injury time goals, renosing things left, right and centre. There was a Chelsea-Everton game I covered. I had to rewrite it about 3 times. As Carvelis comes in and bowls, and that's driven down the ground handsomely. That should be 4. It's not going to be caught by the fielder. That's a beautiful straight drive from Salter. Moves him on to 17. Was it already gone? Yep, 17. And matches his partner Al Hassan at the other end. Lovely drive onside of the wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah, Salter has not had a great season with the ball, to be honest, but looking to impress with the bat.
Carvelos in again, and this time a drive through the covers, and that'll be 4 more. Expansive, flowing drive. And back-to-back boundaries for Salter, and that just adds salt to the wound, as Sussex feel they had him earlier. But he's crushed that through the covers for 4. Moves on to 21, and the Glamorgan leads 77. And Sussex are going to need breakthroughs either side of the close of play, you would reckon. Or they're going to need a burst like Glamorgan had this morning. In the morning.
Yeah, Glamorgan got 2 wickets without addition to the overnight score.
Carvelas. In he comes. Bowls to Salter. Salter is hit high up on the leg. In fact, he's now hurt as well. We've had 2 or 3 like that. Maybe their pads are not as effective as they might be. But earlier, Finn Hudson-Prentice was hit and came through for hobbled through for a run. He was dragging his leg alongside him virtually. But no run for Salter, but he'll be slightly bruised. He's got to face up to the next ball, which Hudson Prentice didn't have to do. Bat raise Salter as Carvelas comes in and bowls, and this one is timed up towards the covers. He's going to come through for a run now. In fact, he had to run 23 yards because he had to go round Carvelas, but he successfully made it home. So the end of a profitable over, 9 from it, 39 without loss the Glamorgan score. At the end of the 20th, Al Hassan is on 17, Salter is on 22, the lead is 78, and there are 6 overs left in the day's play.
So we're galloping towards the close, and as things stand, it will be Glamorgan who are much happier with the day's play. Sussex had their noses in front at 65 for 1 overnight, but Glamorgan fought back with the ball despite the efforts of Hudson Prentice.
James Coles is going to come on to bowl, I think, here.
So one spinner
Is he? Oh, no.
replaced.
Is he? Yes.
No?
No. He had the ball at one point.
Yeah, Carson's just coming over the wicket instead of round, I think. And he comes and bowls, and Salter stretches forward and defends. No run.
Perhaps he was just looking after the ball for his spinning friend.
A few tweets have come in as Carson bowls and Salter pokes at that and misses it. Nicholas Brill says this match is a perfect example of not judging a score until both sides have batted. 242 looked disappointing but could set the game up nicely for Glamorgan. Credit to them considering all the injuries in the last 6 weeks.
Though of course you wonder whether there's some questions obviously in this innings about Sussex's batting as well. And
that's down leg side, and Salter turns it towards short leg.
Only in the sense that there have been, decent partnerships late in the day in this game, and these two are batting quite nicely, so there's been a few shouts obviously, so it's just whether actually both sides are under par first innings and Sussex are just worse. Actually this might be a better tempo for this pitch.
Salter defends down square of the wicket, no run. Steve West, I suspect our emergency openers have surprised many and exceeded expectations. Well, it's not a huge total on the board, 39 for 0. They've doubled the first innings lead, but if they're undefeated at close of play, they'll certainly have done a decent job. As Salter stretches forward, is hit on the pad. Stephen Moss says that given that this is the antithesis of Bazball and Edward loves it, this implacable attritional approach, I'm going to christen it Bevball. Fancy that one, Edward? Bevball. 39 for 0. Salter on 22. And Salter remains on 22 as he pokes one to mid-wicket at the end of another quiet over.
Yeah, well, everybody said, didn't they, that last year when sort of September, October, November time, people were saying, a coach is going to be starting to plan for next year and be inspired by McCullum and Stokes, and the county team's going to be encouraged to play open, expansive cricket. Well, not today, they're not. But each pitch has to be treated on its merits.
There is a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl for Sussex is Finn Hudson Prentice.
Finn Hudson Prentice is going to come on to bowl. Got his half century earlier in the day, unlucky not to exceed Billy Root's score as the highest scorer of the match. Just falling a few runs short. There's a lot of manic seagull activity, there really is. They are yesterday at least they were just gathered in one place. They are swooping and moving around and dipping and soaring. It really is. It's quite, actually from here it's quite off-putting. You may not see it on the web stream, but it really is off-putting because they're flying right by the window at times.
It's manic seagull activity, the latest single from Avian Flash, out now on Bazbird Records.
As Finn Hudson's, it's been one of those days, folks. Finn Hudson Prentice's first ball is defended by Al Hassan. Yeah, it's bordering on that Twitter meme, isn't it, with John Peel? And that's the new one from Avian Flash in session later. But, now Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in from the Cathedral Road end. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and that one's steered down through the vacant third man region as Edward Bevan behind me throws his hands up in the air in disbelief at 16 runs he's calculated in this innings that have gone down to that third man region.
16 runs, and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt.
Well, now there you go. There's a reference for the teenagers. There's a reference for the teenagers. Even I got that one. Good Lord.
It's the time of day when my laptop freezes. It's traditional.
Right. Finn Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls. You're listening to Sounds of the 60s on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Wales.
It's about 25 years since I introduced any music on BBC Radio Wales. It's a short-lived flirtation with the evening airwaves, circa Cool Cymru time, and successor to Britpop.
Sorry, Finn Hudson-Prentice round the wicket bowls, and there's no run. Was that non-stop Catatonia?
There was a lot of cool, Catatonia. Well, Mannix were at their commercial heyday. Stereophonics just breaking through. Super furry animals doing weird things on the fringes.
Oh, we've all done.
Steady on, old
We've all
chap.
done weird things on the fringes. Anyway,
Speak for yourself.
if somebody would like to hit a 6 or a 4, that would be. Or take a wicket, that would be greatly appreciated. As Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls, that's off the hip and to the man fielding at square leg. It's there's no run. It's Nathan McAndrew under the sun hat at square leg. He's having a chat with the umpire.
Do you think we'll hear something about Glastonbury tomorrow?
Well, yes, Adrian will be back.
Buzzing.
Yeah, he'll be back from Glastonbury, and there'll be more Glastonbury talk with Adrian Harms tomorrow as Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls, and forward goes Al Hassan. I can hear the sound of it's the end of the over, by the way. I can hear the sound of many computer laptops being shut down as we start to talk complete nonsense come the end of the day. But it is one of those. Not that I want to talk about laptop shutting down. As
Mine's having its usual 6 o'clock wobbly, I'm afraid.
talking nonsense all day, says Ed from the back. Well, that's very generous.
There has been a degree of latitude for us, because there have been long periods where no runs have been scored and no wickets taken. But with 4 overs left of the day's play, it's going to be Carson to bowl to Salter, and he drives that gently on the onside, and there is no run. We may even get a BBC Radio Wales update if we're very fortunate in 3 or 4 minutes' time. As Carson in again to bowl to Salter, who plays that one past short leg to the man at shortish backward square, Carvelis.
Something, maybe it's just the stature and the hair and the posture. It just reminds me of watching Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Just reminds me a bit of Jack Russell.
Well, the hair, I can see the hair, yeah, and the fondness for shades. As Salter pushes forward and defends, no run.
Yeah, no, he needs the floppy hat, doesn't he? That's a good point. That was a Jack Russell staple.
Yeah, couldn't do it these days standing up. He wouldn't be allowed to.
And there again, there's another debate. Is the old Russell versus Stewart debate is rather like the Folkes Bairstow debate nowadays.
Next delivery is defended by Salter, and there is no run.
I'm glad that after the 16 tons reference, we've managed to shift it forward into the 90s at least, with discussions of Catatonia and Jack Russell.
43 for naught. As that one is defended once more.
I'm going out on a limb here because I am only 38. Tennessee Ernie Ford. Excellent. I thought I'd dig it out from somewhere in the end.
Well done. I think I'd have got that. I'd have had to refer to my better half, who produces a 60s and 70s show at the weekends. As that is defended by Salter. No run, that being the Owen Money Solid Gold Sunday on BBC Radio Wales. 11 till 1 every Sunday, folks. Enjoy.
Oh, he'll be getting dinner tonight. So that's, don't worry, people. There's only 3 overs left for us to find other references. But, can't promise all of this with Adrian Harms tomorrow. Depends what state he's in.
Bedraggled.
Hello, Adrian, if you're listening, by the way. He's probably heard all of this today. He's probably still in the car park somewhere. As Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls. That's a shorter one, which Al Hassan has to duck under. Yes, there is some cricket going on out there, which hasn't escaped our attention. But, it's getting to that stage now, obviously, where Sussex's sort of ambitions of 2 or 3 before the close might have to be reduced to 1, or it will be about reducing the scoring rate. Not that the scoring rate's been huge, but just sort of limiting the damage before the close and seeing what can be done in the morning as Hudson Prentice comes in. And that's another short one, which is kind of ridden out the way of by Al Hassan. Dropped his shoulders. And he's kept his bat out of the way, which is the most important thing. You see those gloved sometimes. Didn't get up a huge amount, but it was enough to clear the figure of Al Hassan. Batting from the river end, facing Hudson Prentice is coming in from the Cathedral Road end and turns. Orange flashes on his boots, and that one's defended by Al Hassan. 21 from 70 balls. Salter, very similar, 22 from 71 balls. Yeah, run rate 1.83, and we're about to get an update for BBC Radio Wales.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. Biggest watched set in festival history was Elton last night on Telebox, as Al Hassan defends another delivery from Hudson Prentice. So Glamorgan looking to survive another 14 deliveries. Just the one slip now, and he's in about a 3rd slip position. And Gully is sent down to 3rd man, just to please Edward. Just to give Edward leaving the stadium with a smile on his face. Hudson Prentice to Al Hassan, works one to square leg for a couple of runs. And Glamorgan are 45 without loss in their 2nd innings. That's a lead of 84 runs over Sussex. They bowled out the visitors for 203. Finn Hudson Prentice top scored with 59, but generally the bowlers have been on top on a day of slow scoring. 3 apiece for James Harris, and for the new Aussie spinner Mitch Swepson, 2 apiece for Dim van der Hoogten and Jamie McElroy, who are tight all day as well. Glamorgan have batted well in their 2nd innings as well. They're 45 for naught, leading by 84 with 2 overs to play. As the final ball of the Hudson Prentice over is blocked out on the offside, and there's no run. Well, just about worth having Edward Bevan back in while I try and unfreeze my laptop. Thanks for listening, Andrew, and Edward will take you through the last 2 overs. Pleasure working with you, Andrew, and
Thank you,
hope
Nick.
to see you again in future.
Yes, no, looking forward to it, and I'll take this over to give Edward the honour of Bit of a double shuffle here in the commentary box, and we're about to see Jack Carson bowling his last over of the day. Carson comes in and bowls, played round towards the man at 45 by Salter for no run. So, yes, Glamorgan 45 without loss, and Carson just spinning the ball in his hand. He comes in now off a few strides and bowls, and Salter plays that out into the offside, no run, and it is just going to be, Ed, I think now a case of surviving till the end for Glamorgan.
Well, fair play. Just wondering, Tim van der Gooten now is getting runs. Is he going to be Glamorgan's night watchman? Loves the job. And I'm just thinking he must have had his pads on for the last 6 overs, but then he's now number 7. Perhaps he's telling...
he's too senior.
He's too senior to do that sort of thing anymore.
This one defended by Salter. It squirts away behind square, no run. Carson in shades. And just grips the ball. Prepares to come in off a few strides and bowls, and played up by Carson into by Salter to a fielder, no run. 2 balls to go in this penultimate over of the day at 8 minutes past 6.
Very good.
Carson comes in and bowls, covers up Salter, no run. Been a very good response in this second innings from Glamorgan.
Sensible response.
Very sensible. Batted very nicely. As Carson comes in and bowls, and again Salter leans forward, smothers any spin, and just plays it back up the pitch. So Jack Carson's work is done. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 3. Done for today anyway. He might have a big role to play tomorrow if Sussex are to fight their way back into this match. Anything can happen, of course, and it might happen, who knows, in the last over of the day, which will be called by BBC Radio Wales' Edward Bevan.
Thank you, Andrew. And at least Glamorgan will not lose more than 1 wicket, because if there is a wicket in the final over the day, as most of you know, they will walk in. And we're going to have a change of bowling at this end of the ground, because Coles is going to come in.
Yep, 11th hour change. 1 over from James Coles.
James Coles, 6th bowler used in this innings, and 1, 2, 3, yes, the same number that was used in the first innings. He bowls left arm slow. 45 without loss. And here he is, left arm over the wicket. Forward comes Ul Hassan and smothers it, and there is a yell of "oh," which somebody could explain to me. I'd be very grateful.
Ollie Carter is certainly enjoying his role out there as the Bairstow in chief.
Oh, it's swept and it's well stopped.
And they're just about taken a run.
Yeah, as you say, because he dived. Is that Shipley there? Looks like him, or Carvelis, tall young man with a floppy white sun hat on.
Yes, not Carvelis because he's down here. It's might be McAndrew. He was wearing a floppy. McAndrew might be out on the boundary.
4 balls to go, and he's coming around the wicket now. Is James Coles and bowls, and it's push back, and another yell. Middle of the bat, 46 without loss, and we're going to finish 10 past 6. Here's the next delivery. Forward push up to mid on, and then there were 2. And if I had any money to my name, I'd bet you 5p there won't be a run scored tonight. Coles round the wicket, bowls. Now, will he run down the pitch to this? Try and hit him over long on. I suspect not. 46 without loss.
I think we're safe up here, put it that way.
Now, is he going to call for a man to come? Do all sorts of things last ball of the day. In comes Coles, bowls to Salter. Salter pushes forward. And as that wonderful, late lamented umpire David Shepherd used to say, and that gentleman concludes the entertainment for today. An entertainment it really has been for us who enjoy the game that is played over 4 days. Glamorgan are 46 for no wicket.
Thank you everyone for your company today. Diop Varia.
Once we get that out of the way, yes. Ul Hussain is 24 not out, and Salter is not out 22. It's been slow going, yes, but there are 2 days of cricket left here. And the most important thing for the home team is that Glamorgan lead by 85, so effectively they are 85 without loss. They will want to get a lead in excess of 200. Andrew was saying 250 would be difficult. We shall have to see. I pity you have to leave us, Andrew. It's been great to have you.
It's been a pleasure. Been a pleasure.
You know, if you start learning Welsh, you can come up here and do some
do the Welsh
and
language
eventually
commentary.
finish. Yes. So there we are. And Adrian Arms will be with us tomorrow. I'm sure we're going to have 2 interesting days. But for the moment...
he might be a new man, Adrian.
Yes. How will he be dressed, I'm wondering? 46 without loss, then Glamorgan lead. Useful lead. Or 85. And we should speak to you at 11 o'clock. And do come in and listen and watch. So from the 3 of us, from Andrew, Nick and myself, Edward, no star, good night to you all.
Sleep well, don't have nightmares.